There we go. Perfect. I think all my stuff should be set up and good to go. But yes, hello, hi. Um,
Oh.
it's a shiny Sylveon and a Banette. It is a dark type against a fairy type. I win that matchup, unfortunately, but it's all right.
I haven't played Pokemon yet. Does the net learn any poison moves?
I would assume
Probably
so.
not.
I don't. I don't know actually.
You know what? I'm looking this up now because I'm curious.
It's a very good question. Yeah, what is Banette's move set? Actually, is Banette a dark type or is it like a ghost
It's
type?
a ghost. It's a ghost type.
Oh, well, see, now I also haven't played Pokemon in a very long time. It's been a while. It's been a while.
But net learns Gunk Shot.
Oh! I'm just gonna shoot
Yeah,
your
I
gunk.
win.
You, damn it! My weakness! Slamming the floor like Yu-Gi-Oh!
It also learns Iron Head. Why does a ghost type learn Iron Head?
There's some very, very strange like type move sets. You look at a Pokemon, you're like, okay, yeah, they look like they're designed to learn this, and it just kind of goes all over the place.
It's the translation stuff. It's like how Sucker Punch is like it means it's sneak attack is what it actually means.
I mean, that kind
'Cause
of
it's
makes
not.
sense.
Well, yeah, because it's the name is Sucker Punch, but it's one of the few punch moves that's not affected by like punching abilities.
Oh, right, like it's not a fighting type move.
Yeah, it's weird. Um,
Bizarre.
so have you watched any of these? But you can say no, by the way, to this. It's perfectly fine. Have you watched any of these before? Any of the ones I've done?
I think I had put on the one that you did with 7 CM Princess a little bit ago as like a nice little background noise thing,
Prince.
like podcast.
Okay. Well, I only ask because the way this usually works, and I know I went over it a little bit. I gave you that list of questions. We're basically just going to go through that. It'll get tangential, believe me. But this is all up to you for how long or how short this is. If you need me to wrap it up or anything, just let me know. If you want to move on to the next question, we can. Again, just let me know. If you got to get up to go do something, I prefer you type it in Discord so I don't have to edit around it, but just let me know. Uh, Anything like that. Do you got something to drink, by the way?
I do, yeah. I filled up my water bottle before coming on here, so I'm prepared.
All right, you're going to need it, trust me.
Yeah.
um, I don't care if you cuss. Watching your videos, I don't think you do that much. So, uh, I don't. If you're, I don't care if you name other content creators. Just nothing in bad faith if you can help it.
Of course.
Yeah,
Of course. Yeah.
and and while this is live on Twitch, the YouTube gets edited down a bit. If there's anything you want me to edit out, like something you said that you don't want, like getting out there forever, permanently intertwined onto YouTube, just let me know and I can edit it out later.
Absolutely, yeah.
Again,
Yeah, I'll keep it just normal. I mean, it really is just a conversation as a lot of these kind of things go, and I think that's pretty cool. It has a natural flow to it in a way.
yeah, this started off. If you watch some of the older ones, it started off very rigid, and then I think Horserer came on, and it showed me that we can just kind of talk. I don't have to make it super rigid.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
because me and Horserer talked about Halo for like an hour.
I mean, hey, then that's where the conversation leads. Then heck, why not, right? Like, why not keep
Yeah.
it off topic, right?
Yeah. And speaking of, so I know if you look at some of the timestamps on these, there have been a couple that have been very long. I don't expect you to be here. The goal is usually 2 hours. That is the goal.
Okay, that works for me.
Okay. If it goes farther than that, so be it. But if you need it to like end up, just let me know.
Of course, yeah. Well,
I'll
I'm
go
just
ahead and do
vibing.
the intro. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. I'm just vibing. I'm just here to have a good time and see where things go from there.
Fair enough. I'll go ahead and do my little intro. I'll let you introduce yourself, and then we'll get going. And like I said before, I'm going to mention this during the intro, but I'm playing 2v8 in the background, so.
This will be fascinating. I'm a professional yapper. I can talk about things ad infinitum if you need me to. So whatever needs to go through, I can do that.
Yeah. Also, there were viewer questions. I asked on Twitter, YouTube, and my Discord, so some of those will get brought up at the end as well.
Okay, sure.
I did vet them a little bit to make sure there's nothing too weird in here, but yeah, we should be fine. All right. All right, everybody, welcome to the Killer Bane podcast series. This week is Deathslinger, a killer I haven't talked about in, God, it's been like a year. Last person on was Ral, but if my new guests would like to introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm a Shiny Sylveon, or otherwise known as Kai. I stream and make YouTube videos under that name, mostly just in Dead by Daylight commentary style. For the most part, I would say that my videos focus on trying to make like unique perk builds work or good perk builds and just testing them out, seeing how they do. I just enjoy playing Dead by Daylight and especially like playing Deathslinger, and so that's what a lot of my vibes are about. That's what I do.
I think I found. Oh yeah, all the links and stuff will be below. Sorry. I think I found you first. You were doing the road to P3 or something like that. I think those were the videos I first found you through.
Right, yeah, so
Remember?
the way that my whole YouTube, I guess, career started, was off of those videos in a way, because initially I had my previous main channel, I would now consider this the main channel, but my previous main channel was like video essay focus, and I wanted to do video game commentaries, and so I made a second channel, and was like, well, I want a bit of anonymity, so I called it a Shiny Sylveon, and then I was like, well, I don't want to make Dead by Daylight's grind boring, so every time that I reach Prestige 3 on a killer, I'm going to share stats that I gathered from playing every game, and just show off the build that I have. And so as you'll notice, for the first couple of videos that I did for those, I think I did like Artist and Plague as my first couple of Prestige 3 videos. Maybe I did Plague, I did Plague before I had the idea of making the videos. But basically I was just trying to make the grind not boring. And started uploading commentaries from there. And because I did it consistently enough, apparently YouTube liked me, and now I have a bit of a platform with which to stand upon. So if you're here from the Prestige 3 videos, that's kind of where everything started for the current iteration of what you see now.
It's weird. It's weird how that works when you start like going back and seeing what started it all.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
I think for me it was daily discussion videos similar to Scott. Now I don't make any of those anymore.
Yeah, you're like, it's not the kind of content I want to make or the focus you want to have anymore. I get that totally.
For me, it was mostly the headache of the comment sections.
We'll get into that later too, I think, because like one of the questions I think later down the line there. Yeah.
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 Speaking of the first question I ask everybody, when did you start playing Dead by Daylight?
So I initially opened this game at the behest of friends of mine, plays Survivor Side in 2018 around the release of Spirit. Put about 60 hours or so into the game and stopped playing around Oni's release, so actually just before Deathslinger, and I was like, damn, this game sucks, and stopped playing. Until the Xenomorph chapter coincided with my cousin visiting our family for the first time in years, and he's like a comp well, I guess competitive DVD player to some extent. He's done scrims with Nightlight and stuff like that, and he's like 5,000 hours now. But he said, "Hey, I saw your review on Steam. I think you should give Dead by Daylight another chance." And so, shortly after the Alien chapter, I came back, and I've been playing pretty much ever since. So that would have been the fall of 2023. So it's been close to 2 years consistently now. But initially my start was technically 7 years ago.
That is they messaged you back because of a Steam review?
Well, I think he was like trying to make connections kind of thing, because we hadn't really talked very much in the last couple of years, and he was super excited because he loves playing Dead by Daylight, and he wanted to get context for who the Xenomorph was. So we watched Alien, and we watched Prometheus, and then we watched Aliens all together as a family, and then he casually slides out across, like, "Hey, you should try Dead by Daylight again." I'm like, "All right, sure, why not?" So
fair enough. It's just just not exactly what I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting, but so what? So I'm still a little. What exactly brought you in the first time? Was it was just friends?
yeah, new game on the block, has a bunch of changes because it wasn't 2016, 2018. Everyone was feeling really bullish, and they're like, "Oh, look at this cool new killer." And oh, it has the pig from Jigsaw in it, and all these sorts of things. And it was kind of seen as this alternative to League of Legends, at the time, for my group of friends as well. Like, oh, what's a game that we can play as a group of 4 or 5? Oh, let's play Dead by Daylight. And so I got looped into that. I got roped into that because of the kind of friend group. But then everyone else fell off of it, and then I fell off of it shortly thereafter.
You have no idea how excited I was when I heard, I think it was your most recent video, that you said you used to play League, because I can actually talk about it with someone who knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Because I bring it up all the time for, like, character design and stuff.
Like, oh, this would be just like if you were trying to replicate Jin from League of Legends, and they'd be like, "Who in the fuck?" Like,
well, no, I remember when Vecna dropped, and I brought up, people were like, "Vecna is really complicated," and then I was like, "Oh, y'all want complicated? This is Aphelios' passive."
Cycle through 4 weapons. I mean, I can see the vision.
I don't know. I bring up League of Legends all the time just because Riot's been at this for almost 20 years now. And
crazy, yeah,
it's insane to think about. But because they've been at it for almost that long, they've been through the ringer on like all the problems every other live service has. So it's like whenever I hear like oh they're running into this issue with balance, like Dead by Daylight right now is running into the issue of like dash mobility creep, and it's like I've been through this song and dance like 6 years ago.
Yep. Or like the classic Riot August 3-hit passive.
Oh, God. That still exists so much.
Still
it's
exists.
Just like they hide it better is what it is. They just hide it better.
They like put it into Akshan's kit, and they thought that we wouldn't notice, those bastards. But no, we
yeah, because it was 4, not 3.
Yeah. It's
But I guess that leads into the question every killer main gets asked, and that is, why Deathslinger?
I think really what initially pulled me to Deathslinger was his design. The cowboy being this bounty hunter kind of killer with a really satisfying sound design. It just, on the surface, seemed really satisfying and really interesting to me. And after I gotten back into playing Dead by Daylight, the first killer that I really played was Legion, because I needed something basic to understand the mechanics of the game with. And that eventually went into Plague and Artist, because I wanted to get their perks and everything, but I just couldn't really settle on anything. And then I got to Deathslinger, and then I found a guide on Deathslinger by Aquino, and really from there understood how this really cool looking character with a really cool thematic can also be extremely impactful in the right hands if you're precise enough. And I think there's something in my brain of the 2,000 hours that I have in Rainbow Six Siege that also clicked with Deathslinger, that everything sort of fell into place, and I've loved him ever since. I mean, I'm Prestige 65 now. I feel like I'm on track to hit Prestige 100 by the end of the summer with the Terror Missus or whatever the cake's going to be for this year. But I would say it was a combination of visual thematic with a simplistic power that had a decent ceiling to work around, that the more I interacted with it, the more I realized, like, oh, this isn't actually just based on the skill of me as the player, but also changes depending on the map that I play. And I think that that's really cool. Like, the depth that this character can have is so unbelievably high to some extent.
Can I ask a personal question real quick? How, and you don't have to answer this. How old are you?
I am 26. I'll be 27 in October.
Okay, I'm only asking because I'm 30, about to be 31. But okay, Pokemon name for our usernames. I was addicted to League for 5 years. I was addicted to Rainbow Six Siege for 3 years. My first main was Deathslinger before anything.
So you're saying there's parallels?
There's parallels. It's just so weird. So you didn't play Deathslinger before the depending on who you ask, the unnecessary nerfs that happened to him a while ago, did you?
No, I did not. The most that because when I stopped playing around the release of Oni. Like, I played a couple of games of Oni, I do remember, or against Oni, because I remember that very clearly. But Oni was the killer released directly before Deathslinger, so I never got to see Deathslinger played. And the most that I even saw of the character was from a YouTuber named Bricky, whom I've been following for years. But he used to make these videos that were called the Dead by Daylight case files, where he would talk about every killer and their power, and just kind of go like a general overview of how they played, and threw some memes in there and stuff like that. And he made one, of course, on Deathslinger, and that was probably like the most that I had heard about him at the time, but I hadn't really harbored any interest in him until I had actually picked the game back up again and was looking for something to settle on for the killer side of the game.
Yeah, and Deathslinger's still an interesting character for a lot. I mean, if you come from an FPS background, I mean, your options are Deathslinger or Huntress, and one of them has a gun, so...
Yeah, and you have basically a crosshair when you aim down sights, so it's like pretty easy parallels to make. I feel weird using parallels again in such quick succession, but it's fine.
Yeah, and Deathslinger is also, ironically, I think he's surprisingly popular outside of the Dead by Daylight community. Because I've talked to people in other gaming communities and they know of this character. It's so strange.
I think it's it has something to do with the simplicity of his design, but also how much it communicates. He's a cowboy. He has a really cool looking frock that he wears. He has there's something a little interesting. He has like a brace on his leg. I wonder what that's for. And he very clearly just has a rifle with a chain on it. Like, oh, okay, cool. It's a harpoon gun. He's a bounty hunter cowboy. It's such an easy design to communicate to other fandoms, to other people outside of it, that it's like, hey, what's the coolest looking character? Deathslinger's probably one of the coolest base looking characters. That's an original character, I should say, to Dead by Daylight, and I think he is just unique in that way that he has his own personality, his own appearance that can transcend barriers.
Yeah, and again, like it's the simplistic design, and on top of just because even inside of Dead by Daylight, while he's still very unique. Like, I know we have a lot of just guy with knife, but I mean, Deathslinger kind of stands out amongst the crowd, really, if you lined everybody up. He's also like one of the few older characters, at least on the killer side, that's not like, how do I put this? He's not like Blight, right? Like he's very like, I don't know. Old man characters are not very common in video games, and I think that also helps his appeal a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
Ironically.
I see what you mean with Blight as well. Like, Blight almost looks alien in a way. Like, he doesn't really look like he's of this earth. you know, which is
You weren't
fine. Like, it's a supernatural game, but harder to
you weren't
communicate.
you weren't around for Blight's release either. Blight on release, his FOV was lower because he was like hunched over.
Oh,
So his FOV was like hags.
wow! I didn't know that.
It was really disorienting because of how fast he moves.
Would you get? You would just get blind. You would be blind if you were going through a grass or anything on swamp. I can imagine.
But pretty much, it was really bad. Uh,
It's so
Now,
funny.
speaking of the leg brace, because you brought that up, and I know you've made a video on a particular topic that we're probably about to bring up,
Mm-hmm.
but changes to Deathslinger. So, what I'll start this off with is I feel like Deathslinger is a killer who has kind of been left in the dust a bit as the years have gone on, and especially more recently. From the changes to Deep Wound, to Kaneki kind of taking his entire original power concept, to him being 110 still and not having as much range as the other killers, to a lot of perks not synergizing with him well, to him losing one of his best perks. Uh,
Yeah, save the best for
and
last. And, yep, no longer being
yeah,
viable. Yep.
which is a damn shame, but it is what it is. I really wish they would fix that. Uh, but he hasn't really like he's in a similar situation to Artist, I feel, where the game has kind of changed around him to a point to where he's just becoming worse. Not to say he's bad. I don't think Deathslinger is bad by any stretch of the imagination. He's still like a 1v1 monster, but his lack of macro, I think, is his biggest problem.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
but are there any base changes you would make to Deathslinger? This includes add-ons, his teachable perks, or anything like that.
Oh, that's teachable perks is an interesting one to bring up, but I really do think that Slinger's teachable perks are probably some of the better ones of the game because they're not overpowered. Like, nobody's gonna be out here complaining about, like, oh, freaking Hex Retribution. I can't believe that the killer brought that today. But I think that each of his perks at base are all flexible enough to be able to fit into a variety of builds to the point where people are like, yeah, you know what, I think I will bring Deadman's Switch with this build, or Gearhead with this build, or Hex Retribution. And so I like that flexibility that he has, and I think that the teachable perks are fine. I think his add-ons could use a bit of a pass. I actually made a video prior to the 115 one that's pretty infamous, I would say, at this point, that talks about what I would change about Deathslinger, and there's a number of add-ons that I think are a result of his previous iteration, when he could quickscope and had a smaller terror radius, that don't translate very well into the kit that he has now. And or ones that just were not that great to begin with and feel even more worthless nowadays when you already have perks that do the same thing, or you have better add-ons. Like, why would you ever run, for example, Barbed Wire, which gives you an increased 3.5 seconds of mend time, when you could just reload 0.35 seconds faster with Warden's keys and knock somebody down? Why play a hit and run when you can do that faster, right?
Well, on top of that, you're a 110 killer with no mobility. Why would you play hit and run at all?
Right.
Like, the situations come up, but like
And
it's not often enough.
I think that the Barbed Wire mend timer, the only time that it would ever be good is if you are running Save the Best for Last, because the mend timer also includes if you're hitting somebody off of the base kit BT when they get pulled off of the hook, borrow time. Because it also increases that timer. But then with mend timers going down, Barbed Wire becomes worse, and now he has an even more useless add-on, right? But in terms of his base kit, of course, like, I did say 115, and I think I'm gonna still stick to that. And the reason why people don't like 115 is because Deathslinger is so incredibly powerful in the 1v1, and putting him 115 would make him even more powerful. Either you have him zone with M2 and he gets around the back of a pallet and you get knocked down anyway, or he catches you on the big Macmillan rocks, which are his biggest enemy right now. And nobody wants to have somebody that is that oppressive in the 1v1 that they can entirely shut you down. Like, Deathslinger's already, some people hate playing against him. I even had a comment that was like, I don't get why people clown on me when I say that I hate playing against Deathslinger. It's understandable. Like, he's very frustrating. Getting hit by the spear, getting stunned, getting pulled away from objectives, or not being allowed to escape. I mean, that's very disruptive, right? But I think that with the pace of the game, with the way that you have 10 extra seconds on hook timers, you have base kit borrowed time, you have the anti-camp meter. Not to say that you should camp all the time or anything like that. I think that there's some concessions that you have to give away there to actually play the game properly. But when Deathslinger can only deal with one survivor at a time, he has to rely on some scummier measures. And with the game changing around him, and with the game getting more base kit things that buff the survivor side of things, he falls behind because he's not able to capitalize on what was otherwise a strategy that he could pull out to swing things in his favor. And so moving across the map at 5% more movement speed, I don't think it sounds all that detrimental to be like, okay, I have a hook and I can run across the map to this generator. It's now like, okay, well, I have a hook and I have to proxy camp this and just hope that they don't do 2 generators in the time that this person's on the hook for 140 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, yeah. So I did want to go a little bit back to the teachable perks, because
of course
you said a lot of them were fine. And again, because of when you started playing, you weren't around when they weren't that good.
That's true. Yeah.
they have gone through a lot of changes. Dead Man Switch, I think, is one of the biggest examples of this. Do you know what it used to do?
It used to be that for the next 45 seconds, if someone gets off of a generator, it blocks until the timer expires. So you hook someone, it activates for 45 seconds, and then if someone gets off a generator, it blocks until that timer is up.
Mm-hmm.
I remember
so there was a version of it before that where it did that, but only on the Obsession.
On the Obsession? Really?
So it did exactly what it does now, but only if you hook the Obsession.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Tunnel the Obsession.
It was so bad. It was ridiculously bad. And then they changed it so it was any hook, and then it became good. Especially because that was the same time Pain Resonance came out. And then Gearhead. So Gearhead would only show you if someone hit a great skill check. After injury. That's it. That's all it would do.
Most survivors don't do that.
Yeah, and even with how Gearhead is now, personally, I would say it needs one change to it, and I think it should have a noise notification.
That would be interesting.
That's honestly the only change I would make to Gearhead, and I think it's perfect after that.
Are you saying that there's like a couple different ways the audio cues go around too? Are you saying like a loud noise notification, like someone unhooked or something?
No, so like I feel like it should just like give you a noise notification that it went off. Like a beep noise, like a beep, and then it's off.
Or like a little jangling of a bell or something like that.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
I like that idea, because, yeah, the problem with Gearhead is if you're not looking in the direction of a generator that's being completed and someone hits a good skill check, or someone's, God forbid, sitting behind a generator and their red aura is blocked by the red aura of the generator, and you don't see because the auras are the exact same color, except survivors are slightly lighter, but it's still very similar. It's hard to tell all the time at a distance. Yeah, that would be a helpful change for sure. Make it a little bit less frustrating to use at times. No, it could be good. It'd be a good. I don't think it like breaks the information of the perk. It just lets you know that, hey, you have an aura to look at. You're like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, and then as far as Retribution, I think Retribution is perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's definitely his weakest perk, but I don't think that there's a whole lot that should be changed about it.
No, I think overall it does the job it needs to. It's a good hex support perk.
Been running it in a build lately that's Undying, Retribution, Haunted Ground, and Thrill of the Hunt. Because, you know, survivors have the mentality of if it glows, it goes. So if you want to be touching those hex totems, then alright. I'll make sure that you take forever and you're detrimented for doing it. So that, I mean, like, it fits into those builds as well, which is pretty funny to me.
Yeah, it's just a funny thing of like, well, you can waste your time doing it, and then also it's a trap.
Exactly, yeah.
It's also one of the few one of the few trap hexes we have, because it's not a common thing. I think the last one we've really had was Haunted Grounds, obviously.
Which is crazy to think about, too. I mean, we
I don't.
have Haunted Ground for the Spirit, we have Retribution for Deathslinger, and then no trapped hex totems since then. Aside from, unless you would count Dominance or, like, Wretched Fate's activation.
I don't think those are really traps, but I mean,
Yeah.
maybe.
It's like conditional activation based off of hexes, but not really a trap, you know?
But like it's weird to think that because I think behavior doesn't like the idea of trap hexes.
I don't think they like
Because
the idea of traps in general. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Looking at the
What
trap
do you
killers
mean?
in
We
this
have
game.
plenty of trap killers. We got a whole 2 of them. It's fine. And then as far as like, so the add-ons, because we're going to talk about the 115 thing, I promise, because I have a lot to say about it.
Yeah, yeah.
But the add-on situation, because I run the ADS movement speed add-ons. I'm not kidding.
Oh, you run Jaw Smasher and Wanted Poster, yeah.
Yes, I run them all the time. I love them so much.
It is actually really funny to be able to just hold down your scope and walk at somebody, because then they keep dodging back and forth and losing distance. It is pretty good.
It's really funny. It's like Pavlovian to a degree, because you're like conditioning them not to dodge later into the match. It's like I don't know if maybe I'm just overthinking it, but you'd be surprised if you like ADS most of the match, and then for whatever reason decide, hey, I'm gonna start shooting now. If you they will stop. It's really really funny. But apart from that, like I know Cigar is a hot topic as far as add-ons go.
Yeah.
For some, I know the reason why, but I do think it's a little overblown on how good it actually is.
Yeah, I think Cigar is a weird add-on in the sense that it gives you a really powerful effect if you can actually capitalize on it. Because when you get your first injury with Cigar and you only have that 2-second stun, which is the same as a pallet stun if I'm not mistaken, then following up with an M1 afterwards feels really good. But if you catch somebody and you need to, like, oh crap, well I'm gonna get stunned again, it's actually faster to just swing and miss an M1 because the M1 cooldown is shorter than getting stunned. And so that add-on doesn't have any use if everyone is already injured afterwards. Unless they have like adrenaline. You deny an adrenaline with a deep wound. But that's such a niche scenario that we're making up at that point that Cigar is really powerful in its instances that it can be used in, and then when it's not good, it's just not there at all.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those situations where it's like an add-on, like on paper, and in certain situations is so strong that people kind of just overblow its actual strength. And I feel like we see this with perks sometimes as well. Where I think a good example of this is like Hubris.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think the really interesting thing about the kind of knee-jerk reactions to a lot of perks is that on paper a lot of them look powerful or not that great. For example, I really clowned on Kaneki's perk of Forever Entwined when that first came out, and now it's become one of my favorite perks because of how much time it actually saves you, and how often you can just, oh, there's a guy with a flashlight over there, yoink, I'm just going to take this survivor up and pick him up before their brain synapses realize what I'm doing. Like, it's such a goofy perk, but it saves you so much time and denies flashlight saves more often than you'd expect.
Yeah, well, on top of that, like, Forever Entwined just feels good. I don't care what anyone says. That's the main reason I run it.
It's just
It's just 'cause
satisfying.
it feels so good. The hook speed, too. It's the only perk that does that.
You just two-pointer, throw them up on the hook.
And it's also, it affects locker grabs, which is a weird thing it does.
Yeah, I guess, like, because it's considered a pickup animation, but...
Yeah, but Fire Up doesn't do that.
That is true.
It's weird.
It's just
really,
Forever
really
Entwined.
weird.
You know, we'll just leave that up to Behavior Spaghetti Code, but we'll say that that's one of the good ones. We'll say, like, okay, yeah, that's such a niche scenario that we're okay with it.
But, you know, Deathslinger also runs into the add-on, I don't want to say reliance problem, but the perception of it is definitely add-on reliance with things like the reload speed and the not the ADS speed. What's the other one everyone runs? It's the missed shot cooldown, right?
Yeah, the missed shot speed. So, for anyone who's curious, whenever you fire a shot with Deathslinger, it returns to you at 25 meters a second, so it takes 0.72 seconds to return at max distance. And Tin Oil Can, which is the stronger of the add-ons, the blue one, I was gonna say the green one, but it was like, no, it's blue. It's blue now. Yeah, the blue add-on Tin Oil Can makes that return half a second faster. So now you go from 0.72 to 0.22 seconds for a long-range miss, which is great because then you can reload faster and allows you to make more mistakes, which I run it because I take shots that I shouldn't be all the time.
Oh yeah, and I think that's part of it's also a feel-good thing, is why people basically say it's recommended, but
Yeah.
it's also not situational. It's always good.
Yeah.
The argument could be made, just don't miss forehead, but you know, you're going to miss.
And
I don't care how good you are at any character, you're gonna miss. It just happens.
And it also makes me think of the add-on that everyone says is really good, but it is so situational, and that is Iridescent Coin.
I don't think people necessarily, and maybe this is just anecdotal, I don't think people necessarily think it's good, because it is situational, but I think people just think it can be good. It's a similar thing to like Cigar, right? Where the situations where it is good, it's really good.
And then the situations where it isn't, it's like bad, yeah.
Yeah, the problem I have with Eerie Coin is just judging the distance before the shots.
Yeah.
That's my major issue.
Well, there's like a couple of components in there, right? Like, you bring Iridescent Coin, and then you get sent to a map like Gideon Meat Plant, or, God forbid, Larry's, or like some indoor map, right? That you can't land long-range shots on. And then it's like, well, I mean, I have this thing that exposes at distance. Underground Complex, by the way, Hawkins is my least favorite map. I'm kind of jumping ahead. Sorry on that, but it just kind of happened to be the topic that came up. But like, Iridescent Coin feels so bad when you get sent to an indoor map, or second scenario, if you're not predicting the movement of a survivor at long range and you can't land those shots at distance, then also Iridescent Coin loses a lot of its value, which, you know, some people might say, oh, it's skill issue, but it's so hard to... Sometimes I'll predict that somebody will dodge backwards, but then they'll dodge at the wrong time. Or I'll predict that somebody won't dodge backwards because they haven't before, and then suddenly they've dodged for the first time in that entire game, and they're like, okay, well, now I'm behind, and Iridescent Coin still hasn't gotten me anything.
Yeah, and, I mean... Because the thing is, because I've tried using it outside of, like, gimmicky builds, and it's just the situations where it would get me the down faster just don't come up enough for me to think it's that good. It's also... It's one of those add-ons that's more like a I wish I had it kind of things.
Yeah.
Like, I never bring it. And then there's that one situation where I would have won a match if I had it, and I'm like, damn, this add-on is actually super good.
it is game changing. Yeah, it can be game changing, and that's why it can be so good. But it's such a gamble. Like 30% of your games, you get really good value out of it, and maybe that's why it's good. But 3 out of 10, that's a failing score on a homework quiz. That's not, that like why would I bring something that's effective 30% of the time when I can bring something like you mentioned with tin oil can, or you do double reload with modified ammo belt and warden's keys and have a 0.6 second slower reload or faster reload.
It's consistency, and then on top of that, a lot of people don't even know how to know you landed the shot. You get a score event, by the way. It says sharpshooter in the top right when you land the range shot for the coin.
It's like 12 meters. When you hit a shot at 12 meters and over, that's when you get that long range hit. Yeah. But for me, I just go by vibes at this point. I'm just like, oh, that looks far enough. Yep, here, let's hit this. All right, cool.
It's far enough. Listen. I do distance testing in this game way too much for me to not know, but I also do it from a third-person perspective all the time. So.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
On the survivor side of things, I get you.
No. I'm a Chucky man.
Oh, yeah. Right, of course. Yeah. I don't know why I thought that. I keep forgetting that Chucky's third person.
You and half the community, it's fine. And then, I mean, even like his other Eries, like Prison Chains, which I have pulled up here, is an interesting one because I've heard mixed things about this add-on.
Prison Chain, yeah. So a lot of what I think is a lot of getting good at Deathslinger is knowing how to position. Because if you know that the chain meter takes an extra half second after it lands to appear before it starts deteriorating, and you strafe while the shot is being loosed and continue strafing before that chain meter shows up, you can actually catch survivors on the back of pallets a lot more frequently than you might expect. And Prison Chain allows those hits to become even more unfair by giving you extra time with which to hit those shots. So it's like, it's a good add-on if you're planning to play around pallets a lot and you know your positioning, but it can be a really bad habit because then when you take Prison Chain off, because you're like, oh, I want to try double reload, or I want to try tin oil can in its place, assuming you're running warden's keys, you then fall into this caveat of thinking, oh, I have a little bit more time, and then realizing like, oh crap, actually I don't, because Prison Chain's not here. So it can lead to bad habits, like I don't know, Eerie Stone on Trapper always feels like a bad habit, but it feels necessary for that character too. But
yeah,
expecting your traps to reload themselves and realizing like, oh crap, I don't have Eerie Stone this game, I need to go manually reset them, becomes such a shock between matches.
What is Deathslinger's other iridescent? I always forget it.
It is the Hellshire Iron, where whenever a survivor is speared, you become undetectable, and then you are undetectable for 10 seconds after the spear breaks.
I wonder why I forgot what it did.
Now, the reason that sucks is because that 10 seconds starts as soon as the chain breaks. So if you're running Cigar, you only have 8 seconds of undetectable. Otherwise, if you're doing a basic M1 or you get stunned, you only have 7.3 seconds of undetectable. And you have to reload in that time, so that takes another 2.6 if you're not running add-ons out of it. So that goes down to 4.7 seconds of undetectable. It's like, woohoo! I get 5 seconds of undetectable. I get to play in the time that I can reach down and wipe my shoes off or something. Like, it's...
And you're 110, so like you're not really getting anywhere.
Yeah. Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
No wonder I forgot what it did.
Yeah. it's pretty tragic. Like, it needs other add-ons to actually be functional, in my opinion.
It used to be an aura reading add-on.
How so? How did that work before?
It would when the chain broke, it would show their aura.
I mean, not bad. Actually,
is it worth an iridescent though?
No. Here, let me point at something in Chucky's kit. Rat poison. Like, that's not an iridescent add-on.
Hey, rat poison got nerfed, all right?
it did get nerfed, but the point still remains that even prior to the nerfs, it wasn't an iridescent add-on, and it still isn't, even though it was the range that got nerfed, right? It's like 8 meters now or something.
It ranged and duration.
Range and duration. Oh, that's rough.
It's only it's 6 meters and 2.5 seconds.
My God. Well, I knew that behavior killed Chucky and shot him, but I didn't see the carnage until now. What the hell?
Well, rat poison deserved it.
Okay, rat poison did deserve it.
I think even like 99% of Chucky mains agreed it deserved that nerf.
I would like my on-demand aura reading, please. Thank you.
It was so dumb. I don't know how it was the way it was for so long. But like, yeah, Deathslinger's the other thing with Deathslinger's add-ons, and the reason why I was bringing up this quality of life ones, like the reload speed and the miss cooldown, is because over the years, a lot of Deathslinger's changes and buffs he's gotten have been just that, just adding a lot of his add-ons to his base kit. And I'm curious, do you think they need to do that again for the reload speed, or do you think it's fine where it is?
I think it's fine where it is, and the reason being that, well, okay, if they don't buff anything else about Deathslinger and don't add reload speed base kit for him, or hold on, what am I trying to say here? I think that if he gets just a reload speed buff, that would be great, because it gives him a little bit more presence and makes him a little bit more intimidating in the 1v4. But if there are other buffs that are given to him, like again the 115 that I've suggested, or some people say we should go back to 24-meter terror radius, or other sorts of things along the line, or increases ADS speed, I don't think a reload speed change is necessary, because increasing the speed of one thing should not necessitate increasing the speed of a second thing. Like, it should be pieced together and then see where we go from there.
Yeah, I could see that, and I think that segues into the perfect the perfect conversation. Deathslinger being a 115.
Mm-hmm.
So currently in the game we have Huntress, Hag, Spirit, who I always forget is 110, Chucky, and Deathslinger as our 110 movement speed killers.
And Wraith, if you're a fucking idiot. Sorry, I'm
Wraith?
taking a dig at myself.
What? Did you say Wraith? I don't remember that.
I did initially, and then I was like, oh shit, actually no, he's not. And then I made edits to the video. Because, like, with his speed in Wraith in cloak form, I thought he was. But I don't play Wraith very often, because I find him really boring. So I just thought, like, okay, yeah, older killer. He has a movement speed, passive, or ability, and so obviously he's 110, so that his chase is more focused on trying to make the most use out of his cloak. But no, he's also 115, so I just wanted to throw that out there.
Nurse is 90 if it makes you feel any better.
Well, I knew that, but I wasn't silly enough to include her in the video. Like, I knew she wasn't included in the 110 club. But yes, Deathslinger is like the one of 5 out of there. Of the 110 killers.
And as you mentioned in your video, and the thing is, I don't remember if you brought up Hag. There's been an argument for Hag being brought up to 115 as well, which is interesting considering a lot of factors. I kind of agree with it, though. A lot of people have talked me into it. And yeah. Huntress, obviously, because she has unlimited range. Spirit, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I don't think they should make her 115. I don't know why she's 110.
I just don't think killers in general should really be 110, because I do think that, aside from Chucky, because his hitbox is smaller, and so him being able to kite around rocks and stuff a lot easier makes him effectively a faster killer. But
do you want the exact numbers on that, by the way? It's
actually, yeah, I would love to.
On loops that he can properly hug, he's effectively, someone's going to tell me it's wrong, but he's effectively 2% faster.
Yo, that's like Boone Dark Theory. You get Dark Theory on killer. That's pretty worth it.
That's if he hugs it perfectly, which is not easy to do with the tank controls.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. So if he was 115, he would be 117. The reason Chucky can't be 115 is because of the camera.
Right.
Because he would be able to basically come out of nowhere 5% faster and hit you without you even knowing he's there.
Right. Yeah. And that wouldn't be good. I think.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry. My thoughts on 110 is, and well, initially my reaction to it is, oh, that's just like an archaic way of balancing. Because you look at the killers aside from Chucky that all have 110% movement speed, and they're all older killers. I mean, Deathslinger was released in 2020 or 2020, yeah, 2020, and he was that way because he had a 24-meter terror radius and instant ADS time. Like he needed the 110% to compensate for it. But also, if you look at the other killers in the category, Chucky included this time, the reason why I think that they're 110 is because they are encouraged to use their extremely powerful powers to close the distance. But that theory kind of goes out the window when you consider Kaneki is 115, and Blight is 115. And Hillbilly is 115. Like, all of them have really powerful powers, but they also can just hug loops in M1U anyway. Like, it doesn't make any difference. So, I don't know. I think that there's, like, some concession, there's some, like, comparisons to be made there, but there's not, there's no real common thread. It just kind of falls apart whenever you make theories on that.
So, originally back in the day, because Pig... And this is the other problem with it, because the design philosophy we don't know anymore because of how much it's been messed up, I want to say. It's just the wrong word, but Pig is a good example of this. Pig used to have a 24-meter terror radius.
She has it now. It was buffed again,
yeah,
but...
Yeah, it was buffed again. So their reason, and they raised it to 32 meters a long time ago. And the reason they did that was because their design philosophy, they said they wanted the movement speed of the killer to match the terror radius. They wanted that speed to tie. So if you're 110, you get 24. If you're 115, you get the standard 32.
Right.
That's how they wanted to do things. Now, that got knocked out the window with Wesker and Sadako. That completely destroyed that entire logic. It also got knocked out of the window with Deathslinger because when he got changed originally, they bumped him up to 32 meters.
Yes.
And that was like 3 years ago, I believe. And that was also when they removed the really fast ADS time.
Yeah.
Which I know some Deathslinger players think it was a stupid change. It was a really necessary change. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if you've seen old videos, but my God, it was insane.
Yeah, the quick scoping on Deathslinger just felt like it was honestly, from what I've seen of it, it looked like it had very little counterplay for the survivors, and that's even more frustrating than it is now.
Well, it's funny because even back then he wasn't really considered to be that good. He was just annoying to play against.
Yeah, frustrating, annoying. But it's still never going to be as strong as Nurse, but being like, oh, there's a Deathslinger, I have to, like, hope that I can plug into this person's psyche and read the synapses between their brain cells to understand when they're going to aim down sights. Like, that's just stressful. That's too stressful.
The funny thing with it is that he has the audio cue when he's aiming at you, and that's a bygone thing from when his ADS speed was instant.
It's actually not. I don't think it's a thing anymore. If I'm remembering correctly, that got removed silently. No patch notes about it, but apparently that got removed around the Alan Wake chapters. So that's been out of the game for a while now.
I would hope so. I don't think it's necessary now.
I think
it's really dumb that they don't have to look at you to know you're aiming at them.
Unless you're playing a stealth build, but that's besides the point.
Well, yeah, but like if you're playing a stealth build, there's you got some other problems going on.
Very true.
Like, remember the Tome challenge from like I think it was almost a year ago, where you had to like spear somebody that was on a gen from like 24 or from max range or something.
Right, you had to interrupt an action of like healing or repairing. I do remember this. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it done through pity, and I'm not ashamed to say that.
Well, I mean, how else are you going to do some of those tome challenges? Let's be honest here.
I literally sat next to a gen with Insidious and waited, and they clearly saw me. They were like, no, you can shoot us, you're fine. Okay, cool. But the 115 debate for Deathslinger is just a really weird, because you brought up earlier the big problem people have with it is he would be able to just run you down while ADSing. And my counter to that would be just make him slower while he's ADSing then, so it's the same as it is now.
Yeah. Like right
And that
now
would also
the ADS thing right now, as I understand, is based off of a multiplier of his current speed and not an actual set value that he goes down to.
Yeah.
But just change the multiplier.
Yeah, just change the multiplier. You could even make it so, like, because that would give the ADS move speed add-ons more of a use too.
Yeah, it would.
That's yeah, because every time I bring up I use those add-ons, I get so much crap because people are like, they're useless. Don't use those. Why would you do that? They don't do anything for you. And I'm just sitting there like, well, I find them fun, and I find situations where they are useful. But that right there would immediately make them just inherently better. And on top of that, if we lower the movement speed down while he's ADSing, that would mean zoning would kind of not die, but it wouldn't be nearly as viable as it is now. Because I think that's one of the bigger problems with him in general is just his zoning.
And I think that the other thing that people don't consider about Deathslinger's zoning is that he's the only... Well, okay, I guess Huntress also is included in this, but other killers that are 115 can zone. Demogorgon is infamous for being able to zone. 115 killer. Pyramid Head can zone with his M2. Also a 115 killer. But you have zoning already in the form of other killers that are 115 that you could even argue are stronger than Deathslinger in most scenarios. That, well, they're not getting flack. People are probably more upset at Pyramid Head for the fact that you can tunnel people out because you're not affected by hook perks, but for that sake, like, I don't know. I think that there is, like, definitely strength in zoning, and it is a very annoying playstyle to play against, and kind of I don't know. I don't like zoning because I like going for flashier shots because it makes me feel better like, in terms of my skill level.
Hey, you gotta stroke the ego a little bit, all right?
Exactly. Yeah, like I gotta feel cool. Otherwise, am I having fun playing Dead by Daylight? Probably not. But you know, I think that the zoning concern that a lot of people have is something that is more specifically applied to something that Deathslinger's already strong at anyway. Like him being a 110 killer and being able to shoot you over a pallet because he can zone you, and being a 115 killer, or being able to deny you from ducking behind that wall and breaking line of sight versus being a 115 killer doesn't make a whole lot of difference. The 115 is to make him less frustrating going around rocks, because you can run around the back of a Macmillan rock and he can't shoot over it, he can't zone with it, you just get infinite loop on that, basically, it feels sometimes. And also just like more map presence, because he has no mobility, he doesn't have a lot of range. So, I don't know, it's more something to fix like the problems that are inherent in his kit, and if the byproduct is that, oh no, he's slightly better at zoning when other killers are already arguably better than him at that, I think that that's a trade-off that we need to be able to take. But that's just me being very opinionated about it.
Well, yeah, and on top of that, like we brought up Blight a little bit a second ago, and I've had many discussions, and it's been brought up a lot over, I want to say, the past couple of months, of him being 110 for the exact opposite reasons as to why Slingers should be 115. And a lot of people tend to agree with the reasoning. That's the thing with it. It's just, it's a weird balancing decision because, again, Huntress has virtually, I know someone's going to correct me there, but Huntress has virtually unlimited range.
Actually, if you're standing at the back of Eerie Crows, sorry, I had to I had to jump in there.
You're standing at the back of Eerie Crows. Actually, it's only unlimited range up to 20 meters. I love that one. That one always gets me.
Sure.
Because they're technically correct, and I'm like, you know what?
It's like,
you know what?
That's fine. You know, go nuts. Go have a
you
great
do
day.
Best.
Yeah.
You do you. But because his other issues, like, because I mean, do you think lowering his terror radius to 24 meters would help more, or do you think the 5% movement speed is what's actually necessary?
I think lowering his terror radius has a couple of problems with it. And the first one is that as soon as that terror radius goes down to 24 meters, every Deathslinger is going to be running Monitor and Abuse, which drops his range down to 16 meters, which is 2 meters shorter than the maximum range of his harpoon. And so if you are given, like, half a second warning before somebody can hit you with a long-range shot and down you with Iridescent Coin, that's going to immediately start feeling unfair to play against, and you have to keep your head on a swivel all the time against him. And that's something that I don't want us to go into. The other thing... Yeah.
I was going to say, that's how it used to be back when he did have 20. Monitor and Abuse was basically, like, required on him.
And also the no terror radius add-ons and all that sort of stuff. Like, when you start messing with Deathslinger's terror radius, he becomes terrifying to play against. Even now, when you do stealth builds on Deathslinger, he becomes an intimidating force, because you have to look out for him. And if you can't hear him, and he sees you, you are in trouble. The other thing about 24 meters, and this is kind of a silly reason to change things, is that I don't like the idea of us just, like, taking away stats to give them back later. Just, like, suspending that buff, or suspending that nerf, because, oh, well, now it's okay that he has 24 meter terror radius. It feels like we're just flipping a switch back and forth. Like, there's no real progress being made there. You're just redoing the same changes that have been made before. I'd like to see something different, something that actually plays into the current game, and something that actually expands his playstyle a little bit, outside of being like, oh, 24 meter radius, alright, we're all going Gold Creek Whiskey and Monitor and Abuse, we're running around with ADS with an 8-meter terror radius. Like, that sounds funny, but I think that Monitor and Abuse is a really big consideration in that conversation now.
Yeah, hear me out. We changed the ADS movement speed add-ons to double his movement speed while he's aiming, and he just plays the whole match.
We just play Zoning Slinger, throw 7% on wanted poster. Who cares anymore?
Just make it so it removes, like, the ability to shoot. Or not shoot. Make it so it removes his ability to M1. He can only shoot.
Oh my gosh. You just load in, and the rifle is just holstered, is glued to his shoulder the whole time.
No, we just make one of his iridescent add-ons. He just, like, adds a triple barrel to his
Have you played Deadlock at all?
I have not played Deadlock, no.
Ah, damn, it's been my recent obsession. There's a character in there that has, like, a 6-barrel shotgun as his primary weapon, so I was, like, imagining that, but for Deathslinger.
You might be old enough to remember. Do you remember a game called Bulletstorm?
It sounds familiar, but I don't recall.
It was made by the guys People Can Fly, so it was basically the Gears of War guys. At least the secondary team. There was a gun in that. It was a quad-barrel shotgun.
Hell yeah. I mean, you know, gun designs get pretty crazy out there.
I mean, you gotta see, double barrel shotgun's great, but now you just double it. It's even better. That's math. That's just math.
That's like heavy TF2 kind of math. I have great shotgun, but I add 2 more barrel for more bullet. Like, it's kind of...
It's definitely how math works.
More bullets per gun.
It's another thing with Deathslinger that I think is very strange, because, like, Save the Best for Last, we talked about earlier, I think was an interesting thing for him, because he had a lot of very good synergies with that perk. And, you know, once they changed it, it just felt like he lost one of his main defining things. And now that it's gone, like, I don't think it's, like, nerfed him too much. But I do think it has definitely affected his general placement, you know?
Yeah. And I'd be fine if behavior changed one tiny clause about it, because it would be runnable again. Would be to make it so that it's not off of special attacks, but it's if the obsession takes a damage state. Because, for those who are unaware, with Deathslinger right now on Save the Best for Last, whenever you hit somebody with the spear, before it does damage, like you've just impacted them with the spear, you lose 2 stacks. Then if you break the spear or M1 them, you lose another 2 stacks. So trying to down a survive or the obsession with your spear attacks by actually using your power, you can lose all 8 stacks in one chase with them. Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's insane. And it wasn't anywhere like because they did change the clause. It was supposed to be, or they changed the clause 2 times. It just didn't like, because Trickster loses a stack per knife throw.
Yep, because every knife is considered a special attack.
God, I really wish they would just go back.
Just damage state, it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's really all they have to do. The problem with that though is then plot twist and a couple other perks can make it so the survivors can kind of control it. Which I don't know how to feel about fully. I thought that was a funny interaction. That's what I thought it was.
I don't
like if you're the obsession, you brought plot twist and you're smart enough to realize what's happening, and you just take a damage state to get on the ground to make the killer lose, save the best for last stacks. I think that's fine. It's a cool interaction. I love that.
Yeah, it gives you something to fight back with, but also like you have to run plot twist, you have to be the obsession, and you have to down yourself in a location where the killer can't see you, assuming that he's not already farming stacks on another survivor anyway. Like the use case scenario for plot twist just, I think it's too niche to be considered an exception for save the best for last at this point in time.
Well, yeah, because they did a similar thing with Chucky and Any Means Necessary. Because back when manual scamper was a thing, you could use Any Means Necessary to stop him from scampering.
Oh,
interesting. They removed that interaction. They just made it so he can still scamper it.
That's interesting.
Like, why? That was such a niche thing. Why? Like, I know we have kind of a different dev team now, but it's so weird that we have all these little interactions that kind of got taken away.
I really do think that some of the changes are made because Behavior has a perfect vision for how they want the functionality of something to work, and what they don't know is how gamers are going to use it. Kind of like a weird segue, or not even a segue, but like a rabbit trail here. But I don't know if you've seen, Fortnite has added AI voices to their game with Darth Vader, and people are already getting it to say slurs. Like, they didn't consider that when they put it in there.
It's like when Nintendo added the map editor to Smash. It's like, what did you guys think people were gonna do?
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, yep. Oh, cool. That's another dick and balls. Like,
yeah, you give anyone a pencil, the first thing they're drawing is a fucking penis and balls. It's just how it works. It's human nature. It's just...
here's your first spray can. Go tag that wall. What are you gonna do, cock and balls, brother? Like all day. That's just what's gonna happen. It's that and recreating 9/11, but that's like the two things that gamers do.
I think the other thing with it is that Behavior is kind of falling into I compare this a lot to how Overwatch works. I feel like Behavior wants, when you like play like a Deathslinger, they, like you said, they have an ideal way of what they want you to do, but they don't expect people to not do that, right? Because like in the way it's been described to me in Overwatch is like, you play this character because they do this thing. You're not playing the character to like show what else they can do, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, and you're there to find things that were developer oversights. Like, I'm sure that Behavior never intended for Deathslinger to be able to play around a lot of pre-dropping of pallets, because I found out that there are some weird jungle gym tiles or trash gym tiles where if the pallet is flush with the wall to your left or right, you can actually just pull the survivor across the pallet and against the wall, and that pallet gym tile becomes completely invalidated because Deathslinger can play around it. Did Behavior design it that way, or did the counterplay for Deathslinger really Is it ever designed around that kind of mentality? No, it's not, but it's a cool feature. It's a cool thing for people to find, and I think that's what needs to be happen. Like, is it totally unfair? I mean, maybe a little bit, but it'll feel like complete bullshit to get pulled. You know, you're on Garden of Joy, and you're like, oh, good, I have this pallet gym. Oh, I still got hit because I slid off the pallet here. That's not supposed to happen.
I think Deathslinger also has a few like other problems. And going back a little bit to the 115 thing, I will say one of the dumbest reasonings I have heard for why he shouldn't be 115 is because of the leg brace. Listen, guys, I get it. It's lore implications, but it's fine.
It's not even in the original lore. That's the crazy thing. He doesn't even have the leg brace in the original lore. Like, at the end of his lore, he kicks the shit out of somebody so bad that he ends up limping off and then getting taken away to the entity's realm. Like, he only damages his leg and has the brace mentioned when he's actually being taken away by the entity. So as far as we know, he never has that leg brace. Unless there's something in the tomes, which unfortunately I haven't read through, that state, oh, he had a leg brace because he had, like, got shot in the hip or something when he was younger. But in the original lore, he doesn't even have the leg brace to begin with. The entity gave him a leg brace. I don't know.
Well, not even just that. On top of that, by that same logic, Xenomorph in runner mode should be 120 movement speed. Because they're on all fours.
Xenomorph in runner mode should be able to scale walls, as you see them do in the
Alright,
Aliens movie.
let's not push it. My favorite thing about that argument is when you bring up like what people would use that for. People are like, "Oh yeah, don't do that."
Yeah, no, that's a bad idea. Like, yeah,
it's like you guys hated Scamper and you hated, rightfully so, by the way. But you hated Scamper and you hate how Kaneki can just like go over pallets. How would you feel about another killer that could just do that?
Oh, cool. The pallet's been pre-dropped. Let me just Spider-Man myself across the wall over it real quick. This is Xenomorph. But I think also, as well, like with the leg brace too, you could argue that the leg brace helps him move faster. So
it's actually true.
What, is a leg brace going to disable him? No.
Technically speaking, yeah, because he has the brace on, he shouldn't be moving slow. You know, we just cracked like two of the reasons, right?
Just cross our arms, myth busted. Like, that's what it comes down to.
What the real reason is because the gun's heavy. That's the real reason.
I'm sorry for if I'm getting like a little over animated and stuff. I like talking about this stuff, and I don't really harbor any. I want to put it out there. Like, I don't harbor any ill will towards anyone who thinks differently. I just I feel very passionately about things and.
It's just poking fun. Like, most people I talk to are pretty respectful about the argument of why he should stay 110, and even the lore implications and stuff. It's just I just don't personally agree with it.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things. As long as you don't start your rebuttal with "Listen here, you stupid fucking asshole," like as long as you don't start it with that, I'm perfectly fine with anything you have.
Yeah. Rebuttal Reddit style. Oh God.
Rebuttal Reddit style. It's just, I mean, again, with how the game has evolved, because the thing with Deathslinger 2 as well, like I've mentioned a few times, he's not even that bad, right? His 1v1 is so good that it kind of makes up for how he doesn't have any map pressure. And this argument's been levied at another killer, who I'll bring up right now again for the 100th time, is Chucky. But the difference Chucky has is that there are situations where he does have map pressure because of pallet setups.
Yeah,
it's
or windows.
Yeah, it's just more conditional. But Deathslinger has nothing. If you spread out against a Deathslinger well enough, he can't really do much.
Another thing that Chucky has is, I mean, of course, the movement speed's been severely nerfed, but you can use your M2 for distance, and it has, 12-second cooldown now? It used to be 10.
Well, it's 12 seconds now. It's been 14, 10, and 12. It's 12 at the moment.
Okay, so we are at the 12. I'm glad I remember that correctly.
It was 18 on release. I forgot about that.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's a 12-second cooldown, and if you really need to, you can use the M2 for distance. Or and on top of that, when he activates his power, he becomes stealthy. Like, he has the ability to close that distance and actually sneak up on survivors. Deathslinger's like banging a gong with one hand, you know, like 32-meter terror radius guy coming your way. And because of that, like him being 110. Okay, so I've done math on this, or I think I did it in the 115 video, where it's like, okay, so in order for him to clear the 14 meters to get within range of using his power at maximum range, it would take him over 3 seconds to do so. So, and then on top of that, taking the shot and landing it takes another, you know, portion of time, making it that so that you have at least 4 seconds of safety before you're even in range of the Deathslinger. And even then, he's 18 meters out. So if you start pre-running him at the 18-meter distance, he then has to take another, whatever, like 18, and then you divide by 0.4 to get the time that he takes to catch up to you. There's a lot of math. There's a lot of math in there. But basically, point being that it would take him running at somebody who's already pre-running him from 18 meters away, like upwards of 45 seconds to catch up with, if I'm understanding that correctly.
Well, the other thing, because you brought up Chucky using his dash for distance as well, if Deathslinger misses, he misses. He doesn't move.
Yeah, hardly. You can strafe a little bit, but very, very little.
If Chucky, Billy, even Spirit, if any of these killers miss, quote unquote, they're closer to their target already.
Which is also...
So they can usually follow up again if they need to.
Yeah, and that's like where you add in recharge for Spirit and things like that. Like, oh, okay, I missed, that's cool, I can just catch up to you anyway. That's also why this is probably even a controversial take, but I think that Demogorgon, in most scenarios where you're not hitting pixel-perfect shots with Deathslinger, can be a stronger killer. Because you get stealth when you come out of a portal, you have cross-map travel if you've set it up properly, you have zoning, and if you miss an M2, oh, you're back up again, and you have your M2 ready again that can close distance on people. And can shred pallets instantly.
This is true. I do think Demogorgon's a little bit more telegraphed and easier to dodge than Deathslinger is, but yeah, on top of that, Demo can't, like, even though he can shred the pallet, he can't hit you over the pallet.
Yeah, and that's like where the strength of Deathslinger comes in for sure.
Yeah,
but I think like Demogorgon, like, oh, I've hit an M2 and I've broken this pallet, and they're running away. All right, I have M2 ready again immediately.
Yeah, and I know we've harped on a little bit about the 115, but are there any other changes you think he needs at all, or do you think that would like solve most of his problems?
I think 115 would be great, but if they change it to 24-meter terror radius again, or change his ADS speed in any way, then don't make him 115. Like, you just need to do one buff, because stacking multiple of those on top of each other makes him too oppressive. The other buff that I would like him to have would be just a slight add-on pass. Not because they're all useless. Some are useless, but more because the playstyles that you're allowed to have with Deathslinger can change with his add-ons, but you're not encouraged to do them when reload and miss shot speed and the chain break speed is already significantly more powerful than running you get mangled when you M1 a survivor. Like that that doesn't do anything. Let's just gonna be real here. So add-ons would be an add-on changes here and there would be nice, along with 115.
Do you another thing that gets brought up a lot is that the seconds, so obviously the first hit, the chain breaks, they get injured and deep wounded. Now, the reason why a lot of people like this is because, and the reason why some people are drawn to Deathslinger is because of a lot of the cool shots you can do. But the thing is, if the survivor's injured, a lot of those cool shots don't matter and don't do anything. Do you think there should, the second, like, if they're injured and the spear breaks, it should do something other than the deep wound? Or do you think that's enough of a reward for it?
Oh man, my brain went like, it should hinder them. That would be a bad idea. That'd be a really bad idea.
Well, it's
Like,
one way to make him 115.
yeah, like hinder 10% for like 2 seconds or something. I don't know. But I think that's a really bad idea. I think that's a terrible idea. Just it was just the first thing that popped into my head. But no, I think that the thing about him not being able to land multiple shots and down people, one, differentiates him from Huntress, but two, it also makes it so that you have to change up your game plan. Like, you can't just camp the exact same spot that you know that you caught a survivor on the previous time to get that first injury to just get a free injury again. Like, you have to adapt and be like, okay, now I need to change my angle, or I need to break this pallet now, or I need to try and mind game them to get that second hit properly. And so it keeps, I think, him requiring a second hit or actually getting the M1 for the down makes it so that he plays a lot more fluid, a lot more dynamic than he would if he was just Huntress, to put it, like, to make the easiest comparison there.
Yeah, and I feel like his obviously his limited range, which some would argue Huntress has too, but that's a different debate.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely also contributes to that, and some of the map design ways things can be pulled, and learning which ones to just give up on and just M1 and let the chain break on its own and things like that is definitely it helps lead to those situations. The one issue I do have with it is that I think it does make it so those cooler shots aren't encouraged as much. But that's like such a small thing, I feel.
Yeah, like, if I'm shooting you through the slats in the window on Shack on Swamp, and I'm getting the chain break there, you can actually get an M1 off of that if you're positioned correctly, but if I'm hitting you on that, I feel like I've won a moral victory. Like, I'm just cooler than you at that point.
At the end of the day, isn't that what Dead by Daylight's about?
Dead by Daylight's all about flexing egos, everyone. Alright, wrap it up.
We're done.
We've summarized the entire game. Aptly.
I think a lot of these changes are perfectly reasonable. I do think the argument could be made, though, obviously, is that Deathslinger doesn't really need it necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Again, because he's not bad. He's not even close to bad.
Oh,
most
he's
people
not Skull
put him
Merchant, right?
Yeah, we'll get into this later, but most people tend to put him like A tier-ish, B to A tier-ish. Like, he's doing okay still.
I think people really overestimate Deathslinger's strength in the 1v1 versus when anybody has any semblance of coordination in the 1v4. Like, oh, alright, well, I've got this long-range hit on somebody that's deep wounded. Oh, and here's a bodyguard, holding them in place for me from a distance. Which there is a way to play around it, but it's like, the specific scenarios, you're like, okay, well, now I have to get this person down, but then now that I have this person down, I have to also reload to threaten this person's ability, and...
Well, I think this comes down to a lot of, I don't want to say bias necessarily, but I think a lot of people really do overstate how good, when a killer has good 1v1, how good they actually are. Because, like, again, Chucky has fallen victim to this. I think Wesker falls victim to this a little bit. Huntress definitely falls victim to this, where the character is so good in the 1v1 that people just assume, oh, the character must be really, really good. When in reality, if the survivors are splitting up enough, like Legion,
yeah,
that it doesn't matter. Because it doesn't matter how fast you can get it down if you can't get across the map to get into another chase in like 10 seconds. Because by the time you get over there, the gens popped and it didn't matter at all.
Right. Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
Just like wasted so much time.
But, again, it's one of those things where I do think other killers definitely need some more help before Deathslinger gets anything, but I do think he should be on the docket for sure.
I think he's like bottom of B tier, but he can feel really frustrating when he doesn't work out and just feel like the worst killer in the game with no power. Like, when you don't have your shot ready, you're weaker than Trapper, because you're not even 115. That's like, if you're not hitting your shots with Deathslinger, of course you're not playing the killer correctly, but to put it into perspective, you're not even a 115 killer, and you can't get that M1 to secure. I would personally put him at the bottom of B tier, because I do think he is better than a lot of the M1 killers because of his ability to just invalidate so many pallet loops, and ability to injure from distances or unexpected angles. But you compare Deathslinger to the likes of even Huntress, who, okay, like Huntress, big rivalry there because range killer versus range killer, but Huntress's ability to be explosive compared to Deathslinger, like a practice Deathslinger against a practice Huntress, I think that Huntress can tend to be more powerful in general just because of her ability to dish out damage states so rapidly. And so she's higher on the tier list in my opinion there. But he's not like Onryo, and I think that Hag is a C tier killer. I know that that's controversial as well, but she's like, hey, walk into my spider web. So I was like, no thanks, I'm not going to do that. And then she becomes invalidated. So I think that Deathslinger has a bit more control than a lot of the M1 killers do, but oh boy, does he feel bad when you're not using him well.
Oh yeah, and then, you know, sometimes you'll go into those matches where like survivors are completely predicting every movement you're ever making before you even think about making it.
They're in my head.
Like, well, why would I play this killer? What are the benefits? Why am I doing this? But I think another thing with it that, again, because I do think you're right with the perception that he's stronger than he actually is, and I do think that's why some people are very hesitant to try and buff him. At least it's part of the reason. But again, I think given where the state of the game is and having killers like Kaneki and Blight and Nurse, I do think he could just use a little bit of love from the devs.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be that much. It was just like, okay, Deathslinger's 115 now, which I know is not a popular opinion. But Deathslinger's 115 now. Everyone will be like, alright, cool. He maybe goes up a few places in the tier list. It's not... I don't think it's world-ending for him to be slightly faster. But that's just my perspective. I know I'm biased. I mean, I'm...
Well, of course, you're sneaky Deathslinger main, of course.
I am a absolutely rancid Deathslinger main, plucked out of the worst suburbs of Chicago.
There's only like 3 of you left at this point, so it's fine.
Yeah. It's like, I know that there's a lot of Deathslinger players out there and a lot of Deathslinger mains, but I don't think very many of them are active anymore.
I know of 3 offhands.
I know, of course, Zapples. I know Alsachin Ribeiro. And I know myself. And that's, like, okay, the 3 that I know of.
And 4 then, because Ral is the other one I know. Ral is tired.
Not heard of this person before, but I should check them out.
They are on Twitter a lot. That might be why you haven't heard of them.
Ah, I see. I see. Makes sense.
But moving on a bit away from like changes to Deathslinger, I'm sure we'll get back into this, but what builds do you typically run on Deathslinger?
Well, the build that I have for my typical all-rounder build right now is actually the one that I have pulled up on my DVD client, which is coup de grace, gearhead, surge, rapid brutality. Deathslinger's slow, so you're likely to get a gen popped by the time you get your first or second hook, so you'll have coup de grace tokens and you'll be able to carry those into the rest of the game pretty easily. Gearhead I put in here because I like it as an information perk. I could swap it out for barbecue and chili, or friends till the end, or darkness revealed, God forbid. You know, any other like information perk, but I find that Gearhead is the most consistent for me. Surge, because he's just ridiculously good with Surge. He downs with an M1 every time, so no reason not to run it. And then Rapid Brutality to just make him 115 to help myself, to help me catch survivors in chases a lot more often, and also increase the speed that he moves at when he reloads, actually, is one of the like small changes there. So I'm actually able to maintain some of the distance while I'm reloading if I have Rapid Brutality active. So yeah, that's the build that I like running.
Fun fact, I actually run Rapid on Chucky a lot for that pretty much the same reason.
Yeah, might as well, right? Like if you get an M1 while you're still in stealth and then your power's on cooldown, you're like, okay, cool, I can catch up much easier.
Yeah, and Gearhead is definitely an interesting choice there. I mean, is it just mostly just so you have some information? Is pretty much what it is.
Pretty much, yeah. I've experimented with other information perks, but barbecue and chili I find kind of inconsistent because people like to hover around a Deathslinger a lot, and so you very rarely get aura reads off of it.
Mhm.
Uh, and Friends Till the End, it seems good on paper, and it is a great perk, but for Deathslinger, you reveal the aura of your obsession, and now they're exposed. And if they're across the map, they just know, okay, as soon as I hear the Deathslinger, I'm just going to pre-run for the duration of this exposed timer. And so you actually don't get any value off the information that you can grab for him, because you're already giving them warning of, I am making a beeline for your location. And so you don't really get a whole lot of value out of actually using the perk. So if I'm just using it for the aura read, why not just run Gearhead if I'm getting injuries around pallets consistently anyway?
That's true. Have you tried spies before?
I've tried spies, yeah, but the problem with Deathslinger is that whenever you fire a shot, you scare all the crows within 24 meters of you. So you actually don't get any value from spies if you fired a shot recently. So it's like, some people try whispers as well. I find whispers difficult to use because of the limitations of the perk. It can be good in triangulating positions or finding stealthing survivors, but I don't know. I like my gearhead.
Yeah, fair enough. And I mean, it's pretty consistent with Gearhead because again, like that first hit with the spear is definitely not that uncommon. You know.
Correct. And I run Cigar a lot on his build. I know I'm a heathen. But Cigar
Meta slave.
gives us gives that first damage state and lets me recover from a stun immediately, so I can start, well, not immediately, but pretty quick, and so I can start surveying the area while I'm chasing the person down that I have injured. So it's like a 2-for-1 special on Gearhead, I feel.
And I know I'm playing 2v8 in the background right now. Speaking of, I never mentioned that to the people on YouTube, but I am playing 2v8 in the background. What have you been playing 2v8 at all with Deathslinger?
I played like 2 games of it with Deathslinger, and the problems that he suffers from in the 1v4, he suffers even worse from in the 2v8. It's like, okay, cool, here's a whole group of survivors, let me just fire my projectile that can miss, and slowly pull somebody in for them to be body blocked and me not get any damage states on the person that I actually want to hit. Like, if you want to hit somebody consistently, just run Legion. Like, Legion's stronger than Deathslinger in the 2v8.
I made a video a very long time ago going over the problems 2v8 would have. This is before it was in the game. And one of my main points was that Deathslinger can never work in 2v8 because of how frustrating he would be to play against. I have been proven wrong. I have been proven so wrong. Well, the problem I had with Deathslinger even now is the fact that if the killer players really want to just focus that one dude, have Deathslinger pull him in, and they can't do anything when they get downed immediately. I mean, they're gonna lose, but that sure wasn't very fun for you, now was it?
Yeah, and I don't know, like, oh, okay, cool, you can have double reload base skit, and I don't remember if he has, again, I haven't played a whole lot of it in 2v8, but I can't remember if he has reduced stun duration either, but it's like, man, if he had reduced stun duration, I think he would be fine, like, make chewing tobacco base kit in 2v8, because then you could actually stun and then go for another shot and play a little bit more hit and run, which is not ideal, but it's at least something more than what he has now. Like, having Deathslinger, but he has double reload add-ons. It just doesn't... It's not strong enough or impactful enough compared to what they've done for Wesker. Wesker has 3 dashes, Deathslinger has double reload add-ons. there's a complete disparity in power here.
Have you seen what everything Nurse gets in this mode?
I have not, actually. No, what does she get?
Increases duration of blink attack lunge by 30%. Increase reach of 30% of the second blink. Increase duration of blink fatigue, or decrease duration of blink fatigue. Decreases fatigue of chain blinks. Increased movement speed during a chain blink. Increases the duration window of a chain blink. Decreases fatigue from missing an attack.
God forbid we make Deathslinger 115. That's just taking a dig again, but
The thing is too is like, so Ghostface is pretty bad in 2v8 as well. I know a lot of people have been saying this.
yeah,
Ghostface is at least really fun when like you're with a teammate because like you can coordinate the exposes.
yeah, exactly. And I played
And you can go ahead.
Sorry, I played a handful of Survivor side. I feel so bad for I get excited over things. So. But I've played a handful of Survivor side in 2v8 and made a video of it too. And I think every game I played was against Ghostface, and it was just, I don't know, it was fun. It was chaotic because you're like, oh shit, there he is. He's stealthing again. There goes the sneaky boy around the corner.
Well,
That was fun.
what I was doing with him was I was playing him on Ormond's because that one came up a lot. But I went to the main building and I just stayed on the top floor and just called out the survivors for my teammate as I exposed them.
Yeah, that'll work.
And then there was another match where they were playing Wraith and they were scouting for me to where I could expose people.
Oh, okay. That's actually really fascinating. Like, that coordination does make him feel really satisfying in that mode, especially because you have insta downs.
Yeah, I think Ghostface's problem is that he only works in comms. He plays a different game in 2v8.
Pretty much, yeah.
But Deathslinger, the most fun I have with Deathslinger in 2v8 is again when I'm actually playing with somebody and we're able to coordinate those double attacks. But then you lose.
Yeah.
Because you're not spreading pressure out.
You have to take the time to ADS. You have to take the time to hit the shot. You have to take the time to reel the person in and then be like, hey, get over here while I have this guy on the hook, and then you double tap. But then you've pulled time away from the rest of the map to focus on one survivor at a time. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like killers in 2v8 need to be a little more self-sustaining or actually bring something to the table outside of having to rely on somebody else.
Well, I don't mind the idea of support type characters in this mode. Like Legion and Ghostface have definitely fit that mold a lot. Because it's, and to a degree, Trapper. I would argue Trapper is also kind of like a support character. I like that idea.
That's true. That's true.
Because I like the idea of like characters that are like really not really good, but like only really work when you're actually calming. I don't know. Again, maybe this is my Rainbow Six background, but the satisfaction of like setting something up for your teammate by telling them what's going on is really satisfying to me.
Yeah, being able to coordinate strats and all.
Yeah, and like I don't think every killer should be that. Obviously, I'm fine with the self. That's why like the first iteration of 2v, I really liked Hillbilly. I know a lot of people hated him, but do you remember the first iteration of 2v8 Hillbilly?
No, very vaguely. You'll have to remind me though.
So his chainsaw didn't insta down.
Oh right, yes, I do remember this now.
Yeah, and when he would go by a survivor, I forget the range, but if he dashed past the survivor, they were exposed until his chainsaw dash ended. So what I would do again, this was with Wraith because he was the best one for this. I would just find like a group of survivors, chainsaw past them, and then just do a loop around the map while my teammate would down them all.
I mean, that works. Yeah.
But I haven't had a feeling like that since Ghostface has been added to this mode.
Yeah, where it feels like there's something that you can do with just silent general coordination because you both understand the ramifications of the power. And it's consistent, too. Like,
yeah.
Unlike Deathslinger. It's fine.
Plus, it's unique. Because the thing with like a lot of the killers in 2v8, it's like Wesker is essentially just Wesker with an extra dash in 2v8.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't really bring anything that special to, like, the game mode himself. He can throw survivors into his teammate, I guess. That's cool.
That is true, yeah. Here, catch this. Whee!
That's one of the funniest interactions is between him and Deathslinger, where you can reel someone in his Deathslinger, and then Wesker can bound them off of Deathslinger. Or the hostage taking they can do. Have you seen those videos?
No, I have not actually.
If someone's at the gate, Deathslinger can pull them in, and while they're in the animation, Wesker can throw them and then Deathslinger can reel them back in, and then Wesker can just throw them again, and you can just keep repeating this forever.
That's so goofy. I don't know why I hadn't thought of that.
It's so dumb. I love it.
If I ever play 2v8, I would definitely hope I get a Wesker teammate just for that interaction alone. That would be a lot of fun.
But, you know, talking about 2v8 a little bit, going into state of the game. So I've been saying for a little while that I feel the game has been in a state of limbo where the developers don't know where it's going, the community doesn't know where it's going, and I think we're finally getting over that hump because I think the quality of life changes we're getting at Springtrap coming, a lot of the other licenses coming. I think we're finally getting a general idea of where the game is trying to go and what it wants to be. Do you have a similar feeling to that, or do you think it's going in a bad direction?
No, I actually really do like where Dead by Daylight is. You know, biases of being like, I wish Deathslinger was a little bit better aside.
Hang on 1 second.
Yeah.
Bugs excluded. Okay, that should be obvious. That should be the obvious statement, but bugs excluded.
Yeah. I would say, well, if there's anything it would change about the state of the game, it would be the bugs. But let's say that the more game-breaking bugs were out of the game. Do I think that Dead by Daylight is a good game? Is it in a good state? And I'd say it's in a pretty decent state overall. I think that Dead by Daylight will always suffer from how the team that wins is the one that brings the stronger strategies and the stronger players. So if you have a coordinated Swift team that knows exact timings and has callouts and has the right builds for everything, then of course they're going to win. But then if the killer is extremely precise with their killer and they know when to take chases and their macro knowledge is immaculate, you can run over any group of solo queue survivors. And I don't think that's ever going to change with any like stat changes or anything along those lines. So looking at Dead by Daylight more as a general gaming experience, do I think that the state of the game is okay? I would say so, yeah. I think that there's a lot to learn from it, and I think that there's a lot of fun to be had and a lot of variety that can be brought about. It's unfortunate that the best strategy wins all the time, because I think that there's a lot more diversity that can be found in builds. You know, it sucks to be like, I'm going to play a funny Hex build today, and then you run 3 Dead Hards and Resilience and Lithe, and you're like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll just go fuck myself then.
But we're YouTubers. You know we play like 20 matches of the same build and only use it.
Yeah, just to make it work. Oh, dude, I was trying to record a video for this Hex build I was going to upload this week. But the first game that I loaded into, I was placed on like a 200 ping server with everyone else. Like, everyone was 200 plus ping. And I was like, well, okay, I can't hit anybody with Deathslinger. That's a wash. And then I played another game after that, and it was on Nostromo. And while it wasn't terribly bad, it was just the 1-2 combo of getting 200 ping to a Nostromo map where, sure, I can have a Hex build going, but if they don't interact with the Hexes, it doesn't do anything, and the map is gigantic, I can't really play the game. Oh, and also, what's this? It's a coordinated 4-stack? Like, I couldn't do anything in the game, and it was just a miserable commentary to go through. So it's yeah.
It's a sad reality on the YouTube side of things that because I hope people understand that, well, because I forgot who told me this, but let's say I make a thumbnail and like a title that's like, Unbound insanely OP on insert killer here, right?
Yeah.
That's for the algorithm.
Oh, definitely.
That's for the algorithm. The video is for the audience. And I think people misinterpret why we do that, because a lot of people will call it clickbait, which it kind of is, but it's also not, because if I just name it what it actually is, no one's going to watch it, unfortunately.
I found that to be a really common thread with a lot of my videos, actually, is that the ones that get the most views and the most traction are the ones where I've edited memes to have Deathslinger's face in them. Like, I have a drawing tablet, and I'll draw a beard and a hat on various like memes. There's one that I have, you know, the like
Ready
Joe Biden slamming the table and pointing. I edited that with Desslinger's face and then put his add-ons on. I put like prison chain and iridescent coin on the table, and then like gave him laser eyes. You know, like things like that. That's gonna get a click out of a thumbnail versus what I think my thumbnails lately have been really lazy to the point where YouTube's algorithm hates me so much that it didn't even put my last video into sub boxes. Like, it's that bad.
I definitely need to get better with thumbnails.
Yeah.
Really
Well,
do.
it takes practice, you know, and understanding what you want to do for a theme. But I agree, it is a sad reality where people think like, oh, this is just clickbait. This is just like sensationalism in a picture. But if you don't do
It has
that,
to be.
you see what happens.
It has to be. And again, it's like we don't got to go into specifics on this, but it's not like we make that much money. It's just like I would like more people to see my videos at least.
Yeah, it would be nice to feel validated for the time that you've put in. It's like, oh, cool, I was getting this many views. Oh no, we don't have this. That's a 10 out of 10. Oh no, like that's
I don't
not
even
good.
check. I don't even check that anymore. I'm just like, you know what? It is what it is.
I go in and I upload a new video and I like go to my dashboard like, oh no.
I took YouTube Studio off my phone because I would religiously look at it.
Yeah,
I was just like, nah.
I did the same thing. I used to look at it to look through comments and stuff, but I guess this is like my perspective on things. But whenever I bring up an opinion or a change or something that I want to have, people take it a little too seriously, and I have very thin skin, unfortunately. For as passionate and opinionated as I can be, I can also have like very paper thin skin. Like if someone just starts insulting me, I'm like, man, I don't want to be here anymore. And so I've just stopped looking at comments recently on YouTube because with the video for the tier list that I made, where I was like, here's my opinion on every killer.
Oh god, a tier list video? No.
I know. I made it because I wanted people to, like, I wanted to have a reference for people to be like, hey, what do you think of this kill? I'd be like, hey, you should check out this section of the tier list. Or the one about 115 Deathslinger, or the one about, like why I don't like playing Survivor as much. You know, things like that. Easily my most disliked videos. Easily the nastiest comment sections I have ever been through, and I'm just not interested in feeding myself that kind of toxicity in hopes that things get better in some ways. Like, you might have a great job at a retail store, but it takes like 3 bad customers at a retail job for you to be like, this job fucking sucks. I hate it here.
I manage an auto parts store. Trust me, I know.
No shit. I actually work I had been working in the parts department for an auto dealership as well until recently. I'm moving to a different location, but yeah.
Yeah, people think like people get mad at like a grocery store. No.
Oh, dude.
Tell them their brake pads aren't coming for another day. You will hear some of the worst things you've ever heard.
I have like a work story where because the shop that I worked at before got bought up by a different auto group, some orders were canceled because our dealer or our supplier saw, oh, that's the old dealer code. Okay, this dealer code is terminated. All of your orders are canceled. So we had this like instrument cluster or something that was on back order, and it was like, okay, it's going to be here next week. We have a shipper number and everything. Then the change happens and the order gets canceled, and that customer was livid just because of the auto industry like not working in their favor. And it's like it's completely out of my control in that scenario. Like I couldn't have prepared you for this.
Just today I had a dude call me up and be like, hey, I had a power steering pump, it was defective when I bought it. I got it warrantied out. I was like, okay, all right, cool, go on. I got the other one. It's been 3 months and it's already leaking. In my mind, I'm like, okay, well, this dude clearly messed something up with it, but okay, I'll play nice. I'll give him his warranty. And he was like, do you guys have one? I was like, well, no, it's Saturday afternoon. I can't get one till Monday.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh my God, this guy went off on me. He was like, this is completely unacceptable. I'm gonna say it in a nicer way. He said, this is completely unacceptable. You guys clearly don't know how to do your job. He wanted me to drive 5 hours to go pick it up myself.
Yeah. There's entitled.
Yeah,
Entitlement.
and then he was like, "Well, I'm no longer shopping with you guys. You just lost a customer."
I'm like, okay,
Okay.
cool. I didn't want to talk with pricks like you anyway. Like, who cares?
I don't know. It's moments like that where it's sitting with YouTube comments. It's moments like that where it's like, man, do I suck at this?
Yeah. Damn, man. Do I really? Huh. I didn't
my
think it was
my
that bad,
worst, my most disliked video of all time, and the one I got probably the most hate for was my Unbreakable should be base kit video.
but... Ooh.
Oh my god.
Ooh, that's a spicy opinion.
Oh my god. Granted, I was like half asleep when I made that video, and it wasn't an excuse. And I leave it on the channel just as like a reminder to not do that again. But it was bad.
Oh, wow.
I think the dislike ratio is like 90%.
Oh, wow.
Oh man, people didn't like that one.
I mean, I like the idea to some extent, but yeah, no, I can see where it fall apart pretty quickly if you think about it.
My idea for it was basically like when you're on the ground, once you hit the like find help thing, a 90-second timer starts, and then you can get yourself up. That's been my idea with it.
Okay.
That way it takes 2 minutes, and it's not affected by anything.
I can roll with it. Yeah, because then if it's like you're on the ground and slogged and... Well, okay, I think the conundrum that people might have with that is that if somebody gets slugged, instead of staying where they are on a pallet or anything like that, they could have that 90... They could just crawl to a corner where you can't find them, get healed up while their teammates are on hook, and then run and unhook them. And you have no idea where they had been previously, and you just lose all the pressure that way. Like, that could be the counter-argument for it, right?
Yeah, but they can only do it one time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as you could with Unbreakable. What happens if you bring regular Unbreakable on top of that, though?
Well, that wouldn't affect it, because it's a different meter from
time.
recovery speed.
Now we have to wonder if Behavior would code that correctly, but, you know, well, that's another thought for another day.
It's again, it's just one of those things where it's like, was it a bad one, and did people have arguments? Yeah, for sure, but like, I don't think it was worth death threats. You know?
Oh, yeah, no, definitely not. I think it's an interesting one to play around because it is a controversial take, but I don't think it's a bad one necessarily.
I've heard worse takes. I've heard way worse takes.
Oh, yeah.
But again, it's just something along those lines where I just, after that video, I kind of slowed down the discussion topics because of it. It made me not want to ever give my opinions that much.
You want to know what stopped the Prestige 3 videos? Was a comment. Like,
It was
there was this comment who was like, nobody wants to watch a fucking video where you do 10 games of a killer and then call it a day. I'm like, okay, all right, my bad. I'll just do something else then.
What do they want you to do? Only play like 2 games then? Like, what the fuck?
Well, I think the thing that I was doing for Prestige 3 was to play the killer exclusively until I got them Prestige 3. And so I'd have like 20 to 30 games on every killer leading up to that moment. Well, then as I got whittled down the roster and got down to the killers that I knew that I didn't like as much, like Knight, for example, I'd only played like 10 games maybe of Knight at the most, and I hated playing Knight. Oh, I hated it. And I still do. I still don't like Knight. Because of that, like, the stats that I had, just, there weren't very many games on it. But, I don't know. I think that having the idea being, I'm going to play this killer exclusively to Prestige 3, versus the actual execution gradually becoming, I haven't played very much with this killer because I just am not interested in them, was a source of frustration. And at that point, it's like, yeah, okay, I can't really sustain the original design of what these videos were. So the Knight was the last one that I did, and I don't know how long ago that was.
I mean, I think the idea of, because you know, the best YouTube videos are like stories, and you know, something like that it's like a story in and of itself, like gradually getting better with the killer and learning the ins and outs and things like that. It's just, I don't know, people are just mean, man.
Yeah, especially on the internet. Like, there's a level of anonymity that the internet provides where nobody's afraid to get punched in the face.
I studied sociology for 4 years, and that is the best way I've ever heard that worded.
It's true
Because
though.
there's a word for it's car it's impenetrable car safety was a term my sociology professor would use all the time.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because it's very similar to how people act on the internet. Because you're in a who's going to stop you, right? No one's going to run into you because then they crash their car themselves. Why would they?
Yeah,
It's
what are they
just
gonna do? Break your windows? You have an impenetrable car.
impenetrable. Yeah, they can't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely can't. Ram into you at 50 miles an hour and cause pain to both of you because they don't care now because they're mad. But it's just a simple thing. It's just hearing it worded that way is funny.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, you think of some of the things that some people say to other, well, any like micro celebrity in any case. Like, if someone said some of the things that they said to me on the street, like, or in the comments that they said to me on the street, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. Like, I would just tell them to fuck off, face to face. But no, because they're on the internet and they have this safety net, essentially. Like, I'm not going to be able to reach my hand through my monitor and slap you for saying dumb shit or for being rude. It's just not going to happen, and so you have that level of safety, as you do on the internet, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I do always wonder if being smaller makes it worse or better.
I think it makes it worse, uh, because you have your vocal minority is sometimes the only thing that you have.
Mm-hmm.
When you're a larger content creator, like let's just take the biggest one out there, Otstarva, as like an example. I'm sure he gets tons of hate comments, but his chat and community and the wider community generally seem to love him to the point where he's built such a platform and built such a position where negative comments are, swept so far under the rug that you don't even see him anymore. But with a smaller content creator, you have people who are of all sorts that are commenting, and you haven't built that kind of community, you haven't built that kind of platform, and so you're more exposed to that hate because the percentage of that vocal minority is much larger because not as much of the the vocal majority is positive as well, relatively speaking.
Yeah, of course, and like it's like a safety net. It's just you don't really have that, and I think as I've grown, and I'm sure you've seen it too. It's definitely gotten better to a degree,
It has, yeah. And
at least for me.
at a certain point for smaller content creators as well, you just have to be like, I'm just having fun. Like, I'm not gonna even bother nowadays. I'm gonna, for me, I'm gonna play Deathslinger. If you want to be here for that, cool. That's what I'm doing.
I mean, I'm a Chucky man. I used to get at least 3 or 4 death threats a day.
Oh my lord, yeah. Jeez, dude.
Yeah, people did not like Chucky. People still don't, but like it was way worse.
It's like playing darts left-handed. Everyone just thinks you're weird because you're left-handed. Is that worth sending death threats over? I don't know. People are weird. People are very like I think it's good to be opinionated. I think it's good to have an ego, but I think that there's also a level of tempering of that ego and confidence, really, that people don't know how to express healthily, and they just think this is upsetting me. End your life. Like I'm saying that like in trying to not say things that would get us banned on Twitch, but uh, like to give an example of what those comments can look like.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of those things too where it's just like I don't know how you're supposed to take it sometimes. It's just like I've gotten to a point where I just ban people from my YouTube now. I wasn't like that before.
I think you have to really. You have to sometimes like cut it out at the root in that way.
Yeah, because otherwise you're just dwelling in the misery at some point. It's just like,
No
I
fun.
don't have time for this. I got a job. I pay my bills. I'm good.
I got other things to spend my time on, and experiences that just are not worth me trying to reply to comments or even really wallowing in them, I guess. So.
I don't know. It does suck too because some people do give like good comments, and I like the discussion. But
Yeah.
one bad, that's all it takes.
Do
And
you
mhm.
do you find that the level of death threats that you received on playing Chucky was relative to when he was more powerful, like his power level overall?
uh, I don't want to say no, but at the same time, because the thing is, you can ask other Chucky players, Ghost Anonymous, Smithsonian. We've actually gotten a lot more respect over the past couple months.
Oh yeah, because they're like, oh, he's been gutted. Well, mad respect for you playing him now.
Yeah. Well, no. Even like since his buffs, since then too, we've gotten a lot more respect since then. The death threats have kind of calmed down a little bit because he's definitely not nearly as like annoying to play against as he was. But I don't want to say it was necessarily tied to strength either because it never really went down even after some of the nerf buffs he got. It's
Huh.
because even
Oh,
with like Kaneki, I think Kaneki's a good example of this too because Kaneki's not nearly as strong as he was on release, but people still I hear Kaneki players say they still get like a lot of hate for playing him.
I wonder if that's just a recency bias thing at that point then. Like, people are like, oh, that's the new shiny toy. I hate playing against it. I wish it were dead.
It could definitely be that. I don't think it's the only factor because I mean twins gets the same treatment as well. They're
Oh,
just you
yeah.
don't see twins very often. So that's the difference.
Twins
I
also has to play into a slugging playstyle, which nobody enjoys, but that's
because
just how it
like
is.
being the Chucky guy on YouTube, which will change soon. By the time you see this video, it actually probably will have changed. But being the Chucky guy on YouTube, because I was curious, because Chucky had a really high pick rate. He was like 5% pick rate, which is really high in this game.
Yeah.
I was curious why there's not that many YouTubers that play Chucky. And I've asked a few, and the response was always the same: the hate.
Hmm.
That's the only thing. That's what stopped so many people was the hate. It was
That
just that bad for a
sucks.
while. It's died down, but yeah, it's definitely the case.
Huh.
And yeah, uh, and I mean that comes back a little bit to the state of the game too, with like how some of the more recent killers have definitely been very frustrating for the community for a lot of reasons.
Oh,
Uh,
man.
whether whether it be just because they're outright like really strong like Kaneki or just like kind of power creeping other killers,
I think
which
to
is
Houndmaster, even. You don't see Houndmaster very often, if at all, but the couple of times that I have played her, she feels so unbelievably oppressive.
oh she's so good now. I wouldn't even necessarily say oppressive, but I can understand why people think that. I do think her cooldown buff to compensate for the bugs needs to be reverted, but otherwise, I think because again, she has everything a killer needs. She has map mobility and a chase tool.
Yeah.
That's the two things a killer needs, and she
And
has both very easily available.
she has a magic missile dog. She can
Yeah,
redirect.
a pocket Chucky.
Oh, there you go. It's no longer Snug, it's Pocket Chucky.
Well, because I mean, the last few killers we've gotten, I mean, Dracula, uh, Houndmaster, Kaneki, even like Vecna to a degree, and Chucky and Xenomorph. The only real outlier has been like Unknown, but even then, you could argue that Unknown's been very strong as well. They've all been pretty decent. None of them have been like flops as far as strength goes.
Unknown's map presence is pretty stellar. The projectile has fun ramifications, but really I do think a lot of people say that Unknown's power comes from the teleportation.
Oh, for sure. I mean, map presence is a massive thing for killer strength. His snowball potential is also insane.
Yeah. You tag a couple people with the weaken status, teleport, knock one down, tag another, and injure them, and then suddenly the door has swung wide open for the Unknown to close the game out.
Yeah, and again, same with Kaneki. Like Kaneki, just his map presence is insane, and he has a lot more control over it than Unknown does. He's just a little bit slower with it.
Yeah, exactly what it is. Yeah.
And same with Houndmaster. It's part of why I think Freddy is as strong as, or not as strong, but it's why I think Freddy's numbers are inflated. I don't think it's a slowdown. I think because he can teleport across the map.
I think people also generally don't know that you get revealed while healing if you're asleep. As soon as people start using alarm clocks more frequently, Freddy becomes a lot less powerful, but for the time being, it's the new thing. It's not clearly communicated to the survivors that he's nearby if you're healing while asleep. There's that too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and again, it's just like because that's another one is the Freddy rework, right?
Yeah.
That made him like decent or a lot more, a lot better than he was. But it's kind of like power crept some of the older killers. I mean, Pig is still in the state she is. Myers got some of his buffs, but he's still Myers. God, don't get me started on Trapper.
Yeah.
Like, as friend of the channel, Pally puts it, how is Trapper and Nurse in the same video game?
Right. Nurse, I can teleport through walls. Trapper, I place down traps. I can only carry 2 at a time. They stun me, and they have a very forgiving hitbox that survivors can walk around.
They stun me.
Yeah.
They stun. I'm the master of traps. They are my worst enemy. And you know, there's also the argument I mentioned it earlier of like mobility creep is kind of becoming a problem in this game as well. But I hate to tell people this, and every time I bring it up, people call me dumb. But mobility creep is a problem in every video game. It's not just Dead by Daylight.
Oh, very much so. I mean, even if we look at League, right? Like, League is a great example of mobility creep hitting a game.
Well, because it's like what, like, who's the League developer who does like the daily videos where like they talk about game design on stream?
I don't know, actually. I haven't played League in a number of months, and I've never really kept up with their dev streams. I just look at patch notes occasionally.
It's not a dev stream. It's literally a dev on stream. It's not like an official thing. He just streams and answers questions from the
community. It's not August,
like,
is it?
It might be August. Wait, who made Jinx? Was it certainly T?
I mean, I know that T is a controversial.
Darius is perfectly fine.
Yeah, and so is Yasuo and Aphelios. So, I mean, like perfectly normal designs by certainly T.
I forget the developer who did it, but he was talking about mobility and like why they make so many characters that have mobility, and what he basically said is it's because they resonate with a lot of people because of the flashy plays they can make, the options it gives you, the choices you can do with it, and that's similar in like every video game ever made. That's why mobility is so popular.
I'm a fan of that perspective. Yeah.
It's always going to be the case. And in a game like Dead by Daylight, where it's basically a time management game, mobility saves you time. So it also becomes a really powerful thing in this game because of that. And it's just, I don't know what the solution would be, because we can't just nerf all the dash killers. I mean, we could, but I don't think that solves anything.
I think the solution would be to try and design a power that's a little bit more around not just let's mobility and they damage at the end of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, we got that with Kaneki.
Oh yeah, sorry, we're talking over each other. That was my brain was buffering my point.
No, sorry, you're good. Yeah, I was gonna say we got that with Kaneki though.
Yeah,
the hit's free. The injure's free, but he has to down you with an M1.
But then people still argue that he has, you know, the dash mobility, right? Like, I think with a lot of the killers that you've had recently, you have Chucky, who dashes and damages you for a damage state. You have Xenomorph, who moves around quickly on the tunnels and then hits you with the M2 for a damage state. You have Unknown, who teleports and then globules you. But even then, like, in that, you still have a lot of different ideologies. It just happens that they have mobility on top of that, right? But Kaneki has the dash, and then the tag, and then the dash, and then cancel and M1. I don't know.
Yeah. It's just a weird, like, because again, like, even if they nerf Kaneki into the ground somehow, it wouldn't matter, because it's the same thing with Blight and Billy, right? even if they nerf Billy into the ground, he can still get across the map so fast, it doesn't matter. Even
Right.
when he had the overheat mechanic, he still wasn't terrible.
It was better than
Just for
Trapper.
that, yeah, he was good just for that fact alone. Just because he could get around the map super fast. And that's just always going to be powerful in this game, and there's no getting around it. There's no nerfs they can do to get rid of that, or buffs they can make to other killers to make them better than that.
The one Dracula as well. He's one that I always forget about.
Yeah, because of the bat form.
And wolf form, because you have the double dash.
And wolf form. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, again, map mobility will always be powerful in this game. When Freddy, before his rework, that was like the one saving grace he had.
Was the hinder, yeah. Or the teleport to
Yeah, the teleport to
generators.
gens. Yeah, and the problem with it was he couldn't do it on, finished gens, but still, like, he still could get around the map super fast after a hook.
Yeah.
And it let him keep his pressure up and save on time. It was just good for that reason alone. And it's just, I don't know what the solution is, because even in League, they didn't really give up on it. They just found ways to mitigate it a bit by giving characters ways to stop it. But that doesn't fix the problem as a whole. It just fixes it in those situations. Because they made a whole character designed around countering dashes, and she really doesn't even do that.
Yeah. Vex. Oh, you get
Yeah.
bonus damage or charge your passive better against dash characters.
Ooh.
Ooh, scary. Meanwhile, Mbessa, like, just... My god.
It's like,
That character's
she dashes
ridiculous.
after every ability, right? I don't
Yeah.
really...
Like Riven, but less CC, but more dashes and on steroids.
And Callista, the character that had... Callista is, I've compared Skull Merchant to a lot of characters in League, and I've never really realized her closest parallel is actually Callista.
Yeah. Nerfed because of the like, implications of her kit.
Yeah, I never really thought... Yeah, nerfed into the ground because of the... She was never allowed to be good.
Crazy
Yeah.
what they've done to both of those characters in both games.
Yeah, I used to compare her to Yorick, but the more I think about it, yeah, it's more like Callista.
It's a great comparison. I know that a lot of my viewers are League players or former League players, so they'll understand that comparison too.
Yeah, and it's just like in Rainbow Six with Jaeger, except it's unsuccessful.
And he's still picked. Like, he's still picked anyway. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing with the Jaeger changes to me was always like, we're gonna nerf him. Oh, so people still are gonna bring him. They're just gonna hate playing him. Okay.
Yes. Jaeger got his gun recoil increased, 5 bullets taken out of the mag, set down to a 2-2 speed.
Yeah, 2-2, yeah.
And yeah.
It made it so the ADS only works on one projectile, but it didn't matter.
But it refreshes, regularly enough for it to be like, okay, cool. Like
Rainbow Six Siege had this problem I call reverse power creep.
Okay.
Because the characters in the game that were really good were all the base characters.
Oh yeah, because Sledge was a 2-speed, and then they took away his SMG-11 and then broke his kneecaps.
Mm-hmm. And
Which is 2-speed again now.
Yeah.
But
and then they tried to power creep him with Ram, and it didn't work.
yeah, yeah, because he's still more precise than Ram is.
Yeah. Oh,
we're way off the beaten path here. we've gone down the rabbit hole, but it's been great. It's been a good time.
For state of the game though, like for Dead by Daylight, I think that's the thing that is looking at these other games and where they've gone direction wise with this, because Dead by Daylight's also an interesting game and how it's set up, because I've mentioned this before with like when Circle of Healing was meta, Plague's pick rate didn't go up.
Oh, interesting. Huh.
Which is weird to me, because if this was any other video game, if something like that happened, the character that counters it, their pick rate would have gone up.
Huh. So, Dead by Daylight players just aren't good at adapting.
I don't want to say they're not good at adapting. They just kind of play what they want to play. Which is a fine thing. It's just like, because Dead by Daylight is in this weird state where it's not a competitive game, but it is a competitive game. because in League or Rainbow Six Siege, if something becomes meta, people figure out the counter meta and run the counter meta.
Yeah.
And then that's the meta for the next 6 months until something gets changed.
Shields are powerful, you're going to see more trap operators. That's simple as.
Yeah, but in Dead by Daylight, whenever something like made for this becomes meta, no one plays Clown more. They just stick to the same killers they were and just complain about MFT the whole time. Justifiably so. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but it's just odd that like the killer pick rates don't fluctuate based on the state of the game.
Poor Deathslinger as well during the whole MFT thing with Kaneki's release. You're like, oh great, now everyone's moving faster during Deep Wound and it's harder to hit them. But
I feel so bad for Deathslinger because he keeps getting hurt so much from other stuff that's not even him.
He always feels like, well, this is a bit of like personal like victimization or whatever, but he does always feel like he gets collateral damage from things that are nerfed on the high level, because he's just like, okay, please let me run Save the Best for Last. Actually, Save the Best for Last is like really good on a lot of killers, so we're gonna nerf it and then make it even worse for Deathslinger specifically. It's like, man,
because of
all right. Whatever.
Oh, we're gonna nerf Made for this, so it only works for Deep Wound. Oh, that's cool. Here's this new character who gets moderately annoyed by Deep Wound, or Made for this, so everyone's running it now. Oh, also we're gonna nerf the min time. Oh, okay. Also, Deathslinger's original design of being able to like go around the map with his chain hook, we gave that to Kaneki. Oh. It's my favorite tidbit about it. It's just
you could easily make like a YouTube short out of that. I think that'd be pretty good content.
I need to be better about shorts.
They're
Speaking of though, going back to Deathslinger a little bit, we did mention his strength earlier and how I feel he's a very hard killer for people to like pin down. Not in the same way Dredge is. Dear God, don't get me started on that. But but not in the same way Dredge is. But like I feel Deathslinger is a killer that is polarizing for people to often put in a tier list because of the fact that his 1v1 is so good, but his 1v4 sucks. And I mean, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think he is pretty hard for people to quantify, because when he locks down a 1v1 and a survivor doesn't play around him properly, or the Deathslinger player knows how to bend the fabric of space and time to catch somebody on the back of a wall that they didn't even know had 3 pixels of a hole to shoot through, then yeah, like he can feel pretty powerful, because he gets hits in locations where he's usually not supposed to. I have hit survivors on the back of rocks that I can't even see, because he can just do that, because hitboxes are funny. And so I think that in those scenarios where you're considering the best of the best Deathslinger players who know how to predict shots perfectly and know every shape and nook and cranny of every map, then yeah, he can seem really powerful because of how oppressive he feels and how much he denies. But I think that in a kind of general sense, or in a sense of when you're comparing him to the speed at which he can actually operate around things, I don't think he's as high in B tier or even as close to A tier as a lot of people think, just because he has very simple counterplay that he can't do anything about.
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, again, he suffers from the problem a lot of 110 killers do of, oh, random rock? Okay, you're my friend now.
Yeah, or I hear the Deathslinger's terror rate is, let me sprint in the opposite direction immediately. Oh, and now you're perpetually out of range for the next half a minute. Like, pre-running, as annoying of a strategy as it is the most effective strategy against Deathslinger. Because if he's not in range, he can't catch you. And if he is in range and he's at long range, he can be pretty easy to dodge if he's not trying to predict your movement. And pre-dropping works against him at range, and all sorts of different stuff makes it so that there are a lot of things in the base game that he can't really deal with if the survivor has enough premonition to actually execute on those counter strategies.
Do you, You mentioned it a little bit earlier, but where would you place him in the tier list?
I really do think he's bottom B tier. Again,
Bottom
because
of B?
yeah, because you think of a lot of the other killers that typically inhabit the B tier. You have like Vecna, Pinhead, usually maybe even Huntress. As some people are being a little bit doomer on that. Um, and a lot of the killers that you usually see sitting in the B tier list have the advantage of being able to ignore pallets or have greater range or mobility. So Vecna, for example, has Fly, which is kind of a limited range ability, but movement ability, but he still has movement ability, and he still has the skeletons in the Mage Hand with which to interact with pallets. You look at Nemesis. Nemesis can clear pallets once he's tiered up. You look at Huntress, who can hit people over pallets and invalidate them, or hit people at range if she's predicting shots well enough. And if she misses, she still has 6 more hatchets to go that she can pretty much instantly reload. Well, three seconds to get 7 shots out of her locker if your locker placements aren't bad. And I just don't think that Deathslinger has that level of consistency, and because he's so damned punishing to miss with, and he doesn't have an ability to work around windows or pallets quite as well, and doesn't have that form of denial, so to speak, or presence, I don't think he's really that high up in B tier and could be grasped by the pit of C tier if something pulls him in by the ankle.
Mm-hmm. And I can, who, okay, and also you did mention Huntress there, because I did want to bring this question up.
Mm-hmm.
Who's stronger, Deathslinger or Huntress, in your opinion?
I think Huntress, and it's just because she's more consistent.
Okay.
If you have hatchets with Huntress, if you're at close range, you M2 and then M1 and someone's down immediately. For Deathslinger, you have to M1, wipe your gun. M2, M1, knock him down. And you're just a lot slower than Huntress is. The only time that I feel that Deathslinger is stronger than Huntress is at Shack, or at like tight loops where you can shoot through the window and catch somebody on an off angle, or catch them in unexpected locations, or shoot through different parts of geometry across the map. But when you're going band for band, trying to figure out who is the more consistent killer for general all skill levels, I think that Huntress takes it just because of her ability to wrap up the game a lot quicker than Deathslinger can.
No, I can definitely see it. I feel Huntress gets punished way less if she does miss.
Yeah, oh, I whiffed. Okay, cool, I have another hatchet. I have 6 more. Ready. It's really not that bad. My Huntress games are horrendous because I play her like Deathslinger, and that's not how you're supposed to play her, but like, I think my skill level on Deathslinger would put her at higher tiers than my skill levels on Huntress, but I think that a Huntress on an equivalent skill level with my Deathslinger would sweep the competition much better than I would with Deathslinger.
Yeah, and again, like, it's a debate that the community's had for, God, it's been years now, hasn't it?
Oh, probably, yeah, like the last 5 years. I'm sure ever since Deathslinger came out, even.
Yeah,
Like, oh, new range killer.
It got brought up recently, and some of the people were just extremely, extremely confused on how anyone could think, one way or the other, right?
Of course,
and it's
yeah.
just like I feel like they're close enough where like the argument can be made for either or. It's not like super definitive reasoning.
When you pick apart specific scenarios and point them out to each other and be like, well, but Deathslinger can hit over this rock, Huntress couldn't hit over that. It's like, yeah, but that's one specific scenario. If you're talking general consistency, I think Huntress has it. And she's a lot easier to learn, too, I think. But
yeah, and another thing that's really funny about this is what you said, that Deathslinger was really hurt by pre-dropping pallets at range, pre-running, and pretty much everything you said he has a problem with. I'm like, wow, Chucky has the same problems.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's just, I don't know. It's just really funny to me because often one of the bigger comparison points, people often bring up Chucky to spirits, And I'm like, no, his biggest, like, his easiest contender is Deathslinger, I feel.
Hitting at ranges, 110 killer. You get countered by anybody pre-running. I do think that Chucky has the benefit of greater mobility than Slinger has, but I would... And he doesn't have to reload, he just has to wait for the power to come back, but I can definitely see the similarities there.
Yeah, but would you rather wait to reload for like 2 seconds, or would you rather or would you rather wait 12 seconds before you could shoot again?
I mean, even then, if I'm landing in M2 where I'm closing the distance, I think that having the M1, because I've closed that distance so readily, is a lot more favorable in at least pressure scenarios than, oh, I've missed a shot, and then I have to reload, and they can just make more distance off of it, instead of being like, I can just close the gap again, or really quickly change my focus here. Because when you don't have the power available for Chucky, I guess like you are just a 110 killer, but you have the third person, you have the height advantage or disadvantage. I guess it'd be considered an advantage, like you're harder to see. And then you also have the M1 immediately after you've already cleared all that distance. Deathslinger has to clear that distance first, and then land the shot, and then get the M1, and then reload. Like, there's a lot more steps, I feel. But I can see the argument going the other way, too, though. Where you're like, okay, I have to wait 12 seconds until I can close this distance again.
Do you... I know you brought up a little bit, too. Do you think people do oversell the 1v1 a bit too much when they do make tier lists and such?
I think that when people make tier lists, they tend to think of the killer in all of their best capabilities, and not so much in what their detriments or counterplays are. So, for example, I think that, odds rates Hag a little bit too highly. I know it's a very specific thing, and I'm not, like, trying to drag him down on this, but I do think that the Hag, he rates her like A tier or high B tier, and I think that she's more comparable to the Onryo, where if you're in a zone that is affected by her power, she feels really strong. But at the end of the day, she is an M1 killer if you're in a zone or interacting with her power in a way that she can't counter. And so, but now, if someone walks into the spiderweb as Hag, yeah, she can feel like an A-tier killer because nobody can do anything when you're in her nest of traps. But that's also considering the best of the killer. Now let's consider what's the weaknesses of the killer. Ooh, okay, well she now falls way down the tier list. Same with Deathslinger. They were like, okay, in the 1v1, incredible, can get really fast downs, can invalidate a lot of pallets, really satisfying to play. But the weaknesses and the counterplay for Deathslinger just... There's so many drawbacks inherently to his gameplay that I think that people just don't consider the drawbacks as much as they do, as they should.
Yeah, and I think, again, part of that is just, like, I do think people do oversell the 1v1s way too much, personally.
Mm-hmm. Which is his strength.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. It's just one of those things where I feel like it's way too overstated how good some 1v1s can be. And I don't know. Because it's just like, how do you really determine strength if a killer can't keep up in the match, but is still somehow able to, like, beat everybody at any loop they want to, basically?
Right.
Like, how do you even quantify that on, like, a tier list properly in comparison with everybody else?
A lot of experience, I guess. I don't know.
And that's not even bringing into the equation of, like, perk synergies, because that's something else Deathslinger has really over a lot of killers. Because he's technically an M1 killer.
Yeah.
Now, for someone, I know he's an M2, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, like, he has to down with M1, he gets benefited from having M1 hits. I try to go for M1s more often than stuns, even though the timer on a M1 recovery and a stun are virtually identical. But the difference being that when you get stunned, your camera gets shifted down while you're in that stun recovery, and so it's harder to keep track of a survivor after you break the chain if you don't know they're playing in that loop.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just like, again, that's why like rating strength in general is hard, but for a killer like Deathslinger, it's even harder.
Yeah. I can see arguments being made like, okay, well, if you didn't miss your shots so much, I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know I'm bad sometimes. Well, I'm not like always the greatest player, but
Yeah, if you just never miss,
yeah,
like,
just
come on.
listen. You've never missed a slice and dice in your life, right? Like that's
Nope, never. It's never
never.
happened once.
I don't
Nope.
know. That's how I feel about power level. I think bottom of B tier, so he's not terrible and he has good potential, but um, the simplicity of the counterplay versus the impact that it has on the killer makes him feel so sluggish sometimes when you compare him to other killers that can be placed in a similar middling tier.
Hmm. And again, like at the end of the day, it really is. I mean, if you enjoy playing Deathslinger, you enjoy playing Deathslinger.
I
Who cares
do.
if
I
it's-
love him still, even though like I understand his flaws and I understand my flaws. He's just so much fun. I love my old man.
Again, who gives a shit if he's S tier or B tier or whatever?
Yeah. I know somebody who plays Skull Merchant still. Like that's to,
Not Pixel Bush.
not Pixel Bush. No, just a friend of mine in my community. Like he just like I played some Skull Merchant. I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Uh, I'm happy for you. People can still find
It's
fun for that.
it's just yeah. Deathslinger, like in a lot of the 1v1 killers, again, like Chucky, Spirit doesn't really fall into this too much, but she also has the same issue. Where I do think people do oversell how good they can be. That's all.
Yeah.
Um, moving on a bit, do you have any tips for newer Deathslinger players?
So the two tips. The first one is learning how to aim, and it's not just like go to Kovacs or Aim Labs or whatever. But whenever you aim in with Deathslinger, your FOV changes, and your like horizontal movement speed while you're moving your camera around gets slowed down to 40% of its original value. And because of that, learning how to aim with Deathslinger feels really weird because it's not the sensitivity that you're used to playing with every other killer, especially those that are more M1 based. And so,
Okay.
if you can actually learn how to aim with Deathslinger, and my advice is loading up in a custom game with bots, go to Eyrie of Crows with Warden's Keys and Tin Oil Can, and you hold down M2 and hold your aim on one of the spikes on one of those little like graveyard fences. And if you can fire a shot and consistently bounce it off the spike on there, that's the right sensitivity for you, for Deathslinger. And that will improve your gameplay immediately, because then once you're comfortable with that aim, you'll be able to make short flicks that you need to and actually aim at survivors or lead the shot properly as well. The second tip is to be patient. I fall into this problem quite a lot still. Sometimes you're not going to ever be able to hit a shot, even though it looks really clear. If you're patient and you watch what the survivor is doing, the angle that they're going to take, or if they're looking behind themselves and trying to preemptively dodge, you don't always have to take the shot. Sometimes you can M2 fake, sometimes you can see which way they're going to dodge and pre-aim going that way. Sometimes you're within range and you can actually take the shot at the small of their back. If you're not patient and you panic and you whiff your shot, it feels so punishing for Deathslinger. And he really is a killer that is rewarded for being patient with using his shots when the timing is right. And learning that timing takes experience, but patience is the first key to gaining that experience.
Yeah, I can definitely see it. It's. I'm glad you brought up aim labs. By the way, do you use aim labs to get better at Deathslinger?
Not a Deathslinger. I've used Kovacs because I wanted to get better at Deadlock, but that's a different thing.
Man, I used to use aim labs all the time, just to play aim labs. I wasn't even trying to get better at my aim. It's just mindless fun.
Yeah, I click ball. It is fun. It definitely is fun. I mean, I've even used it to try and get better at Rainbow Six, but I think my Rainbow Six aim is already locked into whatever level it is right now.
You just do what I do in Rainbow Six. Never shoot your gun. Just call on comms. That's all you do.
Never shoot your gun. Play Capcan every round. You'll get kills eventually.
No, I would play Echo as my main character in Siege.
Oh yeah, little sonar blast or sonic blast
Yeah,
drones. That
yeah.
works
I would
too.
I would I would set them up as like actual cameras though.
Oh yeah. I get you. I get you.
That yeah.
Echo's a lot of fun. I should play it more. Really.
I miss Rainbow Six Siege. Now thoughts for? Do you have any tips for going against Slinger? Which I know can be. We've kind of mentioned them a few times here, but do you have anything else to add other than just don't stay together?
I think like Deathslinger. Let's see. So don't body block against Deathslinger actually, because if a Deathslinger is worth their salt, something they can do if you're close by and trying to body block is when you right before you start the lunge, if Deathslinger throws their camera straight up and lunges and then turns their camera down right as they go around the survivor that's trying to body block, they will land the hit on the person they speared 9 times out of 10 because the M1 hitbox won't hit the person that's trying to body block. So you're just wasting your time trying to body block for Deathslinger against people who know what they're doing. But
Fair.
other tips that I have is that if you are healthy, do not struggle against the chain, because if you struggle against the chain, it breaks the chain faster, and it makes it so that he doesn't have to suffer the M1 or the stun cooldown, which, if you are not struggling against the chain, like, you're speared, right? You're already guaranteed to be taking a damage state anyway, so you have to try and make him take the most time physically possible to actually get the damage state off. If that makes sense. So,
No, I get what you're saying, yeah.
forcing him to M1 or forcing him to break the chain to suffer the stun while you're healthy is ideal. Free dropping's really good at him at range. Don't do it when you're close up, because if he's close by, he can usually pull around pallets or get the damage state anyway. Pre-running, pre-vaulting pallets, everything that just makes it so that you put as much distance between yourself and Deathslinger as possible is ideal. But if he's close by, you need to break line of sight as often as possible. Ducking behind corners in unconventional ways, not going for predictable window vaults, that sort of thing. You know, just trying to make it so that he sees as little of you in especially tight loops as possible, which is also why indoor maps are really good against him. But those would be my general tips. But I think the one that people don't know as much about is not struggling against the chain when you're healthy. And I think that's one that should be utilized more, because sometimes I'll be like, oh, you're struggling against the chain. I have Cigar. I'm going to down you very quickly for this now.
It's one of those things that, now that you're telling me it, it's like, that sounds so obvious, but I've never really thought about it, you know?
Yeah, well, because you're given the prompt, and Monkey Brain go, ooh, me press M1, me struggle against chain. I'm sorry, that's a little bit mean. But that is the visual response. You think that you need to struggle against chain. You really don't if you're healthy, because you're already going to get damaged anyway, so you might as well make it so that he wastes as much time to do that as possible. Because the chain, right, if it's not being pulled through something and you're not struggling against him, takes 40 seconds to break. So he has
40?
to M1 you. It takes 40 seconds to break. As 100 charges, like, and they deplete at 2.5. No, 40.
Oh my god.
It has 100 charges, and it depletes at 2.5 charges per second. So it takes 40 seconds for the chain to break without struggling against it, or being pulled through an obstacle. If you struggle against it, it goes down to like 6.7.
That's ridiculous. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that long.
Yeah.
So, then again, in a situation like that, you're probably getting hit at some point in those 40 seconds, but still.
Yeah, but now instead of him either breaking the chain and taking, a 2 seconds stun if he has Cigar, or breaking the chain after 6 seconds and then getting the 2.7 second, now he has to still reel you, and he still has to hit you and suffer the basic attack cooldown and everything. It's always more worth it to not struggle against the chain when you're healthy.
Okay. That again, that's just one of those ones where it's like, that makes complete sense now that I've heard it out loud.
Yeah, now you know. And he's popular, so, well, decently so. I've seen him in a couple of my Survivor games. Now you know.
Um, Are you a big lore head?
Not really. I mean, I've read through his basic lore, but I haven't read through the one in the tomes. So I
So,
don't
if
know
I
much.
asked you for thoughts on his lore, would you have anything to add? I put this question in here just in case, because sometimes it leads to interesting conversations. But
I think just as a general character, I think that his lore and his design complement each other extremely well, and that's what I
Mhm.
like for his base lore. And I think like a bounty hunter with a spear gun just sounds cool, and he's a master of mechanics. Like, and you can see all of that in his design. So I think that his base lore complements his design very well, and I think that's where I am the most appreciative of it. But I unfortunately am not. I'm not Pixel Bush. I'm not. I'm not reading through all the tomes and gathering every bit of information. I'm like, oh yeah, I know where he comes from. I know what his background generally is, and I think he looks cool and he fits what was written about him.
the one thing about his lore I will bring up, that I do really appreciate that they did was they showcased discrimination of Irish people that often gets overlooked.
Oh yeah, very much so. Yeah.
And I applaud them for that because also the fact that he's an Irish cowboy, that sounds like it's funny because when I say it out loud, you're probably going through your brain thinking how common it is. You would think it's more common than it actually is because it really isn't. And I just appreciate them for doing that. And the parallel it has with Zarina's story is also really interesting.
I also
Um,
like the add-on, like being or his gang being named something that sounds like it would be an Irish name or a like we're the Hellshire gang. Like yeah, that sounds like something straight out of Ireland. Sure, why not? I think that is a
it,
cool bit.
it's just really cool. And again, also his parallel. I forgot who brought this up to me. I think it was a comment actually. The comparison between him and Zarina is also really interesting
Oh
because
yeah.
they have like no connection, like basically, unless like you really think about their lore. Because the difference is that Caleb was resentful for the discrimination he felt and like got angry about it. Zarina used it to her advantage. She well not to her advantage, but she learned to mask, right? And like kind of get rid of her culture.
Hmm.
So
Serena's
it's
remind me, she's Ukrainian, right? Or
no, I named Zarina. I feel like I should know this. I
oh
actually
no,
don't know her ethnicity offhand. I feel bad. I really don't.
Serena Kassir. Yeah.
Kassir. Yeah, I don't know her ethnicity offhand. I just hmm. Good
Vaguely,
Google.
but you know what? I'll still take you like your base appearance of the or perspective of the lore as like a pretty interesting parallel because even with them not being really related to each other, obviously totally different time periods and everything.
Mhm.
I do like that kind of yin and yang, that duplicity that they both strike in Zarina overcoming versus Caleb falling into the his anger and
Yeah,
darkness in that way,
she
which is cool.
she is Lebanese, by the way.
Lebanese, okay, because so sometimes like the game will bug out and it'll be like survivor name, and for Zarina it's like survivor Ukrainian, which is apparently I've been lied to by the game files. So
According to her Wikipedia page, she is Lebanese. I'm
okay,
going with that.
that makes
Um,
sense. You know, actually,
Someone in the comments will correct me, I'm sure.
I think there's another bug as well, though, with that, with like that survivor name thing, where Yui comes up as Survivor Sweden,
S- What?
which I know that's not right. Listen,
I know. My geography ain't like it was when I was in high school, but you know, I don't think that's correct.
I might have good knowledge of geography, but I'm pretty sure Japan and Sweden are pretty different locales. But anyway,
Um, Moving on a bit. See, interesting conversation, brother.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Skins. Deathslinger is
That Kai is so cool.
I don't want to say he's hurting for skins, because he definitely gets a few. And the ones he does get, in my opinion, are almost always bangers, with a couple exceptions. But do you think he has enough skins for how long he's been in the game?
I think he does. I think that the problem that he has is that I don't know like what I would make for different cosmetics, but I do think that a lot of his cosmetics kind of have a similar appearance to them, mostly off of them having just his bald head with long hair, and oh, he's in like trousers or something to change it up.
You gotta represent the bald. You gotta represent the bald.
You gotta represent the bald, yeah, but at the same time, like, his base design is so cool, and then you have the railroad, and then the Irish St. Paddy's Day one, and then you have, and it's all kind of like it feels like reiterations, or they completely remove the cloak, and it's a more toned down version in some ways of his base appearance. I think Blighted is really cool, but the problem that I have with that one is that Deathslinger already struggles with sneaking up on survivors, to the point where Blighted is just a damned Christmas tree. Like, he is lit up, he is glowing, and you can just see him so easily from a distance when you run Blighted. Like, people pre-run me so much more when I run Blighted.
I love Blighted Chucky, but I don't run it because the feet sticking out give you away for Chuck spots.
No way! I didn't know that.
Yeah, the only reason I don't run it, I would if it didn't, because I Chuck spot so much. It's just...
Yeah. The one that I actually really like is the Moth-Eaten Deathslinger. That's the one that I usually run the most.
That's one of the more recent ones, isn't it?
No, I think it's one of... Well, maybe it is. I think it's been around since before I started playing, so maybe the last 2 years, but I really like it. I think it's really cool looking.
He also, in my opinion, has the best anniversary mask.
Oh, that's the golden deer one or whatever it is.
Yeah. I was running it when I was playing 2v8. But yeah, I think it's the best anniversary mask of the bunch.
It's so cool looking. I wish I had it, but I don't.
Hands down. Oh yeah, who knows? She might get it next year, this year. Who knows?
That's true.
I have a feeling. I'm not going to be mad about it, but I have a feeling.
I'll be like, limited time, it's back again like they do with all the other holiday-based skins. Yeah, I can see it. I definitely pick it up, so I think it's pretty sick looking.
I think the bigger problem he has, skins-wise, is just they have to incorporate the gun somehow, and that really messes up the potential he can have.
Yes. Oh, gun skins, man. Oh,
I mean,
man.
The Cosmic Brownie one, I love it, but, you know, it's like the most unique one I think we've ever gotten was that one.
The problem that Deathslinger also has with his gun skins is that the only one that is accurate to the tip, my chat's gonna be like, oh my god, they're talking about this again, I can't believe it. But the only one that is accurate on Deathslinger is the base kit weapon. That's the only one that's accurate to the tip of the crosshair. So if you're trying to line up really precise shots, the only one that you can do it with any consistency, especially if you're learning new spots, is the base kit weapon.
Yeah, anytime I talk to a Deathslinger player, they will tell you that your gun skin determines a lot. As much as I love the Cosmic Brownie, it's just the base weapon is just too good. Or the isn't the Iron Maiden one, isn't it also like really, really accurate?
It's not.
It's not?
No.
I thought it was the exception to the rule.
It's extremely chunky on your screen. And you can very barely on the Iron Maiden skin see the tip of the like the crosshair that comes up at the end of it, but again, the gun is not accurate to that tip that you can see. So even though you kind of technically have a quote crosshair, you're better served still getting precise shots with the base kit weapon.
Do you have a favorite skin for Deathslinger? I know you said you mentioned the Moss one, but would that be your favorite one?
I think I like Blighted better, personally. But it just has the problem of you are a light display. You are like a drone. You are the drone scene from Megamind, running around with that thing, like with how many lights and bright colors you are. You're like, oh,
But
I want to go presentation. I want to kind of blend into the map a little bit. I want to play a stealth build. Bling, you know, like shining arrow signs pointing at me, like a neon sign in Chinatown.
Irish pub music starts playing.
What the hell is this? I hear bagpipes would be Scotland. Whoops. But
just a fit in half.
Yeah. But no, I really like the look of Blighted, but for like general use versus appearance, I really do like the moth skin too. I think it's really pretty.
Do you have a least hated or a least liked skin, most hated skin?
I would say my least favorite is probably the one that was released in. I mean, aside from the recolors, obviously, because it's just like, oh, whatever, he's a different color coat, who cares? But there's one that came out in the Battle Pass, or like Rift Pass, whatever they call it, a couple passes ago, where he just has brown overalls on, and it removes his cloak and his hat. Like, he has no aura. They took away my boy's sauce entirely, as the kids say. Hit that skibbity. I'm losing my freaking mind over here.
Just say gritty. Just say gritty and move on.
Okay. We hit the gritty. That's on site. No cap. On God. Poggers. All right, there we go. I think we got
Ohio. You forgot Ohio.
Oh, I forgot my Skibbity Riz Ohio Sigma yacht. Whatever the fuck brain rot I could throw in here. Oh man.
Personally, I'm gonna get some hate for this. Do you know the skin Otofu runs all the time?
I've seen Otofu play. I don't know which skin you're talking about, though.
It's the red ox one.
Oh, where he has the big horns? Yeah, okay, I know the one.
Yeah. I fucking hate that skin. I don't know why. I hate it so much. Not using it. I just hate how it looks. I don't know. It looks like he's wearing like a one suit like pajama set.
I know exactly what you're talking. I'm gonna look at the store to see if I can actually find it here. Yeah, there it is.
And now that I've said that, anyone listening is never gonna be able to unsee that.
Oh my god, you're right. He does have a pajama suit on. Look at him.
It's because of the V. That's what it is.
It looks like a bathrobe. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because of the V. I don't know.
Sad that they had to put bandages across his chest. Free the slinger nips, please. Thank you.
I just hate it so much. I like it. It's such a personal thing.
This is
it
the
means
skin
nothing.
Too. He does a mechanic leg, but yeah. The remaining wrangle, that's what it's called. But yeah, I'm showing the skin on screen here on stream too, so people know.
If you can send me a screenshot somehow, that'd be...
Oh yeah, here, let me get a quick one real quick.
Yeah, just that skin's the only one like I absolutely despise. I don't know.
Look at him. They took away his aura. Where's his hat? Where's the cape? Where's the frock? He's got nothing. He took it away.
I brought it before. I really want like more sci-fi skins, and I feel like Deathslinger would be like a perfect candidate for it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like you could easily do I don't know, a laser blaster, but not obviously that he shoots lasers, but more so in the style of Stormtrooper blasters from Star Wars. You could easily incorporate that into his design.
Yeah, you could still make it a laser. That's slow moving enough. You can make it a laser.
Pew. Would it make like a pew pew sound whenever he fires?
That would be great. I just meant like you could like have his leg get cut off and like replace it with like a mechanical one, and like his eye, like his sniper eye, is like a skull merchant eye.
Becomes the Terminator. Has the one red glowing eye after his face is melted or something. I don't know.
Yeah, give him the Terminator trench. Yeah, just give Terminator. Just give Deathslinger a legendary Terminator skin. I'd buy it.
There you go. That's the next crossover. Just like how casting of Frank Stone is a legendary skin for Trapper. That's a controversy.
I don't know. I still feel like there's a lot of like collabs I would love that were just cosmetic. I mean, we're getting that with The Witcher, so like.
That's true.
So like
Witcher
I
is
definitely
coming.
I feel like that's something we could and will see more often. As much as people hate the Fortniteification of Dead by Daylight.
Eh, I don't know. I think it's just it's been the way that live service games have been forced to go for their maximum profits, and I don't think that the Fortniteification of Dead by Daylight changes much about the base game of it. If it's distracting and overbearing for you, then it's probably not the game that you need to keep playing. It's fine if you don't,
I
right?
don't I don't even think Dead by Daylight's come close to that line anyway. I mean, Rainbow Six Siege added Pickle Rick.
They did. Yep, that they did.
Like, guys, we're not that far gone, okay? I bought that skin day one, by the way, so I'm part of the problem.
They added Pickle Rick, Morty as Fuse, and then Thermite as like the bug security guard from the first
Oh
episode
yeah,
of Rick and Morty.
forgot about that.
Nobody
Oh,
plays Thermite because nobody in solo queue wants to play Hard Breach, but you know that's another thing.
Thatcher, my boy, when he used to get banned every match.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Oh,
Back in the days.
yeah.
Not anymore though.
Um, going off of Rainbow Six maps. You mentioned maps a little bit earlier, particularly Hawkins. But is Hawkins your most hated map?
Yes, I hate Hawkins. Now it's not that you can't get like cool denials on pallets and things like that, or that you can't be effective on Hawkins in any way. But the problem that I have with Hawkins is that you can't get any long range shots, and everything is just let me walk through this doorway. Oh, hold on, this door is actually blocked today, so let me see if I can find the way out of this room before I go chasing this survivor again. And so it's all right angles and line of sight blockers and like random pallets here and there, and then there's a second floor for it for some reason as well that's like effectively useless. And so my hatred for Hawkins comes in the fact that it's a line of sight breaker, so you can't really take any long range shots. But then it also is confusing in like, oh, okay, this door is actually not open today, so I gotta go find where the door is actually open on this doorway. And it becomes more frustrating and confusing to navigate than it becomes actually any fun to play. Even if I can be effective, it's just not fun.
Moving on to a more positive map, though, is there a map you enjoy the most?
It might be a controversial one, but I really do enjoy the Shattered Square on Deathslinger.
I don't think that's controversial. I think Shattered Square is actually pretty okay now.
Yeah, after it's not red. You're like, I'm walking out here into Doom the Dark Ages back in the old days. Like,
Yeah, don't fucking tempt me.
yeah, well, yeah. Tempt you with a good time on
Oh,
Doom. Uh, but, Shattered Square I find to be his most interesting map overall. Or not most interesting map, but one of my favorite maps with his, because every pallet and not every pallet, but every like obstacle has something that you can very clearly shoot through. So there's like little market stands that have gaps in them, or you have that raised platform that you can actually shoot underneath if you're at the right angle, or Shack itself has like a gap on the side of it that you can shoot through. The kind of thatched outbuildings outside of Maine have a gap on top of them that you can shoot over and catch survivors behind. So there's like a lot of really interesting and very, very clear shots that you can land on Shattered Square that you don't get as consistently with a lot of other maps, I feel. And especially because people don't know how to play Shattered Square. Like, people will say, oh, Wrecker's Yard, obviously, for Death Slinger. And it's a great map for Slinger, probably his best one. But if you're being brought to Azerovs, everyone knows how to play Azerovs. And so it becomes a little bit less predictable, and hitting those fun shots becomes more of a necessity instead of being like, oh, hey, there's a gap in this structure. Huh, let's see if I can... Oh, yeah, I can. And then...
Here's a weird question with some of the map designs as of late, especially. Because when they made Dead Dog, they specifically said they made it for Slinger. That's why it has so many random holes. That's why the shack is like slightly elevated. That's why they added the breakable walls where they did. And I feel like the only map since then that's kind of had Slinger in mind, that I don't even know if it was on purpose, but it was Shattered Square.
Hmm.
Do you think they need to start going through the maps and maybe take Slinger into account for them? Or do you think that would be a little bit too preferential of a treatment?
I think it'd be a little bit too preferential. Mostly because trying to balance a map around one specific killer is showing way more favoritism for one out of nearly 40 in the game.
Mhm.
That being said, I would greatly appreciate if they stopped fucking with the hitboxes. Like, there's so many hitboxes that I used to be able to shoot through that I can't anymore. You can't shoot underneath the snowpacker machine in Ormond anymore. You can't shoot over the AC boxes in RPD anymore. You can't shoot through the there's like a junk god loop on the back of Larry's that you can't shoot through. Uh, Randomly on family residence, one of the holes in the paper on the shack walls you can shoot through, but then the one on the other wall, which is pretty much exactly the same in shape and size, you can't. You can shoot underneath the blinds in RPD, but you can't shoot under like some of the bushes in Garden of Joy. And so it's like I I want there to be consistency in that more than because of the way that it's communicated on other maps, more than having them design specific maps with Desslinger in mind.
Mhm. No, that's definitely understandable. I do kind of feel for behavior a bit, because taking into account like all 40 killers or whatever we're at,
Like
on
39
top
now.
of like on top of like every single map, and like making sure they're all at least decent on every single one somehow, it's just not possible. It's just really not.
Yeah.
And I think Ghostface is a good example of this. Like, Ghostface is really good on Larry's. He's like the only killer who's
Yeah.
like really good on Larry's. It's like, well,
Maybe Pig? I don't know.
I mean, Chucky sucks on Larry's, and he can scamper the windows.
Scamper the windows. Your camera gets locked and you're now 10 meters away. Good luck, bud.
Yeah, it's
Oh, I know the
um,
feeling.
it's ridiculous. I
I
fucking hate Larry's so much.
me too. Like the windows are annoying as well. It's very much the same as Underground Complex, but I think that the limited navigability of Underground Complex compared to Larry's is far more
It's
frustrating and for
it's
Slinger.
in it's in the background, but I remember when Haddonfield first got reworked, that main building was one of the worst things in the world for
Oh my
Deathslinger.
god.
When it had the double windows.
So terrible. Yep.
Oh my god! Because it didn't matter if you shot somebody, because they would just make the window, and now you can't pull them anywhere because they're inside the house.
Yep. The chain would
And
break,
you
and if
can't,
they're already injured, then whoop to fucking do. Like,
yeah, and you couldn't run them down because you're 110. So
it's the same as
it
that
was,
window on the Garden of Joy and main building at this point.
yeah. Oh, it's so bad. Stop making windows with elevation behavior. Stop it.
Yeah.
Um, moving on a bit. Do you have any stats?
I do, actually.
What
I've been gathering every game that I have played since Prestige 20, I think.
Mhm.
And I'm at Prestige 65 now on Deathslinger. So I've recorded, and a lot of that was accelerated by the Blood Moon event. But I've recorded actually exactly 200 matches. With their results, the map that I played on, was their map offering, and how many survivors DC'd, not including the abandon penalty. My most common results of 4K, 35% of my games are 4Ks. The most common map I've gotten is the game. I've had it 12 times out of 200 matches.
I'm so
Seven.
sorry.
I know. Well, I mean, it's manageable, but it's just annoying without brutal strength, you know.
Mhm.
17% of my games have had a map offering, and 4.2% of the survivors that I've gone against have DC'd. That's the stats I got for 200 games so far, and more to come, because, I have 35 more prestige levels. So,
Do you have any official stats, like on the stat trackers, if you've checked those?
um, I have, well, actually, a couple, like maybe about a month ago, I checked Nightlight, And apparently, Desslinger at the time, I checked it again a couple days ago, but at the time he was the lowest kill rate killer in the game, at like 48.3%.
Mm-hmm. He was. He was right there with Chuck. It was funny because I would use it as an argument why Nightlight's not a good resource.
Yes, because now he's like at 55% or something. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I can actually check that real quick. Hang on. Next up, by the way, are going to be some of the viewer questions.
Sure, yeah.
Nightlight killer peak rates. Let's see. Where is my boy? Desslinger is currently.
Yeah, to scroll down a bit.
Yeah, he is 30. He's number 33 in kill rate.
Out of 39,
right
let's
above,
go.
Right above Scully. I mean, to be fair, to be fair, fucking Artist is the lowest. So like, I don't know how to take these stats. I never have.
Yeah, Artist being low is surprising, but
so many The number one is Freddy.
Was kind of correct according to DBD, I guess, but
and then Pig.
Like, interesting.
How do you take these stats seriously when that's the case? And it's not a fault towards anyone. It's just like, really?
Yeah, it's the best thing that we have, but it is very shaky.
Yeah, and it's like, oh well, just compound it with the pick rate, and then like it all makes sense. Not really, because again, the Artist was the lowest, and she's super low in the pick rate. That doesn't make any sense at all.
People might even be playing her like for the first time or whatever to try and get her perks, because Grim Embrace, Penty, and Painres are all really strong.
It's Nightlight though. It's self-reported stats.
Oh, that's true.
So it's not going to be like first-time players. That's why it's always been strange to me. Nightlight is just like, it's a good thing to like get a starting point, but it doesn't tell you nearly the whole story. But yes, to the viewer questions. Leftist Mushroom asks, what a fucking name.
That's an awesome name. I am locked in for this question based off of that username.
I mean this as a sincere question. How did you get into Desslinger? He seems so unapproachable, and a lot of his niches seem to be just done better by Huntress. So what makes someone stick with him?
So for Desslinger, the reason why I've stuck with him over Huntress is that he is actually a lot stronger around pallets, I find, than Huntress. And so while Huntress can get run to a pallet or a window, and you have to play in a more or less precise manner in some way, Desslinger can be like, oh, okay, they're behind this, or they're over top of this obstacle, and if they crouch and I aim low enough, I'll still be able to catch them anyway. It's more of the guaranteed hits that you get over the back of pallets, and also the precision hits that you can get through, again, like the slats on Swamp's shack window, or if you're in like any sort of obstacle that you can pretty much see through, so with some notable exceptions, you can basically shoot through. And that's something that you don't really get with Huntress, because I think that Huntress has a limitation in her ability to, like, she's forced to kind of run people down at a certain point, and Desslinger always feels like he has an option to work with around pallets, comparatively. And so that's why I like him, because he's rewarded for precision, and can turn a lot of chases in his favor in ways that people don't expect.
Okay. That makes actually a lot of perfect sense the more I think about it.
Yeah.
Noob King 3000 asks, what is the smallest gap Desslinger can shoot through that you know of?
That I know of is probably... Let's see. There is a gap... Oh, how do I explain this one? When you are on Nostromo Wreckage, you're facing the front of main building, go to, like, strafe all the way to the right, and you have that ramp that kind of goes up, and then you have that small pallet to your right in the hallway. Underneath the floor, there is a gap there that you can shoot through and catch people running down the hallway from the front of Nostromo. I've never hit it, but I've seen clips of it. And it is insane. The other smallest one that I have hit has been through. Have you ever played on? I mean, I'm sure you've played on Fractured Cowshed, right?
Hmm.
And you know how Fractured Cowshed on one side has that kind of boarded up structure, like it's not a, it's loosely boarded structure, and you have little slats in between the boards there. I've shot people through those slats in the boards on Fractured Cowshed.
Oh.
So that,
Oh yeah, I never really thought about that. Yeah. Huh.
yep,
Yeah.
that's the smallest one that I've ever hit someone. I've also hit someone again under the blinds in RPD. I bring that one up all the time because it's very funny. It's in that like room that has the window that faces the window going into that little 50/50
Yeah.
office.
I call it I call that the Chucky death room because
The
he can't
Chucky
play that
death room.
room at he can't play that room at all.
Oh
It's-
no.
yeah, if you ever have a Chucky in RPG, just go to that room. They literally cannot catch you if you play it right.
God, that's so frustrating. Yeah.
um, yeah, I've had three other Chucky mains try to find ways. We can't. We've tried so.
You just have to hope that the
Unless they
survivor
mess up.
panics. Yeah.
Yeah, if they unless they mess up super bad, you're not getting them. And there's one change they could do to that room that will make it possible. There's a filing cabinet next to the doorway. If they got rid of that, he'd be fine.
Oh, yeah. It kind of blocks your movement a little bit, huh?
Yeah, you get stuck on it every time. It's annoying.
Yeah, no.
And it means you can't 50-50 the window because you can't go left and right.
God, that's so frustrating. What a terrible ramifications for such a small room.
From some dude, I guess. If fucking love YouTube usernames. From some dude, I guess. If you could come up with your own Deathslinger add-on, what would it be?
Um,
Full
well,
creative freedom. What would it be?
full creative freedom for Deathslinger. Man, that is a tough one, because I think that there is a lot of things that, for his base kit, could be changed and all of that. But honestly, I want a, I want an add-on that inflicts blindness after getting a hit. Which I know is a really boring answer, but the reason that I want that add-on is because I hate facing Windows Opportunity. Because it's just like, let me run to yellow. Oh, let me find... Yeah, sure. Oh, I'm sure you knew about this random filler palette in the corner that you just perfectly ran me to. And so I want to have an ability to take Windows Opportunity away without having to commit a gimmicky perk to it. So I know it's not exactly like the most inspiring, but that's the first one that I could come up with on the spot. It's like, I really wish he had a blindness add-on, because he doesn't have one.
Mine's even more boring. I want him to have an exhaustion add-on.
Ooh, well, I mean, Deep Wound, though, already prevents
Yeah,
exhaustion.
dead hard. Yeah, but Lithe and Smash Hit and
Oh,
the
yeah.
other ones, Balanced Landing.
That's true, that's true.
I would just want one that, like, if you spear them, they're exhausted for, like, I don't know, 5 seconds or something.
That'd be interesting,
That
too,
would also
yeah.
that could also mean like they'd have to stop moving, which could help them catch up.
Ooh. See, now the more you think you're talking about the exhaustion, that does make more sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd replace it with a green or it would have to be an Eerie or something, but like I don't know. I feel like every killer deserves one exhaustion add-on. Honestly, it just seems like necessary for how the game is.
Nah, you get genetic limits, take it or leave it.
I mean, that's true, I guess, but still. Or Langwin. Langwin is actually pretty good with Deathslinger on.
Languid is pretty good with, Spirit, too. I've been running it on her quite a bit.
Yeah, Langwin. I said it. They didn't even need to buff it, but I said it. Langwin's going to be a perk that everyone's going to be running soon. I promise you.
I'm ready. I'm ready to run it.
From the Raven, how do you feel about the hard range cap on the Redeemer? And would they be fine with an add-on that increases the range? Ooh, that's interesting.
I think the... Yes, that is a tough one. Because, like, if you increase the range, you then have to lead your shot further. And also it takes longer for the spear to travel. But I don't think it's a bad idea, necessarily. But I think the limited range... I don't know.
You still have to reel them in.
That is true. Mm.
So like that's the thing, because I forget what video it was. Who was that one Deathslinger man you mentioned? I don't know their name offhand. It starts with an O.
Osichin.
Yeah, they made a cameo in the video. It was someone saying their hot take was that Deathslinger should have unlimited range, and then they were thinking about how OP that would be, and then they brought him on, and he was like, "Okay, let's say you spawn into the map and you shoot a survivor all the way on the other side. You still have to reel them in. Like, it's not like that big of a deal."
Yeah. I think
So,
maybe the limited range kind of makes sense for the actual design of his power. Like he has a crank that he pulls a chain back. That chain's not going to have 120 meters of range. And he's not going to be doing like global shots with it. And you just have to reel somebody in. I guess getting hit from long range unexpectedly would be kind of annoying. But then you also have to hit the long range shot, and you have to wait for the animation to finish and pull back. I don't know. I think it would feel more clunky in practice, because what if you miss that shot against somebody
it
and
would take longer.
your shot like goes all the way through the back of Yuri, and you have to wait for that shot to return and everything. I'm worried that adding more range would actually make him feel more clunky in some ways. Like the limited
You know,
range gives him a scope to work with.
this made me think of two possible add-ons that I would actually love to see. One that increases the projectile speed, because Huntress has one of those.
It's true, yeah.
I would love to see that. And another one I just thought about. This might be an insane ask. Change the Hellshire Iron to it ricochets.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Could you imagine like a bank shot add-on for Deathslinger?
You're just hitting like trickster knives with the ricochet add-on, but it
Like
bounces up
it
with the
would be,
chain.
it would be like honestly, it would be cool and sick, but like it would be so useless.
Oh yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Like I don't even know how the physics would work. Would you just reel them in from like would it travel to like the if you bank it off a wall and like hit a 90-degree, does it like pull them towards the bank or towards you?
Have you ever like done a 180 when firing a slinger shot, and it snaps your camera back around?
No, but that sounds terrible.
It's really funny because if you fire a shot while the projectile is traveling, you still have like movement of your camera, so you can actually flick a 180, and then because the projectile always has you face the survivor, when it lands, it'll snap your view back around to facing the survivor again, so it looks really flashy. Um, and I assume that if you're hitting a bank shot, if you catch somebody, then it'll snap your camera to look at the survivor directly, as if you were just pulling them in straight after hitting like a cosmetic flick, as it were.
I don't know. I would love to try. I've said this before about Clown. I wish Clown had an add-on that let his bottles bounce.
Make it like unknown bottles or unknown
Yeah.
globs.
Same
Yeah.
with Huntress. I would love like a rubber hatchet add-on that just let it bounce off walls.
I mean, that would be really fun. I think it'd be a lot of fun ramifications of having a power like that.
Did you play VHS at all?
No, I did not.
So there was a weapon for the Molotov in that game, and one of the mods you could get for it lets you bounce it off walls. It was the coolest thing to me, but no one ever used it because it was bad.
Oh, yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you?
I just love the idea of like angle gameplay. It's just fun to me.
Why not? Why not think around corners and things like that?
It's part of the reason I love Houndmaster, because she's basically entirely based around angle. Same with Chucky. He's 90-degree angle the character.
She is the ricochet killer. Oh my god.
From Not Gabriel, I don't believe that. What's y'all's thoughts on a headshot system for Deathslinger? They don't go into details on this, but
Oh.
do you think it would be interesting if there was a headshot system for him?
You headshot Yui and she just dies on the spot.
Just Yui, no other character, just Yui.
Yeah. Well, it is the first survivor, I thought. But yeah. Uh, that would be interesting. I wonder if the headshot in their mind, in not Gabriel's mind, so who the hell knows who's talking here, really. But I wonder if that means that if you hit a headshot on somebody, they become exposed, like if you were hitting an iridescent coin at range.
That could
Or
be.
there's like some added benefit for it. I don't know. Without knowing what a headshot would entail, is interesting. But I think that, huh, it would be another added layer of skill for him. Like if you land headshots, it'd be great. But because as of right now, you don't have to aim high as Deathslinger to hit somebody. You can catch them in the ankle, and the projectile will still
What
snap
if
to their chest.
what if you land a headshot, it made it so the spear had more health?
Oh, I
So
like that
like
idea. Yeah,
if you're able to land a headshot, you have more time. Like because that would immediately help him on some loops too.
yeah. And benefit you from actually aiming correctly instead of just being like, yeah, I can aim at this hitbox, just generally speaking. I
Now
don't
the
know.
question with this would be how would the hitbox work? Of course, because that would be a problem in and of itself. But
Yeah.
I don't. I don't. I could see them adding something that benefits him somehow for like landing a certain headshot or something like that.
Yeah, rewarding precision. I like that idea. I like being able to... Iridescent coin I do like because it's like, when you do land the sharpshooter shot, especially if you predict somebody's movement, oh, it's so satisfying. And so landing headshots properly, I think it would have to have a range requirement, because if you're just on the back of some shitty pallet loop on Azerov's or whatever, um, and you land a headshot on a crouching survivor, and then they get the negative benefit off of that, like that's not going to be any fun. So I think there should be a range requirement if you're to get a benefit for a headshot, like 6-8 meters maybe. So you at least have to aim a little bit, but I could see it
This
being something.
this has my mind like racing because I'm like, what if we just added like a full limb system for Deathslinger? So like if you hit them in, so like if you spear them in the legs, like they get hindered for like 5 seconds. If you spear them in the arms, they get like incapacitated for 10 seconds.
You spear them in the leg, they fall into the ground and get dragged. Like, I don't know. It'd be so much work, though.
Oh my god, the torso causes mangled.
There you go. That would be
Uh,
lore accurate. Anyway,
don't take my ideas behavior.
do take the
Uh,
ideas behavior. I want to see some insane shit. I want to watch the world burn.
from Soap, this is a long, multi-layered question, but
Ooh.
how would you recommend learning Deathslinger?
Mhm.
Follow-up question: how do you deal with tilts? I really want to learn him since I got the cool moth cosmetic. Shout out to the moth cosmetic.
Hell yeah.
But he's hard, and I find myself frustrated a lot, which leads to a lot of mistakes and even more tilt.
Well, the first thing, I think the beginner tips of really being patient with your shots, and you really do have to be more patient than you initially realize with Deathslinger, just because of how punishing it is to whiff his power, right?
Mhm.
But when you add on to that by, let's see, the real tip that I would have for Deathslinger as well is be, let's see, what's another tip that I can add in here that we hadn't said before? Uh, think of Deathslinger as a denial killer. So, not as much as a long range killer, because he's relatively easy to dodge, but more as a resource denial. You see somebody going for or even going through a window, make sure that you pre-aim your shots so that you deny them jumping through the window, or actually after taking the window getting your free damage state. Or, same thing happens with pallet drops. If they're trying to pre-drop pallets and they're healthy against you, then take the shot. Land it while they're in the middle of the animation and they have no capacity with which to dodge. Now, I'm sure that past that you're wondering, how do I hit long range shots, and I'm getting frustrated with not being able to hit those. M2 faking, I find, is actually really effective, especially against people who are trying to dodge you often, because they're often looking back at you. And so they'll see you raise the gun, and then they'll dodge to the left or dodge to the right. Most survivors, when they play this game, will dodge in the exact same way every single time. They'll always go to the left or always prefer their right. So once you see them dodge the first time, there's a way to lead your shot in such a way that you catch them at that distance. Now, that does come with a little bit of experience, but the basic rule of thumb is that when you aim down sights, you have your center crosshair, and you have 2 prongs on either side. I'm talking about the basic weapon. If they are running perpendicularly across your screen, and you line up the outside prong with their head and fire at range, you will catch them by leading that projectile properly. So now, if you see someone running straight away from you, and they're looking back at you, and you know that they dodged to the right in a perpendicular manner, don't aim directly at them, but aim as if they were already running perpendicular to you in that direction. So that way you're actually getting these prediction shots off. Now, if they're strafing left and right, left and right, left and right like crazy, like they're trying to zigzag in you, aim center mass of their zigzag. Because they usually, when they zigzag, they don't vary the distance that they zigzag. They'll zigzag the same distance, and you'll eventually just, if you just shoot through the center, you'll hit them. So it's like the kind of general aiming tips at range that I can give you. And don't be afraid to M2 fake to close the distance so that your shot is faster and harder to dodge. And then to avoid tilt, like, the thing that I get tilted too. I panic. It happens all the time. Stream sees it all the time. The main thing that I would have to say for tilt is being like, okay, I know why I missed that shot. I'm gonna try to not make that mistake again. Or like, oh, I barely missed that shot. I know what change I have to make on the next one. And really just being patient with them is the best thing to do, because if you're panicking and taking shots and then wondering why they're not hitting because these people are always predicting your shots correctly, there needs to be an adjustment made, and then once you understand that adjustment that can be made, I find that the tilt melts away, because it's like, okay, I know what I've done wrong, or like, shit, I missed 5 shots, like, it's fine, like, I know that I played this poorly, and we'll just take it to the next match.
Yeah, as far as tilt goes, my only recommendations is just music and focus. That's really all you can do.
Yeah.
Just don't let it get to you. I know it's easier said than done, but...
And like, you're playing probably one of the most precise killers in the game that gets punished so heavily for missing. And it's just gonna happen. You miss, and you'll be set behind. And that's fine. It's just, what you choose to do to change after that really matters. And once you learn the patterns that you're making and adjust for them, I think you'll find that you'll get less tilted, because you're like, okay, this person dodges this way, let's try pre-aiming a shot that way, and then getting rewarded for the prediction.
Yeah. Next question from Theo, who was in chat a minute ago.
Hi, Theo.
This is more about something I've said in the past before, but for 2v8, do you think Deathslinger is a command grab killer?
Yeah, pretty much. He's the Potemkin of 2v8.
Potemkin of 2v8.
He can be a heavy hitter, but he's pretty slow. That's a great one. I like that. That's very creative.
That's what I used to say Deathslinger was. He's a command grab killer for 2v8.
Chat, it's no longer I'm going to shoot this survivor. I'm going to command grab the survivor over there.
Command grab. They're going to hit you with a Korean double dash. It's fine. Wait, Korean double step is just moonwalking. Fuck.
Oh, no.
From Council, thoughts on Deathslinger's animations and his terror radius music?
Animations are great, and I think that the sound design plays really well into them as well. Terror's radius music, I mean, that kind of like ticking clock, or the ticking of gears as he's a little ways away, and then the twangy, almost guitar that he has, or piano. I don't know, it's kind of like an electric guitar that's been distorted and toned down. Both of them, fantastic. It's part of the reason why I love playing this killer so much, is just because his auditory fantasy is also so unmatched by a lot of the other killers for me.
What about the
he laughs a little bit too much for my liking, but you know what? It's goofy. He's having a good time, and I'm fine with it too.
he's just happy to be here. Like,
Like that's what I hear all day, every day.
I also love that his wipe animation. He doesn't wipe the blade; he wipes the gun. That seems like a small thing, but it adds the tiniest bit of personality that he appreciates the gun more than the bayonet.
Yeah, like kind of proud of his machine that he's made. The bayonet, it'll
Yeah.
get dirty again. Who cares?
Um, there's one final question, and this one's from me because I ask this in almost every podcast. Merch available for it soon, by the way. Um,
Hell yeah.
did the survivor dodge or did you miss?
They dodged every time.
I dodge every
Yeah,
time. You never miss. It's always a dodge.
Dude, I never miss. I just happen to be against all of the best gamers all the time. And when I hit, it's just because they didn't dodge.
but on a serious note though,
Yeah.
like I love it. I love this question so much because no one. There's been a couple people who've come like close to like giving me a definitive answer, but the question is realistically, what is the difference between a dodge and a miss?
So for Deathslinger, I think that the biggest difference between a dodge and a miss is when I miss, it's probably because I wasn't properly anticipating the geometry of the map to work out the way that it did. It was like, oh, okay, I didn't think they would actually take that corner, or I'm pre-aiming an angle that they're not even going to be at. Sometimes I'm even aiming, thinking that they're going to dodge at close range, and then I miss to the left, or I hit the ground, or something along those lines, because I tend to aim low pretty often. Whereas a dodge is, I'm trying to line up a shot at range, and I fire, and even though my crosshair was accurate, they have made the active decision to get out of the way. And so, if I'm not playing the map correctly, then that feels like a miss to me, and I know when I've missed. But when somebody actively chooses to get out of the way of what I've been aiming at, that's what feels like a dodge.
Okay, that's actually a decent answer.
Hell
So
yeah!
not as common as you would think. A lot of people don't get this. It's
Like,
just because the question is so many like variables to it, and like with different killers, it's like yeah. The scenario I bring up often is if a survivor is running in a straight line, and that's it. They're not dodging. They're not like moving or anything, and you fire anticipating the dodge. Was that a dodge or a miss?
That's a miss.
That's a miss.
Especially because if a survivor's not looking at me, I should be lining that up on their back, but I lazily assume that they're going to dodge one way or another without taking into consideration the information that's been presented to me. They're not looking at me, they're running in a straight line, aim at their back. That's the simplicity of it. But if I'm like, I'm gonna aim out because I think they might dodge, then, and if I miss hitting or miss that shot on someone who's running in a straight line and not looking behind themselves, then that's on me. Like, I should be getting that shot every day.
Well, what if they intentionally ran in the straight line so you would think that they were gonna dodge, but they don't?
I can't see into the inner machinations of their mind. If they're running in a straight line, if they're running in a straight line with the intention of using that as a dodge, then you know what, more power to them. But to me, it looks like I just missed.
Okay, but no, fair enough.
Yeah.
I think the conclusion that like I think me and Code were talking about this. The conclusion really comes down to I think intention is the big thing, the big factor.
Yes.
It like again, if they're running in a straight line and their intention was that's how they're going to dodge, to me that's a dodge because they were intentionally doing it.
Well, I think
but you'll never
perspective
know
matters.
that. Yeah, you'll never know that from the killer side though.
Yeah. And so for me, it just looks like a miss because I'm like, oh, I should have just shot at the guy. Why not?
Yeah. In reality, it was just a 50-50 mind game.
Yeah.
But I think that's it for the questions. But before we end this up, do you have anything you want to add?
Not really. I think we've had a pretty wide communication, or like a pretty wide conversation on a lot of different aspects of the killer, and also talked about the, the way that the YouTube content creation is viewed, and all sorts of different interesting topics in between here. So no, I've got nothing else. I think I've said my piece, and I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, of course. And speaking of YouTube, I do have 2 more questions that just got brought up in my mind before we do head out. First one, your username.
Yeah.
Where does it come from and why, if you feel like answering?
So
Why Sylveon? Why Sylveon?
Why Sylveon? So when I first started making content, well, with my most, I did video essays on another channel called Sojourner Kai, which is my username that you see on Blue Sky and here on Discord. And that was like a bunch of video essays and, various reviews and movie topics and things like that. And then I had a second channel that I wanted to make for video game commentary, specifically around Riot's card game Legends of Runeterra, and I called it also Sojourner Kai. But then, like, something came up, I don't know, I just wanted more anonymity, and so I changed the second channel that was called also Sojourner Kai to A Shiny Sylveon, because Sylveon's my favorite Pokemon, and I couldn't just say it's a Sylveon. I gotta do something a little bit more special than that. So I just changed it to A Shiny Sylveon. I was like, cool, I have my anonymity in here. And then never changed it, and just kind of went with it, and now it's my more subscribed channel, and I can't change it back now because we're stuck here. we got a following, so I can't like go back to being also Sojourner Kai because, well, I'm here now. I've changed the Steam Twitch name, I've changed the YouTube name, and it's it's everywhere. I can't escape it at this point.
Fair enough. I just thought the fake Banette sounded cool.
You know what? That's fair.
Yeah, I didn't even really like Banette that much.
Now you're stuck here. You're stuck in here with me.
I don't know what it's one of my favorite Pokemon now. I've learned to love it over the years because of the name.
It is a pretty sweet looking Pokemon, not gonna lie. I feel like
yeah. Also, I play Chucky, and Banette is like
a puppet.
That was like the one of the best conveniences that ever happened.
Yeah. I can see the parallels, like both doll / puppet characters.
Yeah. The second one, this is YouTube related, and it has to do with the background footage, actually. Have you found any way to make Orman look good in post footage?
No.
Okay.
Simply put.
This is a question. I ask this all the time, and no one can tell me how. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why does Orman look so bad?
So, like, have you ever seen like a video of confetti and how the bitrate just goes to shit?
Yeah.
Orman has confetti. It has snow everywhere.
Yeah.
And so the bitrate goes to shit whenever you play Ormond. And you just have to kind of accept that as fact, unfortunately.
Like, don't get me wrong. Like my footage doesn't ever really look that great, anyways. But Orman always looks so fucking bad in post.
If you look at the tier list video that I made, the game that I have for Vecna, I played on Ormond, and oh my god, I feel like you can count the pixels on that segment of the video. It's so bad.
I'm just glad it's not just me. It's anytime I see someone put Ormond footage up, I'm like, oh god. It's so weird too, because Lake Mine looks fucking gorgeous in post.
Yeah. Less snow, maybe? I don't know. I really don't know what it is.
It's the wind effects. I think it's what it is.
Oh, yeah.
I genuinely think, because that's the only difference I can think of between it and Lake Mind.
It must be, or the like chalet on resort, Mount Ormond Resort is such a resource hog, but I have no idea, honestly.
Yeah, it's just so. I'm just glad I'm not the only one who suffers from it.
Yeah, you definitely are not. Like, it looks bad every time I record it. It's like, well, all right, here we go.
Again, it's not just us. It's like a lot of people, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with this map?
The content creator change.
it's why I hate playing on it. It doesn't even have anything to do with the map itself. I really don't mind playing on Ormond. I just like I know if I get a good match on this and I have to upload it, it's gonna look so bad.
I just hate Ormond because it killed my grandma. Like, that's really what it is for me.
She was in the elevator on the Lake Mine. It's fine.
No, Grandma, I was covered to save you.
Sylvia, I think that is pretty much all I have. If you want to do one final plug for anything you're doing or any of your socials, now's the time.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having me on. I appreciate you taking the time out of your Saturday evening / night. Y'all want to follow me? I'm on Twitch with an X in front of a shiny Sylveon, a shiny Sylveon on YouTube, and then from there I have a Discord and a Blue Sky and a Twitter, all that kind of stuff, but it's under the Sojourner Kai name, so don't be freaked out when you see a totally different person standing there, because yeah, well, it's just because like we're I have like more older connections off of those platforms, and so I feel like I have to retain that for the sake of not just being like, hey, look, I'm an ass, because a shiny Sylveon ASS. It's a funny coincidence, but yeah, so that's where you can find me. And again, thank you very much for having me on.
Yeah, of course. I say this every time to everybody. Time is the most valuable thing we have, and he gave me almost 4 hours of it. So,
hell yeah, I'm having a great time.
I do actually have one final question before we do head out. Did someone take a shiny Sylveon on Twitch?
Yes.
Okay.
I tried a shiny Sylveon. I tried a _shiny _Sylveon. Neither of them worked. So I was like, all right, I gotta do the next thing I can do.
If you're curious why mine has the underscores, the person that took the fake Banette was actually me. It's my old Twitch account. I can't remember the email it's associated with, so I just left it.
That's so unfortunate, dude. Oh my goodness.
But to those listening on the YouTubes, all those links and stuff will be below. I love you guys as always. Have a good one. And yeah. Bye. And we're out. Okay.
Sweet.
All right. Okay, the YouTube side of this is over. Okay, now we can talk shit. Well, no, for real though. I know we. I don't want to say struggled, but like we kept like getting confused on setting this up.
Oh yeah, there were like so many variables that went into it back and forth.
Well, it's because I couldn't find you on Twitter, so I could only find you on Blue Sky, and then like I tried messaging there, and then I deleted Blue Sky from my phone. So like I wasn't getting any notifications, and I kept forgetting to check Blue Sky. And I was like, why isn't he saying anything back? And then I randomly would check one day. I was like, just have me on Discord.
Yeah. But it's all like different usernames just because when I was doing video essay stuff and editing for other YouTubers, which, fun fact, I was an editor for Scooch and Sunny Explosion at some juncture, if you know them from
Sunny,
local League of Legends.
You were an editor for Sunny?
Yeah, back when she did League of Legends stuff. I still have like the videos I made for her saved in an archive somewhere. But yeah, I was an editor for Sunny, and now so I just keep up the username because it's what a lot of people recognize me by. No one's gonna recognize the shiny Sylveon, I feel, in those specific circles, but that'll probably change with time as things go on here as a DVD content creator.
Yeah, fair enough. A couple other things. I did just send you an image. This is a collage of every guest I've had on.
Oh, that's super cute. Oh my goodness, that's adorable.
Yeah, I'll probably ask you later for it, but if you want to be in it, we'll work out the details later. But yeah, I love this thing. For those on the Twitch who haven't seen it in forever, I love it.
That is beautiful.
Such a good job with it. Yeah.
Oh,
I love
man.
Pixel Bush. I will never get over Pixel Bush.
With the skull merchant head sticking out? Yeah, I see him there.
I didn't know what to do, so I was like, that works. Fuck it.
Yeah.
And then as far as when this will be released, Kaiser's comes out this week. And then Psychosu's on the 28th. This should be out on the 4th.
Perfect. So it'll be a couple weeks now, but we gotta all see it live now.
It depends. Some things might change. It depends on the 27th, actually, if I'm honest with you.
Oh, gotcha, yeah.
Yeah, because yeah, if Springtrap comes out on the 27th, like we all of us think, I'm not trying to have your podcast completely overshadowed by that.
Of course not, of course not. I've been saving up. Look, I have 3.4 million blood points saved up so I can get Prestige 3 Springtrap day 1. Look, that's I'm just as excited as pretty much everyone else, I think, about this killer, and I'm looking forward to
Chump change. I know someone who's got 120 million.
it. Well, I could never beat that.
I did the math, by the way. If they don't add the prestige faster thing or the blood point spinning thing, it will take them 14 hours to spend all of it.
Oh no. Dude, they're gonna have an auto clicker and like a subathon set up on stream. That's how you have to do that.
Another thing, this is a really random thing. Do you know who KMD is?
I do not.
KMD, they're a dredge main. They actually have a killer main Discord server set up for all killer mains if you want me to ask them to invite you.
Oh heck yeah. Sure. I mean, if you guys think that a Prestige 65, a Deathslinger main who's sometimes good at the game, is worthy of it, then yeah, I would love to.
I'll let them know. But yeah, I think I'll let you go. I know you were going to stream the game a little bit, but and also I didn't mention it on that, but I might have been a little scatterbrained while I was playing 2v8. I was just trying that to see how it would work.
How many games did you end up getting as killer? Did we get like 2?
6. We got 6 matches in the 2.5 hours
Hell yeah.
before I switched over to your video.
Hell yeah. You'll love to see it.
And I missed some of the easiest shots of my life.
Oh no. That feels bad, man. But yeah. Well, pretty freaking sweet deal. Yeah, I'm gonna go head off and probably play some games for stream, and go from there.
Yeah, I'll probably play Doom after this, so it makes you feel better.
Heck yeah, beat up some denizens of hell.
I will. I've already beaten the game once. I have like 30 hours in the game already.
Oh my god! Heck yeah, you finding all the secrets and stuff now, or?
I'm doing a second playthrough now. Actually, it's been. I love it.
Nice.
I have 6,000 hours in Eternal. So.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
I love Eternal. It's one of my favorite video games ever made.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll let you go.
All right, sounds good, man. Thank you for your time as always.
Yeah, of course. And if you have any questions or anything, just let me know. And I'll probably ask you. I'll probably ask you for a profile picture and stuff for the thumbnail later.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, I'll be sure to send that over when you're ready.
All right. Well, have a good one, man.
You too. Take care.
Bye.
All right, fellas. We in it. Let me see what I missed in chat. I know I missed a lot. It's been 4 hours, practically. Just pull me out of my depression. I'm so sorry, bees. Maybe. When I play against with Strive, with being interviewed about, just kind of Deathslinger stuff. So, pretty good. Being interviewed by Banette, yes. Hello, Azazel. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. You can prevent him from running mono abuse. A similar effect, just run trail or unforeseen. Yeah, I think, like, the thing about trail and unforeseen, I know I'm probably answering several hours old chat messages, is that they have a specific activation requirement, whereas monitor and abuse, as long as you're not in chase, which you won't be at range with Deathslinger, is always active. Warframe is a 4-barrel shotgun. Yeah, Warframe has a lot of really fun weapons, too. These birds with too long cooldowns. Hello, Tristan. Lost a customer. Bold of you to think I care. I make $10 an hour. Yep. Is serving like the hag can? Yes, he is. I downloaded League the other day, played the tutorials, and I got cussed out by a butt. Oh, I'm so sorry. About Lebanese? Oh, yeah. Could show a little extra skin. Base first time chat from Butt Gravy. Welcome. Lebanese grew up in Brooklyn. Gotcha. Sweden use code names. Could be Legacy. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Well, we're on to video gaming. Oh, I mean, we gotta just play the Death Slinger, right? That's what we gotta do. We're here. Might as well at this point. But welcome everyone. Hello. That was a good long discussion. Also, thanks Butt Gravy and Polybius for follows and posture check. I have checked my posture. Thanks for being here. Slinger, I never would have guessed. Yeah, first time playing them. As you can see, I'm using the default skin, so I don't really have any cosmetics for them or anything. Just kind of like figured I'd try them out. So it's just how we do around here. I think this build's good. I'm not sure. I do want to know though if there's something that would be better than Gearhead, because I don't know if there really is. Maybe Eruption, but then if we have Surge, we're kind of scoring Eruption, right? Could do Discordance, but so situational. Bloods of Rage is okay, but it's conditional as well. Zanshin? Did we try it? Nah, Zanshin's not good either. Man, it's like all of the information perks feels like they all fall into the same category. Since they're mid-chase, that is true. It does have 30 seconds activation, but can be pretty short if the chase doesn't get resolved right away. Hard to say. Hard to say. Maybe like Ultimate Weapon? Yeah, the Ultimate Weapon's so punishing, because Ultimate Weapon, if you don't hit anybody with the... I like the idea, but if you don't hit anybody in the 32-meter terror radius of the locker that you open, then it goes on full cooldown for 60 seconds. Jagged Compass is good info? That's true. Jagged Compass does have good info. I feel like I'd have to run a Scourge hook build for it too, but wouldn't be a bad idea. I think if we really wanted to make a strong build for Slinger, the ideal thing would be to do, like, you know, we do Pain Res, and Jagged Compass, and Dead Man's Switch, and like Unforeseen or something. You know, like, this would probably be the strongest build you can run on Slinger, right? There's info because I get lots of missed skill checks. That's not a bad idea either. This would probably be the strongest Slinger build you can run. What the hell was I doing here? Let's not look at that one. We're not going to talk about that one. Hubris, yep, definitely Hubris. As Hazel out here with the... I walk through pallets and expose you. I actually really like the idea. You do like Enduring Hubris with, a cigar or something. Haha. Fuck your key. Haha. No keys. First game map offering. Forever Entwined, the Forever Goated perk. I do really like Forever Entwined. Is it, it helps you avoid flashlight saves. It helps you save time by picking up people faster. Okay. I was like talking all that information on Death Slinger, and I gotta put it to the test. I'm a little nervous, guys. Guys, I'm a little shaky. Help. I've never played this killer before. Oh. Why, hello there. Oh, I'm out of range on that one. But it was worth an attempt. Bonk. I'm gonna break the chain, actually. It's faster than hitting the M1. Reload. Hey, Claudie. Oh. So easy. Oh my god. How does it feel? How does it feel? To be on your own. She's got performance anxiety? She does. Oh, you're the one I have to tunnel. Ah, I see, I see. You seem to have brought a map offering into our accursed lands. Alright, if I can't get a hit on this Felix in the next 3 seconds, I'm tunneling the Claudette. Okay, I'm tunneling the Claudette. Let's go. Let's go! What the hell is that, Bill? What did you just say to me? Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Yep, don't even play Pokemon. Why do I feel so fast? Hold on. Oh, hey, Dwight. Maybe because I've been playing Deadlock a lot. And that game feels pretty damn slow. Hello. Comparatively. Girl. Oh, he goes for the window. Mind gamed. Actually, just mind gamed. I do see what you mean about Gearhead, though. Hubris, Enduring Spirit Furry Surge with Prison Chain. Wait. Prison Chain and Gold Tooth? You're insane, but I love it. Different add-ons, but I like it. I like it too. You know what? I like Prison Chain builds. A kick for me? Wow. You're giving up on Hook, you pussy. You fucking... You little... I hit you perfectly with a nice little flick. I'm gonna clown on you all day, every day for that shit. A good hit, a good hit. Right in a straight line. Booyah. I'm sorry. That was mean. That was mean and loud and mean. I'm sorry. Sorry, roommate, for being loud. At this hour, I gotta be a little bit quieter. So, Dwight's dead on Hook. Choosing to run into my arms? Yeah. Dwight is dead on hookers. Dead by hook. Oh, hey. Look at that. Information. Oh! I didn't... Okay. That's fine. My mistake. My bad, dog. I didn't know you had game like that, alright? Alright, here you go. You can go to the next game. I do not mind. Up we go. Did this guy, like... No way. No frickin' way, man. Disconnects off of one bad mind game. That's crazy, dog. Oh, I had the aim right, but I mistimed the run. I didn't expect him to stutter step there. Oh! It went through! What the hell? What is gonna be here? Edo. Would you like to try again? Reload while we're hasted. Feels pretty good, man. Oh, you swung that so wide. Coup de grace. Love when my... Artiste. I do like Artiste, too. Yeah, she's decent. I like Artist. Between Chucky, Nemi, or Trickster next. Well... I'd say Chucky. Actually. I've come around on enjoying Chucky quite a bit. But... Nemi is pretty fun. Cool. Gotcha. This guy almost definitely has Decisive Strike, right? It's an ace. They wanted to bring themselves to Azeroth's. Are you cheating? What's happening here? Okay, I'm not gonna take your Decisive Strike if that's what you want. This guy is Deli D-Strike too. It's a Pebble, I think. Oh, there you are. Ooh, I thought he would go up for the doorway there. My mistake. Oh, that's a pallet. Really now? That doesn't hit? Okay. We just gotta wait. I think 15 more seconds for this dude. I'm aiming too high. You don't have a... Oh, this is not a safe pallet against me, sorry. I gotta get him to drop it if I can. Okay. Now we pick. Should be at the end. My timing is correct, and it is. Booyah. Did he leave this, or is he... I'm not sure. Oh, there he is. Chase me. Chase me, please, Caleb. I don't mind. I've been hitting some good shots. It's fine by me. Oh, where are you going? Oh, he doesn't dodge. No. Alright, 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 alright. Oh no, an ad break. No. Not another one, please. Is that basement? Nope. Never lucky. Never lucky. Even when I get demolished, I know it look good. Damn right you do. Alright, cool. Pretty much even hook states, actually. I spread those out a little bit too much. Oh, they're on the other door. On my left. Question is whether or not they're healing over here. I'll let them get the unhook. I don't mind. Not play. There. Whoa, I get a 2K. Let's go. Hoggers. Oh, if I hit that, though. I thought I had the angle right, but apparently not. Where's the... Body might have, like a hatch escape plan or something. Maybe on the other door, then? Whatever it is, it's a 2K. GG's, though. I love a good artist game, one of my favorite killers. Yeah, she is pretty sweet, huh, Sonic? I found the hatch! Look at me, I found the hatch! Guys! Nah. I'm gonna go stand the exit gate and go stare out. I forgot it was at Shack, but it's okay. I could have closed that pretty easily. Oh, sorry about the ads, by the way. What else is the freaking point? Oh, you know. Claudette with Soul Guard, Unbreakable, Flip-Flop, Boilover. Good Lord in heaven. Felix did have Decisive Strike. Look at that. We read that perfectly. Pretty easy read, honestly. Just for you to refuse to watch me leave? Validate me! Ah! Probably the only out I get all day. Yeah, against Deathslinger? Oh, man. You're a... Oh, man. First chatter, first message into ads. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know that was coming up at all. Slinging his... Well, bro. It's cursed. Bro. Let's do this build. I gotta record that game too. We get okay on. Oh, I have caps lock on. 2K. Disturbed ward. 1 DC. 1 map offering. Was a Azerov's or Auto Haven. That's what it's called. Auto Haven offering. There we go. I've had it. I've had enough. I can't believe that you wouldn't validate me like this. You're unbelievable. What do we have to do? Oh, right. What is this? Is survivors revealed by your killer instinct? Do it 4 times. Oh, that's just a Legion, basically. I mean, I could just say, frick it, we play Legion. Oh, my scroll wheel's working. For like 2 seconds. Yippee! I'm missing Prestige 1 on 20 killers. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, this build looks good. And getting them all there. It is pretty nice at the base level, being able to get all of them there. I'm doing that with my survivors very slowly. Damn. Oh, I don't have my overlay on, do I? Refresh that. There we are. And we also don't have Nodders on. What streamer is this? It is kind of nice, though, being able to get all of the killers or characters just in general, the Prestige 1, because then you're guaranteed to see their perks in other Blood Webs. So. Hey, nicely done, Brady. Everyone to Prestige 3 got Ghoul yesterday. Heck yeah. Any tips for Legion? Hello, Star. I think that one of the tips that I know about Legion is that if you're not within a reasonable range of the other survivors, even if they're showing up on your killer instinct, just don't be afraid to cancel your power to reset it again. I get my survivors there now. Yeah, it's super useful. Even if it's not like every survivor or every killer has good perks, the difference there is that you'll be able to access all of the perks and you have more build diversity from there.
Cool. I fucking hate them.
Fakebanette, thank you for following, gamer. It was a pleasure talking with you. We're not, as you can see, we're not playing Deathslinger. I know, I completely misled you all. But I have a quest that I'm going to be getting Killer Instinct. I have to hit survivors after getting Killer Instinct on them, so Legion seemed the easiest one. Traitor? No.
Don't expose me like this.
Then going P2 up P3. Oh, I see you go back through all of them. Usually run Sloppy Butcher, Ruin, Grim, and Pain Res. There's room for Pop the Weasel. Is that good? Depends on what you have. Because I personally wouldn't run Sloppy Butcher on Legion. Because Sloppy Butcher is usually good. Do you have Thanatophobia in its place? Because that's a really good slowdown perk for Legion. Because you injure everyone and keep them injured. No? Okay. Noed might not be bad either. Because the problem with Legion is that you usually injure with M2, which doesn't proc Sloppy Butcher. And people are more likely to remain injured against Legion if they're experienced against them. Because the Legion's power is basically refreshed when people are... usually refreshed because people are always staying... Or... What am I trying to say? You get your power refreshed when people heal against Legion. Because your power is basically just injuring people. Got it though, upgrade my nurse and got it, thank you. You're welcome, yeah. Yeah, I think Thana's a really good perk on them. The selfless people like to stay injured. I've seen a really evil build a couple times where the Legion player will burn the Larry's map offering and then run the Oblivious Ruler and the sunglasses that reveals the aura. So you're indoors, you stab somebody with power, go around the corner like you're running to go stab everyone else. Then, didn't we play this map last time we played Legion? Anyway, and then they're oblivious while they're mending, but their aura is revealed while they're mending. Hello, how we doing? Cool. Baller. Take Unbound as well while we're here. Dude, you can't catch me. Yeah. Really? This guy doesn't want to play against Legion? Calm spirit. Okay, he has a toolbox, which makes me think. Thank you. Makes me think he's sabotage. He's so fast? Yeah. Well, it's thanks to the perk that I have, which is I have. You're a sabo box boy. I have Unbound, which makes it so that whenever I vault a window after injuring somebody, I gain 10% movement speed. Hi, chat. Hello, Drac. Alright. We won't respect the pallet this time. Don't even need to. And he's giving up on hook. Pussy! Will that be good for spirit? Thana? I think so, yeah. If you can consistently get injured or unbound, I think it's best on like killers that actually have vaults built into their kit. Like Wesker or something like that, you know? Legion, of course. Alright, sick. I'm just gonna end the game right now. I can do that too. And cancel. This is kind of like nasty double window setup though. I'll just kill this person. Fuck it.
Those greedy slights.
Yeah. Going nest against Legion on Swamp is crazy work. I know. Dude, last game as well, I canceled somebody's Azarov offering as Deathslinger, and we were on Disturbed Ward, and somebody gave up on hook against Deathslinger on like their second hook. Like what the hell are you doing? Anyway, game's over. Lamau. 4K3 by the Legion on Pale Rose. Yeah, I don't care. Oh, hey. By the way, this game... all the remaining survivors are bots? Yeah, this is a loss. I'm just gonna save myself the time, because the bots are gonna struggle. Should Spirit gameplay? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Let me go run a Spirit game. I like playing Spirit, too. Map offering bringers are always clear. So the thing is that the map offering bringer was the Claudette who wanted me to watch her leave on the shack hatch that was there. This is the build that I usually run. Do you have the Tomie skin? No. I do not. The only skin that I have bought... I have two skins that I have bought for killers. One was Blighted Slinger, and the other one was... William Birkin, because someone bought it for me. Also, with this game, I'm going to be... There will be moments where I won't have consistent commentary while I'm chasing someone. And so I have to, like, listen really closely to Spirit's sounds. How do you buy someone a skin? I mean, they said that, hey, if I gift 2 subs in your channel, will you get William Birkin? And I was like, yeah, fuck it, why not? They're like, hey, if I give you money, will you buy the skin? That's what it came down to. Funny enough. Also, I'm playing, like, Calm Spirit with the shorter hair. Lamau. Yeah, I can try a perk build. What's the one that you wanted? God dang it, Brady. Tomie? Alright. Let's also set up the build that, Star has as well on here, which was, what, Peyton Rez, right? Thank you, Brady, for the gifted subs as well to Star, Moxie, Drac, Knickknacks, and Hematic. You were all safe from the scourge of ads on Twitch for a little bit. Ruin, Grim Embrace, Pain Res. Okay. So, Grim Embrace and Pain Res have a bit of anti-synergy in the sense that blocked generators, and for Ruin as well. Oh, Sloppy was in there. In the sense that gens that are blocked by Grim Embrace cannot take regression events. So if you block things with Grim Embrace, Ruin doesn't affect it, and Pain Res doesn't affect it. My man just got something like Christmas in July. In May. Dude, we are early on this one. 2 times over. I am a blessing, truly. Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone wins in this scenario. All right, Tomie. That's why we're here. Customizations, Tomie. Funny, generous, good-looking. That, all of those above. I mean, well, I'm just gonna go to my BRB screen just in case this tries to dox me. Don't want that to happen. And humble. That's what I was gonna say next. I don't care about them doing gens, less easy to kill. I just make it harder for them. Ah, gotcha, yes. Alright, Tomie sponsored. That card's not. Follow you off a pig video who used to be my main. Was that the Porcophobia video? The one where I did like the scream build? Ah! Oh my god! The purchase sound for things in Dead by Daylight is so loud. Alright. We have Tomie. Or was that the Prestige 3 pig? I don't know if I even did one for her, actually. Here we are. Hell yeah. Thank you, Brady. They got great nits, I mean a great heart. That's... Sorry. I was gonna make a joke, and I'm off of that sentence, but I'm not trying to objectify. But, I was like, yeah, I'm sorry for staring at your tits. I was just looking at your great heart that's behind them. So, that's... Sorry. Sorry. I don't think booped a snoot in weeks. Ah, the culture. It's these new kids that have lost it now. I got my mother's heart. It was Prestige 3 pigs. You have been around for a while then. Hell yeah. It's been a while since I've done those Prestige 3 videos. 2 eerie chase medals for a tome challenge. Oh. My chases were too fast in my last game. You're just too good, Azazel. Oh no. I love the menu music changes with her too. Houndmaster too strong. Yeah. I don't know if even Houndmaster starts chases. I feel like she just shows up and is like, alright, cool. I hit you from a distance. This chase is now 5 seconds in, and I've hit you with Snug again, and you're down. Houndmaster feels so strong, especially because people don't play her very often. I love it too, Brady. Like, it actually sounds great. Fits her character pretty well. She looks ugly with a bomb. No, I see it, I see it. It is better because people can't see you over loops quite as easily, but yeah. A little more stealthy. I think this skin is pound for pound quieter than the base skin too, if I'm remembering correctly. I just want to test a pig build against actual players. I'm the same way, Sonic. Usually when I'm playing because I want to improve, I want to test my ability. I'm not really here to meme around, you know? Oh shit, I got a hype chest on Twitch. Hold on, what do we got? Oh, heck. Look at this emote. Me. Here, hold on. This emote's great. This is not towards anyone, by the way, but I found... This is like the first response to this message I got here. Anyway. It's not at all towards anyone. I just found that really funny. I should try my hubris build on Houndmaster. I think it would work pretty well, actually. Sack ward, we do. Cool. Toolbox, make it. I still love Pig, but I moved on because like characters buns my trial with characters, so I settled on Spirit. I was kind of the same way with Legion as well, because when I first started playing this game, I played Legion, and I was like, damn, this character buns, what do I do now? So I started playing Artist and then Plague, and then now Slinger. Please, Bori Beast. Please crush my face in with your heels. Oh my god. I was running like full on looking to hide and see that, and they run straight into him. It's the stealthiness, I think, that gets you. Asylum and Red Forest offerings? Oh boy. Good luck, Azazel. Ooh. The Nostromo. Here we see the spirit in her natural habitat. Where's my... Oh. That's a nasty hex spawn. I don't like that. Oh, she has sprint burst. So I'm phasing ahead of time so that I'm not in the chase music, because the chase music is so loud. Got it. Oh, I thought she was gonna vault. My mistake. Oh, nice. Good fake, good fake, good fake. Kicking. Yeah, I catch her now. Perfect. Almost didn't, though. Holy. I had to flick my mouse really hard there. Feast upon her flesh, yes. Oh, laggy McLaggerson, holy. Whose frames are these? Not mine anymore. Like 50 FPS right now. Gwim boys. Hello. How are we feeling? I'll kick. I don't mind. Okay, so she will fall for the Spirit Mine game then. Gotcha. She vaulted. Oh, I heard the slow vault. God dang it, dude. Close though. Yeah, her voice is great. Howdy. Sorry. Oh, you're gonna vault that, are you? I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna grab the Sable, just because I know. You have a flashlight? Yeah, I'm gonna grab the Sable. Never mind. I'm out this way. Pick up Sable. I'm gonna put her on this hook here so I can grab the Yui right away. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. They didn't, Oh, wow. You have that. Okay. Trying to not get slowed there. Oh, your female voice? Well, thank you. Doing my best. Ooh, 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 ooh. I'm not getting any pain res procs, but that's just because of fucking Nostromo, dude. Okay, good. Good, good, good. We can tunnel the Sable if need be. Girl. Ain't no way this is how you choose to die. You got unhooked. There's gotta be a Dwight. I think I saw him over there. I'm so sorry, girly. I'm so sorry for this. But you got unhooked and then decided to stay in the same area while you're unhooked. Girl, just leave. Get out of here. She had so much time. You don't need to tunnel and get pain res? Yeah, for real though. Fuck, man. Nobody on my Hex Totem either. Have you used Spear's Medusa-looking skin? I have not, one tap. Also, welcome. Welcome to chat. I actually... A viewer just gifted this skin to me, so I have no skins for Spirit aside from Tomie. Ooh. Oh no, auto pull! Oh! Gotcha. You mean the bestie bad bitch break? Yeah, my bad, queen. My bad. I forgot that I was speaking to royalty and that I need to actually be addressing them as such. Yo, what up, queen? The absolute... The... Oh, what's the word? The venerable Brady Lane. There we go. Oh, pain res. No. No, but I choose to anyway. I'm not even trying, like, I'm not even trying to go after that person. And it's just like, I'm gonna go back and see what's happening on main. Oh, hey. Look at what's happening on main. Okay, people on this gen, or they have been recently. Nobody's seen that totem. I think the fire from the background is really fucking them up. Ooh, that's good info. You're walking. There you are. Because only Xenomorph can tunnel? Oh, yes, that's true. I forgot, my bad. This Yui seems pretty good. And I haven't hooked the Hattie yet. Gotcha. I'm gonna swing him around the backside like that. How do you spell that? Like the name Tomie, or? If Dwight's nearby, I could be in trouble. Never fine. Oh no, but hold on, Demogorgon can too. Venerable? Oh. Yeah, I think you got it. Venerative. Wow, I mean, that's... Whew. Really, you know, people with the massive vocabularies really just... They really, you know, hit me right in the photosynthesis. Haha. XD limo. Look at this 3-gen, by the way. Oh, my stars. Hello. Man, they still broke it, though. This Hattie's been pretty on it, on top of it. It's pretty good. You doubled back. Didn't you? No, she has, Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think she has Iron Will, actually. She's like a direct counter to us. I have to do, like, more visual cues now. You walked. Okay. I should not give her this pallet for free. So, I mean... I lost, but I was there. I showed up. Yeah, I think they're on, main? Ooh. What up, Girly Pop? I have Grim Embrace. Look at me being really had to put your back into that one, dude. I had to lean into it. I had to like rear my back up and then lean forward. That's what I had to do for that one. Ooh, you did. And Dwight can't work on the gen he's been on main. I think we got a little bit of Sloppy Butcher value there. And we were able to slow this game down quite a bit. A full bend and snap. Bend and snap. Hi, Hattie. How's it going? Still have this palette here, don't you? Hold still. Does she know the animation difference? Oh, I thought she slow vaulted back over. We'll kick it. I think Dwight's on the back corner here. I just hate Pop the Weasel. Oh, no, it's fine. I think these are still, like, just good perks in general, that they'll work on any build, really. Ruin, Pain Res, Sloppy Butcher, Grim Embrace, all decent, you know? You have Life? Fuck yeah, you do. Got him. He's actually one of my favorite killers to play, too, so... I don't know. Could become a Spirit Main. Catch up here. Saw the grass move. Damn it. Damn it. I'm gonna kick it on this side so that he doesn't get the full map. Go back to. I'm so far ahead at this point that it really does not matter if I break pallets or not in these chases. I thought he was gonna go for the pallet. My mistake. Windows Life have an ass. Oh my god. I gotta kick this way. The double pallet into the window is brutal. My god. This, Hattie's scary with her Iron Will. I didn't hear any footsteps running at me, so we're fine. Get the destruction point somehow? Yeah, I guess so, huh? Nah, I've been holding this game down. But the Hattie is actually like kicking my ass. She's doing great. She's on this gen too. Oh, she was. I don't have any blood though. I'm hunting for her. Nah. She deserves to get out. That Hattie played this so well. Well played. Well freaking played, man. That brought the offering, gave up first hook. Otz's Law strikes again. Good first game. Trying to see if she was like in a locker or something back here. Maybe? I have no idea. Alright, cool. GG's. Good game. Lock that down. And with a syringe? Yeah, Iron Will, Dead Arm, made for this. Wiglif. Windows, Life. Yes. Yes. I mean, Dwight actually did really well. As well, in the sense that he didn't, like, pre-run to everything. He actually tried to loop things and tie things all together. And so he was actually really creative. I really, you know what? I will give him props for it. He actually tried to tie things together and play things well. Like, I had to actively break things from different sides to avoid him going to that. Not chipping life. That they do. Yo, I got the grippers for Zarina. Hold on. Zarina grippers. She got them dogs out, baby. What a shit. You played amazing. Thank you. Wait, wrong one. You know what? Close enough. Good enough. Oh no. What have I done? Why did I even add that emote in? I guess because it was at the behest of, Actually, it wasn't at anyone's behest. I could have just chosen not to add it. But I did anyway, because I thought it'd be funny. Okay. Let's do... And funny it was. Amen. What the hell was I cooking with this? Huh. Gave out the Brady bunches. That's what it is. We got that Tomie swag now? We sure do. We sure do now. Would be so hot if it was. that's so real. For me, yeah, he's hot. He's a decent looking man. An error has occurred in your blood web. Yippee! Indeed it has. Hello, Icy. Hola. Hello, hello. Not because he's skill expressive, because he is canonically balding. No! No! I was gonna do a Halloween costume of Deathslinger, but now I'm worried. Now I'm terrified. What if I'm gonna... What if I lose all my hair? Let those cheeks air out. Give me those assless chaps. But yeah. Here, look. Let me show you. I was showing chat the skin earlier, but this is probably my least favorite skin, because look. He doesn't have any hat. He doesn't have any frock coat. He's lost all of his aura. Love this one, though. This one's pretty sweet. You get like a little colony of moths around him. Blighted is great, too. I like the overalls, though. I mean, it's fine. But I just feel like he loses so much personality without the coat, you know? It's all in the coat. I mean, even with this coat, it's like all kind of moth-eaten and stuff on the back. Oh. Delta? What in the... What? Well, what's all that for? Well, thank you very much, gamer. That's 5 more to Smooth, Arctic Wolf, Supersonic, Zoro, and Ludocrow. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, sponsored by Delta. Thank you. That's super duper kind of you, gamer. If you let him suck your toes, ugh. You have utterly disappointed me. God, no. No.
That guy is so cool. I fucking hate them.
Wow. You've gifted me 5 subs before you even followed. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. Holy smokes. Thank you so much, gamer. That's very, very kind of you. If you can make your own killer, how would you? I always said that I wanted to make a killer that works off of camouflage. Like blending into the environment. Thank you, gamer. Super duper cool of you. Welcome in, by the way. If I may ask as well, where have I shown up in your feed that you should grace me with such presence and funding? No hoe, whack. No coat, whack. The way he doesn't have a good ads, whack. ADS, yeah. Yeah, I think like something that could camouflage into the environment would be a really cool killer. Prop hunt killer, I guess. Or like a chameleon killer. Where if they hold still, they blend in, and then you run Insidious or something like that, or... A siren killer? Ooh, yes. Yes, yes. Well, there goes my sack ward. Didn't burn against anything, but, you know. Also, standstill will grow with each hook up to 60 meters. Ooh. Oh, no. I was just rolling and it's still going. A lot of people called me that. I thought worth it, so to 5 subs. Well, thank you. That's very, very kind of you. I'm glad that you decided to drop on by and just say, like, you know what? Have the money. And you've also saved people from the scourge of ads on Twitch. Oh, hello there, gamer. It's gonna be a tough game. Oh, it's already a tough game. I flicked too late. I flicked to try and catch his pathway, but I shot before the flick went through. Anyway, that's not safe. You understand me? Yeah. Whoa, another 5 subs. Holy heck. How many subs do I have to give subs to make you use the build I won't shut up about? I mean, shit, I'll just run the next game. I just keep forgetting to do it. Because, you know. Shouldn't be free, right? Oh my god. Larry's. Anyway. Howdy, gamer. Mwah. Predator. Is that Predator? I don't know, and unfortunately I've never watched Predator. In fact, I didn't watch Alien prior to Xenomorph coming out in Dead by Daylight, so Well, that goes to show you just like what kind of fake fan I am. Now you know. Hello there, gamer. Excuse me. I saw you walking across the hall. I think it's time I go back to bed. Well, thank you for the gift subs, gamer, and hope you have a good rest. I hope you'll have a good. Oh, hold on. I'm getting distracted. My brain. Steven. Oh, the unfortunate reality is that I suck. Oh, no. Alright. This pallet? Really? Oh, hold on. You gonna leave now? No. See if I can catch him. Oh! Almost. I can't quite see him, but I know I can hit him over this. Bro, where is he? Ugh. He gonna drop it now. He's scared. No! Damn it! I hate this map so much, though. You can shoot over those, planters, but, you know. To the next pallet. Steven, take me. Oh, he has that doorway. God dang it, dude. And then a... dog shit map. Oh, absolute dog shit map. I'm just gonna break this. Bye, Delta. Night. Have a good day, chat. You too. A sad Raiders fan is such a Jeff name that someone's dad. Oh, it totally is, yeah. Fucking hate this map, though. Oh my god. A Steve that isn't screaming in my ear? Correct. Where the fuck did everyone go? Hold on. Lose my bearings here. It's Larry's. And that door's not open, so I can't walk through it. I'm gonna grumble. I'm a grumbler. Angry mumbler. Can you shoot through the bars? Like these bars here? Yeah. You sure can. Sometimes I just wanna... like, usually I think, like, oh, I can take these shots, but they have so many angles that they can just freely cut into, because, you know, Larry's. Oh, hold on, we have bodyguards. Do we? No, we don't. Dude, like, not in range for any of this shit. I'm aiming too low. Hold on. Give me a sec. Excuse me, ma'am. Don't you know that it's illegal to walk in the state of Michigan? I don't know if that's where we are, but it is. It's as tragic as Steve voice actor's uncredited. Is he really? That's so tragic. He has like an opera voice. You put him on the hook and he's like, oh! Time is our alive with the sound of music. Ah! Howdy. Thank you for the free injury. I'll drop you too, because I have a budget fire up. Oh, my face. Yeah, okay. Did he really vault that to finish the gen? You moron. Nia's here too. Brother, what the fuck is happening? Come to the window, please, for your order. No, it's Arby's and Dick. Okay. What did we learn? Hi. Alright. Hi. She's oblivioso. Brother, what is happening? I have basement right here too. Sick. Aw, damn, he still gets it though. His flashlight timings are still good. Alright, picking up for the 6th time. And now I'm taking you to basement. We're really doing something here, huh? I retreat into my lair. Alright, up you go. Hello, Arby's. Just kidding, I hate Arby's. Is it really icy? I didn't know that. Kick. You ain't getting this. Not allowing you to. Brother, what is happening this game? Hey. Port's closed. Alright, down we go. Into the basement again. Alright, cool. That works. You can get a hook as well. Yoink! Waffle fries are awful. I will die on this hill. So the thing about waffle fries that's really quite awful about them is that they need to be warm to be enjoyed. Otherwise, you just have a weird deformed brick. Yeah? Duck again, bitch. Sorry. Respectfully. Yoink. Where is this Nia? She's like on my left? Oh, she can't hear me at all. You're so real for that, Azazel. So you know what? You found friends here. You're among friends, Gary. Among us, you might even say. Did I see scratches there? I can't tell. I wonder if I can jump scare someone and prevent this unhook in basement here. Probably, right? Just get a second stage guaranteed. I'm rude like that. Yeah, we're good. There we are. Yeah, I'm a rude motherfucker who don't want to dance. I'm a rude motherfucker who gives him no chances. Where are you? Oh. That was probably just anti-camp, huh? Yeah, no, that's fair. I gave him anti-camp. That's my bad. Musical, but definitely a play of some sorts. Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant that there was, like, some sort of contention about something. They're in this hallway. They double back. Are they? No, they're around here. They're outside. What the fuck? Where? Brother, what? What in the what? I even know where you went. You disappeared on me. Ah, now they're taking their time to get their totems. Now they're scared. See, like, even if Larry's isn't that great of a... I can smell the dead hard. Two-pointer. Yeet. E moment. Yeah, exactly. Dead hard. I really do need to get the, like, dead hard cam like, Lilith Omen does. I could have shot that, too. I was, like, a little bit too... precautious with it. I don't believe I missed that. I don't believe I missed that. That went through his head. Headshot bonus. Would've gone crazy. I can hit this, though. Which is nuts. Yeah. Understandable, honestly. Nope. Good try, though. My friend was calling me a hater as the drive-in movies were a miserable experience. You know, I can see it, though. I can definitely see it. There's one that's, like, kind of nearby me. That I haven't heard anything bad about it, necessarily. It's just that you have to... It has to be under darkness in order for you to actually see the movie, you know? Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Let's do this. And then do... a fucking... It gave me the prompt to pick up. I'm just getting my reps in, actually. Don't mind me. Doing my stair steppers. Bonk. Yeet. Oh, give me a sub. You've given me too much power. You know I have all the Sylveon emotes everywhere. Everywhere. Every channel that you go to, you can make them fit. Where the fuck are these? Did you? I thought I heard that. I thought I heard the locker sound. Anyway, faster pickup speed because, haha, Forever Entwined, funny perk. Yeet. And he had Dead Hard. Could have used it if he wasn't in the locker. I just doubled my poor dude's head over and over. I was trying to get it in an angle where I wasn't facing the direction that the Nia was standing in, and I ended up getting boned for it. Ah, no. I can aim lower. I can aim lower on that. That's fine. Howdy. There we go. That's what I needed to do. We learn, we learn. But I had dinner with him at PAX? Hell yeah. That's awesome. Bricky seems like a pretty great dude. Not gonna lie. Yeet. Alright, hello there. Really now? Okay. I thought that was the funnier shot, you know? Yeah, I can shoot through that. That's pretty sick, huh? Are we done? Okay. The nodders, yeah, she's like, what the fuck, you shot me through that? Alright, mad respect. I guess I hadn't seen Hadestown on Broadway. Oh, so unfortunate. Mordor. Hello, Luna. Welcome in. You were the kind individual who raided us a little bit ago. I remember that. Welcome back. Plaything Surge is actually devious work on Larry's, isn't it? Hello. Hope you've been doing well, by the way. You been playing any DVD lately? Any thoughts on the new patch or anything, Moria? Hubris. Chat, it's time for hubris. What do you say, hubris? So the idea is we hold W, enduring, spit fury, spirit fury, and Sergey. Is that right? Is that right, Azazel? I was sick last week. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you recover soon. Yeah, and that this signifies you being at the end of it. What's new in the patch? It was a lot of bug fixes for the most part. Nemesis was disabled, as you remember, or kill switched, I guess. And now he is much better now. Prison Chain and Tooth. Thank you. Remember there was something else funky going on here. Beyond that, they fixed a lot of the bugs, like singularities, projectiles not adhering immediately, having like a bit of placement delay and things like that. You have a better idea for add-ons? No, we're going with it. They fix bugs unless you're a Twins main? Yes. Exactly. They fixed Slinger's bug. The main one was that he wouldn't show the or survivors wouldn't be able to see him aiming down sights, but that also affected the killer side, where his shot would actually come from here and not from like the center when he actually aims down sights. And so that meant that randomly, occasionally, your shot would just fire off at a 15-degree angle. It was like, okay, sure, why not? Crouching to avoid tentacle doesn't work anymore. I bet that Nemesis mains around the world are rejoicing, jumping up and down, hugging each other. There's only 3 of them, but, you know, you gotta be happy for the group. But, in the hitbox. Of course, Nem was an issue? Yeah. So apparently, the issue wasn't what you would think as well, Luna. The issue was that M1 perks didn't work on him. So you couldn't get Save the Best for Last stacks. You couldn't get, like, Surge. You wouldn't activate Sloppy Butcher. However, you also wouldn't consume Play with Your Food stacks. So you would just stack those up, And you run at 130 speed permanently for the full match because you wouldn't lose stacks on them once. Against a Tesla with a 500 ping? Dude, he was shooting you with your mind. With their whipping TV, I'm gonna tell myself that it was a bug. It was a... Look, it was... You dodged into it. You missed the dodge. So now we're on the other side. We're on the other perspective. That's a, yeah. How the hell does that happen? Like the most significant thing they did this patch was they added Aurela. It's like, nah, I'm getting here. I'm fucking everything up. The light at the end, the tunnel. Yes. Is that you? Great Gram Gam. Are you freeing me? Very powerful, so quiet. Yeah, that too. I hope they fixed her volumes. I know they fixed her hook screams, because apparently those weren't mixed properly. They were just random volumes, so they equated them across the board. That was another change they made. Just another bomb track. Can't go to sleep, sadly. I'm sorry to hear that, Star. Hopefully my commentary will help that in some ways. Added Lauren to 3 outfits and they somehow broke gens? How? May the hubris be ever in your favor. My plan is to hold W. Around every pallet. I ain't scared of nothing. Every hit is valid unless it's a nemesis and it's all lies. Yes. Anytime I see her, I cannot attack her. Well, she is quite pretty. I will agree. This is what I normally do with any build that's like N Fury. I just hold W and it works every time. Did I get another hype chat emote? Oh no, it's the same one. So he hit me 3 times in a row on the same loop after the second one. I was already creaming my jaw. Dude, you were terrified of his power. Oh, family residence. I see. We also got a 4K on this game. We'll add it to the spreadsheet afterwards. Okay. Spawn in the middle, so they're split. So they're gonna be over here on my left, probably. It's electrifying. You're like, oh, damn, 3 for 3. Because normally you'd expect at least 1 miss in there, right? But no. Hello. Nobody there. 2 generators. Oh, I remember that. I remember that. I remember being... I think I was even a victim of that bug at some point. I was like, what the hell? How did they do both those gens so fast? But no, it was just bugged. Hello? Any gamers afoot? That the fucking... Yeah, no, I suck. Actually. Oh, I hit the generator. Let's try again. Hey. What in the stutter step was that? Alright, let's try again. We'll get the more difficult one. Of course we will. There's Hubris active. Gonna try to sleep with the sounds of Deathslinger's gunshots. Hell yeah, I see. Well, thanks for being here, gamer. Appreciate your time. Hey. No pallets. Understood? I can definitely feel the reeling speed, by the way. I never run Gold Tooth. I was trying. Aw. You gonna vault it? Nope. I can catch her on the backside of this, though. If she does... There we go. That'll work. We'll break this, too, for enduring. Have a good stream. Thank you for dropping in. If it doesn't work the first time, it'll work the 30th time. Look, the Ada just had the movement, man. I don't know what to tell you. I gotta aim, like, a little more patiently. I'm kind of, like, too sauce for my gourd right now. If you know what I'm saying. I'm hip with all of this, slang-areno from the kids. Yeah. Alright, we hold W. Short pallet, don't care. Hold W. Short pallet, don't care, we hold W. The jig might be up, though. The jig might be up. Hey. Brother, what the fuck? I mean, pre-dropping against slingers, sure, why not? Sure, yeah, why not? I want you to drop it on my head. I want to feel cranial damage. I mean, not like I haven't experienced that before as a child, an infant. It's had lasting impacts, but it's fine. It's fine. No, don't worry about me. I'm fine. I don't mean to be tunneling this person, but if I'm gonna get easy shots, I will take them. Gonna camp this? No. I mean, kinda. Hello. Webecca. Webecca. Bonk. Hello, Webecca. You're going at the gens? Yeah, I mean, like, I was slow on the start of the game because I assumed the spawn's in the wrong location. And then I've also, like, let some of these chases go for a really long time. Yeah, she is. Ado. No. No crouching. Not in my household. That's prison chain value, by the way. We wouldn't have had that without prison chain. Yoink. And now we have the secret sauce available. Rebecca Chambers from Resident Evil. My favorite protagonist, basically, in any game ever. Lost it? No, it's 0. No, 17 win streak? Holy smokes. Impressive. Unlucky, though, with the loss at the end there. Girl. Ladies. Ladies, please. Oh, this hasn't been progressed since the start of the game. We can kick that pretty freely. You guys are winning your matches? I guess. I don't know. It's pretty rare here, actually. You get a 4K and we rejoice. Like, I could definitely play this game in a much more nasty way, but am I gonna have fun doing that? Not really. You're too good at that accent? Oh, having, like, the speech impediment thing? Yeah. Thanks, I think. I don't want it to become a habit. I have a pretty schnasty 3-gen here. I became promo them the day and 17 disconnects from survivors? Hell yeah. People find Spirit immensely frustrating to play against, so I totally understand. We'll just hold this 3-gen, right? Ideally, if I didn't lose the generator and in the center here, it would have been fine. But if they're on that gen, then I really don't care. That's still regressing? There's somebody around here. But where? Take this. But where? Half the time I bother leaving the main building half? Yeah. And like we leaving. Come back. Smell a survivor? Nope. That's still regressing too. Oh, there's someone here. I just saw that crow. Just another bomb track. I've been listening to Rage Against the Machine lately. Aye. So now I got their debut album kind of stuck in my head here. Oh, not this again. Brother, how do I keep missing this person at point blank? I swear to God, this killer is hard to... Okay. Just play it patient, that's what we gotta do. Okay, there's Fung. She's playing this super duper passive. Like, super duper quiet and passive. I haven't seen her all game, and she just... I don't know, disappears. Went between her legs, yeah. Oh. Hello. Drop it on my head. She pre-drops. See, this is the thing. People who know what they're doing against Deathslinger will always pre-drop like that. Hey, you going for the window? There's no window on this tile. What? What? Yamaoka tiles, I swear. Oh, you saw the vision. You saw the vision. This has a lot of progress. I gotta go. For it. I know where everybody is. Hello. It's not great, but it's fun. Yeah, that's a good analysis of it. Batman. Oh, almost. I'm gonna kick this gen. Oh, it's a single gen. Okay. Chase me! I've been hiding all game, but I want you to chase me. Chase me on the pallet. Bye. No, bye. Like some progress here. Oh, hey, how are we doing? Burst? No. Oh, damn. Oh, damn, I overflicked. I panicked and overflicked. Now I got you. Now I'll kill you. It's a single gen, but it's practicing self-love until the right survivor comes along. You're so right. You're so right. I'm so happy for it. Can I get to this hook over here in time? That's some build value right there. I'm not gonna make it. I'm just gonna go for this one. Fuck it. I don't even make that one. That's unlucky. Reload. They got that door open immediatamente. In here? No, they're going back to heal actually. Yeah, like when you get pre-dropped on all the time, it's just not gonna work. Hubris value. If I had put the hook up, it would have been even more value, but alas, here we are. It's a test of luck. Ah, I hate that. She was like hiding all game and then like clicks at me to go to a pallet. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I've already lost the game anyway. I might as well go for somebody who's interested in taking a chase, you know? GG's. Hubris value. Yes. I think that it could have been better value if I just didn't go against that team. You got 2 downs? That is true. Is true. What do they call it? Memorial Institute. Treatment Theater. Treatment. No, no. We go from a 4K to a 0K on family residence. I actually really hate family residence. I've seen it so many times. I've seen it so many times at this point. It's like my second most popular map that I've been sent to. By the entity. Even by survivors. Let's look. Family residence. Where are you? Yeah, actually, it's tied for the most appearances at 12. And the reason that I hate it is because of the main building. Makes me Yamachoka. Got him. Let's call it early, it's awful? Yeah. And if I'm breaking chains or not able to get hits, just like, oh, they have hubris. Okay. Just pre-drop pallets. But that's okay. We'll do the strong build as well now, and then try to go for some goofy shots. Yeah, Yamaoka is just awful. It really is. It's not as bad, I feel, as, like, Coldwind can feel sometimes. And I'm thinking of that in terms of the visual obstruction. But, that main building on family residence always fucks me up. Because of the windows. It feels like Mother's Dwelling sometimes, just without a second floor. They're inconsistent? Yeah. It's like, if you see the bamboo, you can't go through it, but if you see the, like, the young bamboo or the reeds, you can. I don't know. It's just annoying all around. Yeah, Mother's Dwelling, Temple of Purgation, Family Residence, Family. Oh. If I didn't miss a couple of those shots, that game, that would have been a lot closer of a match, but if I got a shot onto the Feng when she was on the back of that rock with the pallet, that would have been a much different game. Ramming my face first into bamboo? Yeah, exactly. You get my point. Like, the map is just... Well, and then, of course, because it's a solid object, Slinger also can't shoot through it. Oh, it's a 4-stack. Do we run? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do the Saturday night build. Because it is, after all, Saturday night. Whoa, it's Saturday night. Forced penis, and... what was the last perk? I'm gonna do Forever Entwined, actually, this. I just like the perk that much. We'll do double reload. Why not? Oh, we feeling nasty. I mean, all 4 of them loading at the same time, 2 of them have flashers. Of course we're feeling nasty. Mama got a bear for a big meal. When a bad about to go away now. Wow, it's Saturday night. Yeah, well, at least it wasn't a map offering, right? We do have a little bit of an advantage there. Poggers, one might even say. We aren't worried about winning? Yeah. I don't want to win. I just want the survivors to lose. Ooh, Dead Sands. It's very powerful. I can imagine. You have to, like, put your entire all of your lung power into it. Okay. Dead Sands, more like Dead Channel. Got him. Now, where are we? Saturday! I'm not gonna try to hit it at this hour because my roommate is back from his trip. I was trying to line up with his movement there. Hello. Drop your item. Drop your item, drop your item, drop your item. Hello. Mwah. That is for you, my friend.
Kai is so cool. I fucking hate them.
Whoa, Supersonic for the follow. Hello. Thank you very much, gamer. I know you've been in chat for a little bit, but I'm glad that you chose to stick around a little longer. Let the items hit the floor. Let the items hit the floor. I'm one mean. Them of a... You didn't even move? Brother. See, that was a miss. That was a miss. That was not a dodge. That was a miss. That was the age-old question. Whoa. Ooh. An unsafe pallet against me? Poggers! Gonna greet it one more time, though. And now she drops. No, that was such a free hit down, too. Fuck me, man. It was such a free down. However, I'll make up for it. Hello. Alright, cool. Try and pick that up. Sing it, can I get another amen? Whoa, whoa. You know what's funny? I can hit that guy too if I was better at the game. Hello. Just gonna take my time with that one. Nice. Now I get aura reading in this loop. Forever. Hello. Sorry, I'm being a little mean. There we go. I have to laugh like Deathslinger. I gotta become the Deathslinger. I am Caleb Quinn. Hey. Oh, I almost had it. Hello. There's no pallet on this, yeah, fine. There's no pallet on that, loop anymore. Girl, what is we doing? Okay. Now she knows that I can see her. I have wall hacks, brother. Alright. Where the Dwight at? Give me this man. Yoink! It's also because the survivors are cheating at all times. True! He's reading my inputs! This goes on the hook. Yeet. Hello. Did you have an item on you? Let me see. Oh, you did. Look at that. I'm not even trying to go for this Dwight. I just want this Yui now. Okay. Ah, a boob. Couple of booners around here. Did you guys see that Reddit post that was like, why are boobs so popular now? And their post had been edited from boons. It was in the Dead by Daylight subreddit. It's so funny. Your Xeno build? I would love to hear it. At UFO and Ariana Grande, I lucky like DVD because you take the singing jumps easily. Oh no, dude. That's too good. God, it was the funniest thing. Why are boobs so popular now? Gentlemen and lesbians. Ah. Boobies. Thank you. Oi. No. Why is she gonna hang there for 35 more seconds? Peak Reddit post. It was so fucking funny. You know, it's crazy is you can't dead hard that. So if she has it, you don't have it no more. Yoink. More like pooey. I need a Vine Boom sound effect on my soundboard here. Recently, man, really appreciate your chill demeanor. Well, thank you. TTXD. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy the demeanor, and thanks for dropping into stream chat as well. Welcome in. Just recast and re-record with me? Yeah. Hey. Don't breathe like that in my ear. It's rude. Don't you know that? You gonna go for that window? Damn, that's crazy. Anyway. Yeah, the peak Reddit poster. I don't think it was even intentional. Like, I think they were just typing on their phone. And Boone gets edited to boob. See, like, whenever I send a chat message, or if I ever send a message that says, let me see your boobs, I mean, let me see your boons, because I just want to see what you're bringing to help the team out in Dead by Daylight. That's literally all it is. Alright? That's just all it is. Let the art hit the floor. Let the item hit the floor. I would love to sing more on stream, but it's also midnight where I'm at. I mean, I think my roommate might want to kill me. He might be sending a death threat underneath my door right now. Dear Kai, please shut the fuck up at this hour. Since when have you done this? Who knows? But I really, you know, I have like a summoning circle over there of items. Where the fuck are these people? Oh, they hiding. Oh, they scared. Oh, no, they ain't hiding. Hello, girl. What in the hell was that lag? Anyway. One of the funny things you can do with Deathslinger is that. Oh, I got her to pre-drop it in fear, dude. That's so funny. Alright, you ready for this? You ain't looking ready for this. Yui, I asked if you're freaking ready. I only show my boons on my OnlyFans. Damn. Circle of healing, exponential. Making survivors pre-drum with just her aura, yeah. Like, she knows that I've been hitting those shots from range, and she is terrified. Ooh, good dodge, good dodge, good dodge. I saw her cut that out a little bit further out. Aye. She sees me on the check spot here. Oh, what am I doing, actually? Hold on. Circle of dealing is fucking crazy. Oh my god. Who the hell? Sorry, there was like some alien that took over my mouse and keyboard there for a little bit. I think we're all good now, though. Like some little gremlin. Some little scrimblow. I'm gonna do that. Okay, I'm back, guys. Don't worry, don't worry. The alien's gone. I've taken care of him. He's not a problem anymore. Shadow step, bro. I'm stuck. It's... Help me, Shadow Step, bro. I'm stuck. This Dwight is cranking a gen, and he's fully revealed by Weave Attunement. That's incredible aura. I mean, is it really that bad? I don't know. Let's find this rock. Yep. Fair enough. Yeah, you know, if I was running Hubris, he'd be exposed right now. He ain't dodging, though. Boon P. Ness. I love that. Hey, what's good? You want to get out? Alright, 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 alright. Get on over here. Dwight. No, Dwight. You don't understand. We gotta go find the... We gotta go find the hatch. We gotta go find the hatch. Yes. Hatch? You're gonna bleed out, but... Oh my god, Dwight! Oh my god, he's chasing me. Oh my god! He's getting away! He's resisting arrest! Boon Exposition. No, what's the... Boon Exhibitionist. There you go. That's the one. That's the one I was trying to put together. Everyone clap. And I so badly need a soundboard, dude. My brain's just going like... With all the mods? It is very pretty, yeah. That was the one that you get for spending money in the shop right now. And also we got the Reveal Survivor Auras for 800 seconds because of Weave. So you know what? We take those. I'm like... Dude, I am... fucking... What is it? Just penduluming back and forth. One game I 4K. One game I... you know, 0K, because I'm fucking around too much. The next game I 4K. Let's also go look at that Dwight cosmetic real quick. Excuse me. Where's the window I want? This one. There we go. And we got Zarina with the grippers out. Although I think she's had sandals in other cosmetics before. And then it's this headgear. Yeah, it's the one that you get for spending money. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. See, now I understand. Now I get you. Alright. Should we just play the mean build now? We'll play the good build. I'm debating swapping out Jagged Compass for just Corrupt. Keep the viewers on their toes. My goodness, I'm keeping myself on my toes. toes are curling. Ugh. No, I don't like that one. Actually, I want to take... I would like to just hit that one and reel it back real quick. Or their grippers, yes. Most satisfying thing that I've done recently, though. I'm clipping it and you can't stop me. Well, it goes into the out of context compilation now, I guess. If it ever gets made one. If there's ever one that gets made. Ideally, at some point, I would actually make a compilation of clips, but I just don't have enough clips to make it right now. It's hard for me to go back through my own Vaughns and individually review everything. Our queues are really slow now. That's okay. It gives us time to get the ads out of the way. Dead Sands, Treatment Theater. Okay, I'm caught up on all my stats. Welcome back, Azazel. We 4K'd on Dead Sands, but I decided to give the Dwight mercy. A bagging Swift as a ghoul? Vindication. I can only be funny maybe twice in a 3-hour stream. I mean, hey. Sometimes 2 times more than other people. They weren't happy in end chat. I can imagine. So many unhappy people out there, unfortunately. Oof is right. Ugh. Whew. I'm having a good time. Having a great time this evening, but these queues are starting to get kind of shite. To be real. To get real quick. Just get real. You just don't call me out like that. No. I've just been clapping back at people, and I really don't mean to be, but it's also me just saying the first thing that comes to mind. JJ the Gun, Twitch.television. All medkits? I don't think we're running the mean build. I think we're running the funny Saturday night build. Oh, you want to save your friends? That's adorable. If you answered if I told you my Xeno build, you have not told me your Xeno build. I've done like Super Vault Xeno. That's been really funny. You do Fire Up, Bamboozle, Superior Anatomy, Self-Destruct Bolt, and Unbound. Only watch and not like the next video. I don't know if I can take that, actually. Please, my children are starving. I need this monetization. Cry about it. I am crying about it. I'm a heathen. What do you guys think about that, by the way? Like those calls to action. Where it's like, hey guys, welcome to the video. And as always, before we get into games, if you do enjoy the video, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. You know, like that kind of thing. Is that annoying? Do YouTubers do that too much? Or is there like a way that you can kind of slide it in there? A friend will like any video if they ask. Probably a lot of people that have that mentality. I don't know. I'm kind of two minds of it. I've always been really irritated by when it's all like shoehorn and being like, if you guys like the video, make sure you comment, leave a comment down below and stuff like that. And I think that there's a certain level of delivery that gets really irritating with that. But at the same time, like, I don't think a lot of people actually think about that as much as they do, but maybe they already do it subconsciously, and so just telling them to do something while they're already enjoying free content anyway is just like, what? Why the hell are you making demands of me? What's going on here? I spawned in a really weird spot. I've been having like really... Oh, there's somebody there. I saw a crow. It is JJ the God. Oh, I wanted to hit that so bad. And I missed that too. Damn. Good try though. We'll reload. Oh, there's no gap in this. Damn. Got my first hit. Oh, Franklin's weave. That doesn't... Oh, I missed. I was trying to aim for his dodge there. And I missed anyway. There we go. Speed hacks. Oh, that sucks. Man, that really sucks. I hate when that happens. Barbecue, lethal, forever entwined, and make your choice. Constant chasing. Oh, I like it. I like it. This is my medkit now. Just hear them there. That doesn't hit her. No! No! She moved. No! I thought she was gonna stay on that pallet there. Yeah, pre-drop that? Girl, you crazy for that one. Y'all weird as hell for that one. Leaned into that a little bit, by the way, in case anyone wants to know. They picked up their medkit over here, too. Medkit! Nice voice crack, moron. You've been talking for the last 6 hours straight. I don't even care. Voice crack, nerd. Oh, I hate this main building, though. Oh, I'm wasting so much time on this chase. Because she can just... Oh, and I can miss, too. No, man. She is made for this, I think. I am fairly certain of that fact. So I'm, like, gaining no distance on her. Howdy. Care to try again? Give him a nods. I bet this guy has a dead odd. Hey! No, you're not allowed to get over there. Alright, cool. That's a flashbang? What was that? Why did I hear a grunt behind me? What the hell? Everyone went down in under a minute? Ah. I see. No! I had the idea! I just didn't have the fucking timing, bro. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, I'm fine with this. Hello. You have off the record. I can hear it. Or not hear it, I guess. Down we go for your protection hit. You do not get access to these medkits. Oh, I need to aim a little higher. I would have had that too. Okay. Pallets drop so I can pick up quick. Sick. Less than 9 minutes? Ain't no way. Brother. I heard him behind me. I'm gonna wait like 10 seconds here. I saved the match, as you should, King. As you should. Or Queen. Or Monarch, as I prefer as well. Pick up. Please don't be T-Strike. I would be so mad if you kicked me in the nads. Okay, you're dead. Hi, Sable. How's it going? Yoink. I'm so sorry to JJ the God, but I'm going to be picking your team apart. I've been called also, it doesn't bother me. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. I just would like to... I'm just making sure that I'm doing what you prefer, you know? I don't like forcing anything on you. It was me grunting, I just get excited.
That kind is so cool. I fucking hate them.
Mahanlo, thank you for following. Appreciate you. Welcome in. Mahan Tenor. Woohoo. Oh, they mad. Oh, they mad. Oh, ho's mad. She wants me to chase her because she has FT. I'm not gonna indulge her. I'm gonna go for the bot. Gonna drop. And the bot usually vaults. Oh, there's a rock there. Spawn in randomly. Hold on. I can hit the bot today. Nice. It's not usually easy to do. There we go. Redrop. Unironically playing against me pretty well. Hello. Howdy. Hi, how we doing? Alright, cool. Yoink! 7 minutes, 40 seconds. Oh my stars. Alright, up you go. Yeet! First hook for this person, too. And in case you're wondering as well, I do mimic a basketball shot every time that I throw somebody up on the hook with Forever Entwined. You can't see my camera, because I don't have it on, but I thought you should know. Sable? Oh, what the fuck? What are we doing here? Alright. Girl. I saw you. I saw you go in there because of... That's so funny. I saw her go in there because of, Weave Attunement. Was that... Wait, was that controller moment? Was that a controller moment? Oh, no, it wasn't. Okay. I was worried that, like, she had jumped into a locker because, Anyway, I get the bot. Yippee! Bonk. GG's. I was worried that, she got into the locker because controller bindings somehow. Kill the... But weaponize your likes. Remember, if you don't like the video, this is who you're being inconsiderate to, and show a picture of your cat or something. I wish I could have a cat. Or a dog. Because I just don't have that capability, because I don't own the place that I live in. Not like the sole proprietor, you know? So, I unfortunately wouldn't be able to bring an animal in here. Be nice, though. Over landing, no map offering, 1DC on the Ada. I like the subtle animations in the corner mid video. Oh, I see, I see. I can do that, yeah. I love this game. Oh. I was on by a bit. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry, JJ the gun. Turns out I'm an atheist. I don't believe in JJ. GG's though. Kind of sad that I had to, or that I unintentionally told them out, but I miss a shot on the Sable, and I'm not far enough away for me to turn around, reload, and see the guy. And I chase after the Ada. Like, I give him a chance to leave as well. I feel like I had... I feel like I'm validating myself. Here. What was your Xeno build? Let's look. Grab Xeno while I'm here. Yes. Okay. Barbecue, lethal. Lethal. Forever Entwined. And make your choice. Took 41 seconds of spreading injuries before going after someone for Thana. Oh, Lord. Unbelievably powerful. You're just too good. We do... I'm gonna try, Ripley's Watch and Ovomorph. Does that sound good? Also do Self-Destruct Bolt, could do Star Map. I might just do Star Map, honestly. Star Map's just always good on this killer. Use OVO and headset. Oh, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. And give ourselves a little bit of a reading range. That is true. And honestly, shit, I ain't complaining. Headset or map? We'll do headset, because, you know, just for the goofy, for the silly. For the goofy gamer. Let's see. Is this person even streaming? Nope. Maybe it's like AJ the God TTV? No. They ain't even streaming. It was Epic Games name though, or like a console name, so they can't change it. Use a little tongue mouth to eat it? That is a good question. I don't know. Depends on what she breathes with, right? Like, I always think like, oh, if there's like cereal and milk in my mouth, I'd have a hard time breathing. But maybe that's not a problem for Xeno. Yeah, I think it's possible. I'd entertain that idea. If I was a better artist, I would draw that too. But I'm not. I can only draw paint.net renditions of my avatar. Dead by daylight. Indeed, Vimer2 can. It's where we are. Oh my goodness, we're gonna be dead by daylight. Welcome in, by the way. First time chatter. Did you always want to be a Sylveon? I mean, this, you know, funny enough, this username is a bit of a funny coincidence. Sylveon just happens to be my favorite Pokemon, and when I made a second channel for commentary, it just happened to be the first name that came to mind. So, no, not really. I don't think it's ever been like a fantasy one of mine, or a Persona thing. I do have a Sona, but it's not a Sylveon. Welcome in, though. I asked if I had taken my meds this morning, but I think someone's asking important questions. Sometimes you just gotta get a little bit creative with it. That's just all it is. That's all it comes down to. Hold on. Ugh. Forecast total landing. Okay, we're good. We're good. Do you think I made those people upset last game in Toba? I probably did. I probably made a lot of people upset. That's alright. There's no reason to worry about it. Unless they ain't here. But then we fighting. And then we're throwing fisticuffs. Azazel, you gotta remind me. I know your name has Trickster in it. But are you a Xeno main? Or is it a Trickster main and I have shit all over your favorite character? Every killer where they pour the milk or the cereal first. Slinger is definitely cereal then milk first. He does all of his work with precision. Nemesis would just break the bowl. He would crush the milk. No, I think Slinger, he's a man of principle. He's a man of precision. He would do cereal then milk like a normal fucking person. That's what he'd do. Now, Nemesis would break the bowl because he has like no control. Wesker would probably do dry cereal. I don't think he would even pour the milk. And he's like, 7 minutes is all I can spare to have breakfast. And so he's trying to cut out milk from the time. He's saving himself time but not pouring the milk, you know? And Wesker drinks the milk straight from the tea. I thought you were gonna say straight from the carton, but you know what? He is just Luke Skywalker in Last Jedi. He finds that weird goat-looking thing and drinks the green milk. For efficiency, yes. I need to be doing this for science. You don't understand. This is for the greater forces of Ouroboros. Ouroboros. I will unleash. My voice is so shot right now. Whew. The mommy milkers strengthen my Ouroboros. Why am I reading things that are entertaining me? That's really... Oh, the out of context clips are gonna go crazy. Alright. I can see clearly now. It's you I'm looking for. Howdy. Oh, I thought, why is my sensitivity so weird? It's like locked. Really now? That was like right in his face. Alright, cool. Clip, time it. Clip it. Time it. 20-second down. Alright, up we go. Where are we at? Oh shit, there's some bitches afoot. Race car noises. He jumped out. No. Hello, Leon. I'm gonna go for Leon because he's put himself into a massive dead zone here. This tail also feels like it's obscuring a lot more of my screen than it was before. Alright. That's 2. You're the real freak for saying it in the voice? You know, you're right. When you write, you're right. Ooh! Back of the hitbox, baby! Least obvious dead hard I have ever seen in my life. Holy smokes, dude. Up you go. I know. I'm gonna trick the killer out by using dead hard. Oh, who's this? Who's this little diva? Hey. Hey, Adam. Oh, you had to drop that there. I'm a range killer, baby. Nice. Put in the living room? No! No! I'm so sorry to hear that, Brady. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Never fun to have to clean up poop. I'm sure it's just not as fun for your dog either. Upstairs? He's on my right. I heard him here. Jumped out. Hello. Interesting, interesting. Take notes, chat. This is an elite level gamer we're dealing with here. He's gonna try and greed the yeah. I was gonna say, he's gonna try and greed the palette for dead art as much as he can. Hello. Alright. Up we go. Does that guy have deliverance? I think he has deliverance. Howdy. Yeet. Okay. My mummy. Oh, is he just... knock this guy down here, too. Pick up. Adam isn't real. He can't scare me. Okay, cool. You should place flame turrets to get a warning. Truth about Xenomorph. Flame turrets, hobby, out and left. Very annoying. Don't use them. True. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad that you're bringing light to this horrible situation. Because honestly, like, what are you gonna do when you have all that weight carrying around? Not a whole lot. You have dead art as well? Is this like the ultimate unhooking build? Sucks that he got Lampkin, though. Yeah. Interesting, interesting. You escape the turret with a survivor and get like 5k blood points? True! Look, those tunnels are alone. Where the fuck? Oh, you're on that gen. Okay, I see. No, they completed it. No, my game is over. Come on, let me out here. They are on it, though. Hello. Do you mind? Hey, this is what I meant to do. Not what I meant to do. I'm gonna let you recover there, because I know you have no mither. But that was really freaking rude, okay? I was trying to go for the Leon, and instead I found you, alright? Okay? He don't dodge. Bro, he don't dodge Grand Caravan. He don't dodge Neon. He don't even dodge Sprinter Van up in this. He's probably, you know what, he probably drives a Honda. Oh, you're a Civic driver. I can tell. Can I even hit over this? My answer has been confirmed. I just didn't know the hitbox. They're gonna complete the gen in House of Pain. Oh, you leave Hondas alone. No, actually, Hondas are great. The real pieces of shit are Hyundais and Mitsubishis. Mitsubishis are horrible. All right, fellas. All right, funny joke, funny joke. Haha, you know, I laugh real hard. But yeah, like, Mitsubishi has, I think, 3 vehicles right now in its lineup, and they're all terrible. Yeah, I see you. I can smell you. This guy's also exposed for 60 seconds. Now what if I run straight through the house? I catch the Luckard with Make a Choice. Hello. But no, Hondas are great. I actually want to get a Honda, but even then, like, the vehicle I have right now is a Toyota. Oh. So it's, you know, I mean, they're both, like, comparably pretty damn good. He's gonna loop around and go for the unhook save. That's crazy. Did he? He's still in this building. Oh, Leon. Leon. I will check every locker until I find you, Leon Slut Kennedy. Because apparently Hondas are very sturdy. Yes. And the other fascinating thing about Hondas in general is that Honda is the largest manufacturer of engines in the world. Like, not even just in North America or Japan or anything like that. In the world, they're the largest manufacturer of engines. They make, because they make generators. They make, like, heavy machinery and shit like that, right? Interesting. That was a good attempt, but you're dead. GG's. And so because of that, they also have, like, really good, engineering around their vehicles, too. Also, holy shit, you almost died in a car accident. That's intense, dude. How long did it take you to recover afterwards? from the accident there. I'm glad you're still around, too. Still kicking. Just broken my neck. Oh, I see, I see. So I muted the tab? No, I get you. I totally understand. Adam had flip-flop tenacity, no mither resi. Oh, we're memeing tonight. Damn, 3 Windows opportunity, though. Background player will make it. Spawn, Wiglift, Deja, Adrenaline. Only one deadard, though, and that was the Felix who was running a anti-hem as well. Damn. I like the build. It was pretty fun. I think the small map really helped it because I could just walk at people everywhere. And Xenomorph kind of feels like Deathslinger in some ways, so I like Xenomorph because you can hit over pallets like he can. Not through the same kind of gaps or anything, but... He demolished it tonight? Yeah, he is. Are they? They are? No. More. Anyway, fellas, I am a thoughtful guy, but I'm also going to go to bed. Thank you, fellas, for joining us for the podcast and also for some killer gameplay afterwards. I know I streamed a lot later and a lot longer than I normally do, but I appreciate your time as always. So I'm going to drop you off at the doorstep of my friend Mike, who's playing Marvel Rivals. And, yeah. Go say hi, tell him he's cute. Ask him what brand of face wash he uses. Because it's also good shampoo in his case. Anyway, I'm just clowning on him a little bit. But thank you, fellas. Appreciate your time. And I'll see you next time that I'm around. Hopefully tomorrow. Thank you for being here, Sonic. Appreciate you. And goodbye.